Test. Hello. Test. Hello. Hmm. Saan yung dalawang mag-share screen?
Ito lahat siya.
Share screen lahat? Hello, boss. Hello? 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 Hello?
Ito na lang yung dalawa.
Ay, saan mo sa'yo?
Para pwedeng sumama si Marco sa akin. Pag-reset. Pero pwede naman kasi siya mamayang hapon.
Ayo, mamaya ka kayo. Alis yun.
Alis sila eh. Para ma-preset na rin last natin para bukas na rin.
Uy, nadidinig ko yun.
Ay, meron din siya. Ay, okay da. Ayan, okay yung Wendy. Hindi, ano, lagyan ko
Saan
na
yung
lang.
dalawang mag-share screen?
Kapag pinagaling mo. Okay, bawas ko pa ng galing.
Nilagay niyo lang dito.
Yes, sir.
Para pwedeng sumama si Marco sa akin. Pero pwede naman kasi siya mamayang hapon. Alis sila. Para
Sabi ko kay Ma'am Wendy, ingat ma'am. Hindi daw po pwede ngayon. Oo, sinabi mo talaga. Pag nasi i-answer ko na. Pag nasi.
Usad mo na lang ipuan na.
Sige po. Sige po. Saan sir? Sa lahat na? Ay, ito lang. Ay, sige po.
Saan mo yung isang
Okay po.
extension sa
Sige
tabi?
sir.
ano pa po, di ba, ibabalik sa akin award. Or, ay, gagawin ko na lang.
Meron na. Baka nakamute kayo dyan. Meron.
Nagsasawa sa mukha namin yung Wendy.
Mamix na kami ka?
Hindi.
Baka hindi niya na-share yung sound.
Mic test ka?
Hindi pa nakalagin siya.
May sounds na?
Wala, sir. Ano? Ingay ng paligid ang narinig.
Sinong MC? Ay, ikaw pala to MC, no? Ay, ba't sa akin to?
Yan ang naririnig ko.
Wait lang, guys. Narinig nyo na, guys? Ayan, narinig nyo na? May microphone, sorry.
Leadership and organization of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. I now declare
Mic test, 1, 2, 3, mic test. Mic test. Naririnig niyo po ako? O mahina?
Hindi, saktuan lang.
Saktuhan lang.
Ayusin natin, sandali lang.
Okay po.
Ay, anong headset mo?
Yung ginamit ko din po kahapon.
Yan yung kasa sa'yo?
Opo.
Kailangan madidetect dito yan eh. Kasi ang madidetect yan, ito, yung mic nito. Kailangan nadidetect dito yan. Hindi nadidetect eh. Dapat makikita dito.
Ganyan din po kahapon eh. Saka ng isang araw.
Narinig ko kasi sila, narinig mo sila.
Hindi ko po na ano kasi po. Ako yung
Ngayon,
open.
naririnig mo sila.
Hindi po. Ako po yung open, naka-open mic.
Yan, hindi mo sila narinig. Kaya, parang ako. Narinig mo ako.
Naka-open mic. Ako po yung naka-open mic.
I mean yung yung enhancement ng sounds kasi kahit na salita ka nga doon.
Ako.
Narinig mo.
Check. Check.
Narinig. Kailangan nadidetect yung mic mo dito. Ang nadidetect niya ay itong laptop.
Sige po.
Meron pang ano dyan.
Hello, mic check. Mic check. Hello. Mic test.
So, okay naman. Check mo nga kung naririnig mo.
Apo.
Narinig ako dyan, guys. Okay na.
Mic test. Mic test. Hello.
By the power vested upon me by the IIEE3E Expo 2022 Open.
The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, IIEE, is the only accredited professional organization, or APO, of electrical practitioners in the country. Created to inspire young minds to develop professionals to be future leaders towards nation building. In line with our mission to excel and our vision to lead. Three X.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Beyond.
By the power vested upon me by the leadership and organization of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare the IIEE 3E Expo 2022 open.
The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, IIEE, is the only accredited professional organization, or APO, of electrical practitioners in the country. Created to inspire young minds to develop professionals to be future leaders towards nation building. In line with our mission to excel and our vision to lead. "3E Expo is IIEE's biggest product exhibition in the country, converging the electrical, electronics, and energy sectors in one grand venue. Participated by more than 300 leading companies in the electrical, electronics, and energy industries and allied fields. IIEE 3E Expo is the biggest gathering of electrical practitioners.
Mic test, mic test, mic test. Okay na.
By the power vested upon me by the leadership and organization of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare the IIEE 3E Expo 2022 open.
Of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, IIEE, is the only accredited professional organization, or APO, of electrical practitioners in the country. Created to inspire young minds to develop professionals to be future leaders towards nation building. In line with our mission to excel and our vision to lead. "3E Expo is IIEE's biggest product exhibition in the country, converging the electrical, electronics, and energy sectors in one grand venue. participated by more than 300 leading companies in the electrical, electronics, and energy industries and allied fields. IIEE 3E Expo is the biggest gathering of electrical practitioners in one extraordinary exhibition. Expo 2023 is the exposition that will showcase the latest trends, products, and services of the participating companies, including organizations engaged in the 3E sectors. Expecting more than 10,000 trade visitors, the 3E Expo is anticipated to be the networking event of the year. It is expected to be a venue of endless possibilities, new ideas, and valuable market trend insights on energy-efficient products and services. Join us this year to set another milestone for the 3E Expo 2023, which will showcase technological solutions and the revolutionary designs of innovative products to be showcased by the participating exhibitors.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
It is a great pleasure for me to welcome each and everyone to this year's Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines 3E Expo exhibit opening. I am very glad to acknowledge our high-level participants, exhibitors, and technical professionals being able to join us physically again for the first time in 2 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you our guest of honor, the President of the Institution of Engineers Malaysia, Professor Dr. Norlida Buniamin.
My sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of the annual National Convention and Tree Expo 2022 for inviting me as a guest of honor for this very prestigious event. My sincere congratulations to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers, IEE of the Philippines, for their success in organizing this annual convention and expo. It gives me a great pleasure to extend an invitation to all of you present here today. Thank you very, very much.
Today, as IIEE's 3E Expo 2022 makes its big comeback in the new normal world, it is with great honor and pride to congratulate the 3E Expo 2022, situated in a small hotel, and now boosting it to what is today. I am eternally grateful that we finally made this happen the last 2 years. Now, I can proudly say that IIE is finishing this year strong.
I'm honored to be here to introduce our guests from the Energy Regulatory Commission as we move forward with our continued partnership this year and the next.
Elated and honored with this invitation, and I sincerely thank the organizers for inviting me and everyone for listening. I hope I have imparted some knowledge. Mabuhay ang IIEE, ang akademya, at ang mga individual na ating magiging kabalikat sa pagtugon sa mga hamon.
This is it. By the power vested upon me by the leadership and organization of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare the IIEE 3E Expo 2022 open.
IIE mission to enhance the competencies of electrical practitioners to make positive contribution towards new trends and technologies, to be an authority of electrical engineering services that results to safe, reliable, and efficient systems, to consistently deliver high-quality products and services duly recognized by international organizations and institutions, to promote awareness on the use of environmentally friendly electrical products, services, and resources, as well as active participation on disaster preparedness and recovery programs. IIE Vision: to be the leading electrical professional organization globally. With 3 Moapo trophies tucked under our belts, it's an ambitious vision, but guys, let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for gracing IIEE's momentous event as we cross the annals of history. Mabuhay ang IIEE! Mabuhay!
I'm truly delighted and beaming with so much pride and joy seeing everyone physically present today at SMX, as well as those virtually present via Zoom as we make this big comeback of this much-awaited event. The best is yet to come. Mabuhay ang IIEE.
By the power vested on me by the Constitution and bylaws of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare this 47th Annual National Convention officially open. Chapter officers, my beloved members, guests, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, I take immense pleasure in welcoming you all in this momentous opening ceremonies of IIEE 47th Annual National Convention in the new normal. My heartfelt gratitude goes to everyone for making history unfold as it takes IIEE its comeback. Yes, the best is yet to come. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Maraming salamat po.
Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all of us. I am very honored to be a part of your 47th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2022. The DOE is more than ready to collaborate and forge strategic partnership with our stakeholders to improve the quality of life of the Filipinos, especially in ensuring sustainable, stable, secure, sufficient, accessible, and reasonably priced energy. On behalf of the Department of Energy and Secretary Popo Letilla, as he is fondly known, I hope for the success of this productive and fruitful convention. Thank you very much.
Congratulations IIE and stay safe po tayong lahat.
For more than 4 decades, IIEE has always been committed to its core values of integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence. Founded on September 15, 1975, the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, IIEE, is registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, as a non-stock, non-profit technical professional organization accredited by the Professional Regulation Commission, or PRC. IIEE started with 500 members and now has grown to a more than 60,000 membership base, with local and foreign chapters in active service across the whole world. Through the years, IIEE continuously commits to upgrade the professional credentials of its members through the Continuing Professional Development or CPD programs, enhance their social standing through the promotion of high ideals of integrity and ethics, facilitate advancement of technology transfer through carefully conceived educational and training programs, and provide opportunity for regular interaction among electrical practitioners. Inspiring future electrical practitioner leaders, IIEE organizes activities such as conferences, conventions, and exhibits showcasing the latest technologies, trends, products and services relevant to the industry, motivating the members to be globally competitive and be able to adequately adapt to the changes, needs and developments that constantly occur in the electrical profession. IIEE activities are planned to be a venue of endless possibilities, new ideas and valuable market trend insights on energy-efficient products and services. IIEE is working together towards one certain goal, to continue to move globally forward so that the Institute will be an esteemed organization with the mission to excel and the vision to lead.
By the power vested upon me by the leadership and organization of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare the IIEE 3E Expo 2022 open.
The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, IIEE, is the only accredited professional organization, or APO, of electrical practitioners in the country. Created to inspire young minds to develop professionals to be future leaders towards nation building, in line with our mission to excel and our vision to lead. Expo is IIEE's biggest product exhibition in the country, converging the electrical, electronics, and energy sector. More than 300 leading companies in the electrical, electronics, and energy industries and allied fields. IIEE 3E Expo is the biggest gathering of electrical practitioners in one extraordinary exhibition. Expo 2023 is the exposition that will showcase the latest trends, products, and services of the participating companies, including organizations engaged in the 3E sectors. Expecting more than 10,000 trade visitors, the 3E Expo is anticipated to be the networking event of the year. It is expected to be a venue of endless possibilities, new ideas, and valuable market trend insights on energy-efficient products and services. Join us this year to set another milestone for the 3E Expo 2023, which will showcase technological solutions and the revolutionary designs of innovative products to be showcased by the participating exhibitors.
It's been more than a week since Typhoon Odette left a trail of destruction in Cebu. Families spent Christmas in the dark, and it seems the new year would be no different.
Wala pa ring supply ng kuryente ang naapektuhan ng pananalasa ng Bagyong Paeng.
Kailangan namin kuryente, tubig. Kasi yan ang importante, tubig. Hanggang ngayon, di pa rin kami makabili ng materyales.
At ang malaki pa rin pong problema natin ngayon ay ang restore ang linya ng lahat ng kuryente. Kasi kasalukuyan po ay napakarami pa rin.
It was observed that during or aftermath of disasters such as typhoons that leaves damaged electric facilities to communities, heavily hampered by this unwanted event, some professional organizations have conducted community work called as missions, whereas for the electrical profession, activities were expected to be aligned to the organization's expertise, that is to provide electricity, hence provide assistance in power restoration effort to the affected communities. Balikliwanag was created for this purpose by the IIEE. In 2016, Balikliwanag was expanded, extending its scope of benefits covering government programs. These three projects were under the brand Oblandagitab, which means to give light or electricity. Oblandagitab was officially launched on April 23, 2016 and was simultaneously conducted by chapters nationwide. Oblandagitab is now the main vehicle for corporate social responsibility activities of IIEE. The Institute's Oblandagitab is a major corporate social responsibility initiative centered on electric power restoration, alternative electrification, and electrical inspection. Brigada Eskwela. The project will be organized to ensure safety and adequacy of public school building through the conduct of electrical wiring inspection, preferably before the opening of classes. Bigay Liwanag is an alternative electrification project for school building or classroom in or public places like plaza, community hall, a sitio, or barangay. Balikliwanag, a power restoration project that will be directed to a calamity area, a cluster of barangays, municipalities, cities, and provinces caused by a natural disaster which bears severe environmental effect and or loss of lives and major financial losses.
Salamat po sa binigay niyong tulong. Gusto ko, pagkalaki ko po, gusto ko po maging engineer.
Years. We have come a long way, and we have created a community preserving unity, good traditions, and best practices. We have crossed hurdles, surpassed difficulties, explore opportunities, expand IIEE's presence, striving to be of true service to our members and industry partners, as we commit to carry the torch of excellence. Let us continue the spirit of volunteerism, servant leadership, and love for the Institute in our hearts, moral, and spirit. We did all this, and we will do more. Thank you for being part of IIEE's success through the years.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and fellow electrical practitioners, hello everyone. I am honored to invite you to an electrifying event of grand proportions, the 3E Expo and the 48th Annual National Convention of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines. As the Vice President for External Affairs and the Exhibit Bureau Director, I am thrilled to give you a glimpse of what awaits. The 3E Expo is an extraordinary exhibition that will redefine how we think about energy, technology, and innovation. It is where the world's leading minds come together to shape our electrifying future. Prepare to immerse yourself in a world of cutting-edge advancements in the electrical industry, a showcase of renewable energy, electrical products, technologies, and the future of e-vehicles. It is a testament to our commitment to sustainability and progress. But it's not just about products. It's about the connections you'll make and the knowledge you will gain. The 3E Expo is where ideas spark and innovation thrives. Imagine an event that brings electrical practitioners from across the Philippines and beyond. We will occupy the vast expanse of the SMX Convention Center in Pasay, entire halls and 2 function rooms on the 2nd floor will be pulsating with the energy of knowledge exchange, technology, and networking. Join us as we pave the way to a sustainable future,
embracing opportunities and digital innovations. Don't miss this chance to be part of the largest gathering of electrical practitioners in the Philippines and from our colleagues from outside the Philippines. See you at the 3 Expo at the 48th Annual National Convention, where the sparks of ingenuity will illuminate our collective path toward progress and excellence. Be electrified, be inspired, and be part of this transformative experience. With our hardworking staff doing the legwork, let us all witness this grand event of IIEE, a revenge momentous event after the pandemic. Join us and witness the celebration on the 29th of November at 9 a.m. for the opening ceremonies. Thank you very much. Let us be together at this event. See you there.
Let us all step into the future of electrical excellence. I am Engineer Florigo C. Barona, IIE's VP for Internal Affairs and Convention Bureau Director, inviting you all to attend and actively take part in the 48th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2023. The 40th ANC and 3E Expo 2023 will happen on November 29 to December 2 at the SMX Convention Center, Manila. This highly anticipated event is the nation's premier gathering of the brightest minds in the field of electrical, electronics, and energy industries. Bannering this year's theme, IIEE at 48, moving forward collectively as we pave the way for digital innovations, sets the stage for us to stay ahead of the curve and deep dive into sustainable energy solutions, solve global challenges, and explore the digital frontier. 70,000 active IIE members, both local and international, the 40th ANC empowers us with tools and knowledge to excel in our fields and bring innovative developments and opportunities for professional growth. Let us all be in the epicenter of innovation, expertise, and connection. Secure your spot at the forefront of the electrical industry. Register today, and we hope to see you all at the IIE's 48th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2023.
by the power vested upon me by the leadership and organization of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare the IIEE 3E Expo 2022 open.
The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, IIEE, is the only accredited professional organization, or APO, of electrical practitioners in the country. Created to inspire young minds to develop professionals to be future leaders towards nation building. In line with our mission to excel and our vision to lead. Expo is IIEE's biggest product exhibition in the country, converging the electrical, electronics, and energy sectors in one grand venue. Participated by more than 300 leading companies in the electrical, electronics, and energy industries and allied fields. IIEE 3E Expo is the biggest gathering of electrical practitioners in one extraordinary exhibition. Expo 2023 is the exposition that will showcase the latest trends, products, and services of the participating companies, including organizations engaged in the 3E sectors. Expecting more than 10,000 trade visitors, the 3E Expo is anticipated to be the networking event of the year. It is expected to be a venue of endless possibilities, new ideas, and valuable market trend insights on energy-efficient products and services. Join us this year to set another milestone for the 3E Expo 2023, which will showcase technological solutions and the revolutionary designs of innovative products to be showcased by the participating exhibitors.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chatbox and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
It is a great pleasure for me to welcome each and everyone to this year's Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines 3E Expo exhibit opening. I am very glad to acknowledge our high-level participants, exhibitors, and technical professionals being able to join us physically again for the first time in 2 years.
Gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you our guest of honor, the President of the Institution of Engineers Malaysia, Professor Dr. Norlida Buniyamin.
My sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of the annual National Convention and Tree Expo 2022 for inviting me as a guest of honor for this very prestigious event. My sincere congratulations to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers, IEE of the Philippines, for their success in organizing this annual convention and expo. It gives me a great pleasure to extend an invitation to all of you present here today. Thank you very, very much.
Today, as IIEE's 3E Expo 2022 makes its big comeback in the new normal world, it is with great honor and pride to congratulate the 3E Expo 2022 situated in a small hotel and now boosting it to what is today. I am eternally grateful that we finally made this happen the last 2 years. Now, I can proudly say that IIE is finishing this year strong.
I'm honored to be here to introduce our guests from the Energy Regulatory Commission as we move forward with our continued partnership this year and the next.
elated and honored with this invitation, and I sincerely thank the organizers for inviting me and everyone for listening. I hope I have imparted some knowledge. Mabuhay ang IIEE, ang akademya, at ang mga individual na ating magiging kabalikat sa pagtugon sa mga hamon.
This is it. By the power vested upon me by the leadership and organization of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare the IIEE 3E Expo 2022 open.
The IIE mission to enhance the competencies of electrical practitioners to make positive contribution towards new trends and technologies, to be an authority of electrical engineering services that results to safe, reliable, and efficient systems, to consistently deliver high-quality products and services duly recognized by international organizations and institutions, to promote awareness on the use of environmentally friendly electrical products, services, and resources, as well as active participation on disaster preparedness and recovery programs. IIE Vision: to be the leading electrical professional organization globally. With 3 Moapo trophies tucked under our belts, it's an ambitious vision, but guys, let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for gracing IIEE's momentous event as we cross the annals of history. Mabuhay ang IIEE! Mabuhay!
I'm truly delighted and beaming with so much pride and joy seeing everyone physically present today at SMX, as well as those virtually present via Zoom, as we make this big comeback of this much-awaited event. The best is yet to come. Mabuhay ang IIEE.
By the power vested on me by the Constitution and bylaws of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare this 47th Annual National Convention officially open. chapter officers, my beloved members, guests, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, I take immense pleasure in welcoming you all in this momentous opening ceremonies of IIEE 47th Annual National Convention in the new normal. My heartfelt gratitude goes to everyone for making history unfold as it takes IIEE its comeback. Yes, the best is yet to come. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Maraming salamat po.
Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all of us. I am very honored to be a part of your 47th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2022. The DOE is more than ready to collaborate and forge strategic partnership with our stakeholders to improve the quality of life of the Filipinos, especially in ensuring sustainable, stable, secure, sufficient, accessible, and reasonably priced energy. On behalf of the Department of Energy and Secretary Popo Retilla, as he is fondly known, I hope for the success of this productive and fruitful convention. Thank you very much. Congratulations, IIEE, and stay safe po tayong lahat.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to thank our participants, guests, and of course the IIEE officers. Thank you for being being here with us this morning. Welcome to 48th Annual National Convention hosted by the and Continuing Professional Development Committee with the topic Virtual Mega Technology Caravan. We will begin in 5 minutes. See you there.
I feel good.
Accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment.
So good. So good. I got you.
Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest or disclose existence of such to affected parties.
I feel nice. Like sugar and spice. So nice. So nice. I got you.
Be honest, objective, impartial, and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts.
I know that I can't do no wrong. I got my first real six-string, bought it at the 5 and dime.
Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms.
Was the summer 69. Me and some guys from school had a band and we tried real hard. Jimmy quit, Jody got married.
Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application.
Back now, the summer seemed to last forever. And if I had the choice, yeah, those won't all be there. Those were the best days of my
Continuously improve practitioners' technical competence.
Ain't no use in complaining when you got a job to do. Spend my evenings down.
Disclose full pertinent professional and technical limitations.
People say that I'm a fool. Well, I don't know.
Seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due.
I was dreaming all day long, adrift in clouds. With eyes wide open, I would choose not to see.
Equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin.
More, don't wanna be the one to play your game. Not even if everybody had an ocean across the USA, then everybody'd be served.
Protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, reputation, or livelihood by false or malicious actions.
Warachi sandals too, a bushy blonde hair.
Observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence, and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture, spread, or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified, or misleading information or data against any co-member, or the IIE. Its officers, employees, and representatives or agents, in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing or published, or whether through electronic means or otherwise, especially if such tends to discredit, besmirch the honor or integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the IIE, its officers, employees, and representatives or agents. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development and assist them in complying with this code of ethics.
I want to break free. I want to break free.
Timely and fully comply and abide with any and all of his obligations to a co-member of the IIE itself, or any third party.
I've got to break free. God knows I want to break free.
Does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, and deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition.
This time I know it's for real. I've fallen in love. Yeah. God knows I've fallen in love.
May we request the attention of everyone as we will be having our opening prayer to be followed by the singing of the national anthem and the IIEE hymn.
Our ever-loving Father, the core of every reason, the source of truth. You who made the earth and the heavens are the ultimate goal of every knowledge seekers, the infinite wisdom, the cause of all that is good. We are truly grateful for this opportunity to gather together as a community despite the challenges we face each day. Yet you remained and gave us strength to carry on the responsibilities of bearing intelligence and using them for better purposes. We now humbly ask you to join us in our endeavor to explore the wonders of life in the world for knowledge's sake, that in whatever we learn today, we become more grounded to you, who is truth, who is love. We pray that you bless our speakers, the fount of your infinite knowledge, that they can share something worthwhile despite the limited time we have. They can channel all they know and share to us the beauty and truth of living as your child. We pray that you guide our participants, the seekers of your boundless knowledge, that they may continue to persevere in the search and be deemed worthy to share what they learn from today's session. Sanctify us, O Lord, not because we are worthy of it, but because we believe in your love and mercy, that at the end of the day, we can take home something that's amazing and meaningful. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, helas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa ganagang putok sa simoy at sa langit mo pangaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iimig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magtitingin. Luman ang araw ng walhabing pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya na pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
We are one in IIE mission and vision, instilling excellence in electrical profession, having a dynamic professional association, making innovative contribution to our nation. Rising to any challenge involving wars, bombs and bolts, BEREE and RME, connecting industries by electric circuits. Join us together, IIE. Forever, with power cords cannot be broken. Bind us together, bind us together, bind us forever, synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter lights. We serve humanity with the power of electricity, making rigid transmission quick for reliability, ensuring little power loss and high efficiency. From shifting from one place, the unstoppable energy. Bind us together, I believe. Bind us forever, I believe. With power hearts cannot be broken. Bind us together, I believe. Bind us together, I believe. Bind us forever, I believe. Synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter light. There's only one institute, no one else can substitute. There's only one
Are you ready to be indulged with the knowledge an industry expert will present the latest technologies, products, services, and best practices that is by the elected practice in to start with, may we call Engineer Joseph Darren Claire S. Tolicar, the chairman of TCPDC, to formally open today's event. Let's give Engineer Solicar a warm round of applause.
Alright, maraming salamat po. No? Okay, so good morning everyone. Good morning. Okay, so first of all, I would like to greet good morning to our Board of Governors, headed by our National President, Engineer Lyndon Bagge, and of course the rest of the members of the Board of Governors for 2023, and also to the TCPD committee members, and of course the TCPD staff. Guests and participants, good morning. I would like to extend a warm and hearty welcome to each and every one of you who joined us here today for our highly anticipated virtual Mega Technology Caravan. It gives me an immense pleasure to have you all be a part of the exceptional event, which forms an integral aspect of our STEM 48th Annual National Convention. I would like to take a moment of acknowledge and express my heartfelt gratitude to our enthusiastic participants who are coming from all over the Philippines and abroad. And of course, especially to the suppliers who have graciously agreed to showcase their remarkable products and enlighten us about the diverse technological advancements they have to offer. Their presentation promised to provide us with invaluable insights that can potentially serve as the profound reference for future projects with our respective organizations. Furthermore, this outstanding gatherings offers us a unique opportunity to delve into futuristic realm of technology and explore the latest trends that are revolutionizing various industries. By actively participating in this event, we are paving the way for our companies to stay at the forefront of technological innovation, ensuring that we remain competitive and able to meet the ever-evolving demands of our respective markets. Once again, on behalf of our entire team, TCPD, I would like to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. May today be a truly remarkable and knowledge-filled day, replete with enlightening discussions, valuable networking opportunities, and a plethora of groundbreaking discoveries. Let us all come together and embrace this incredible journey into the world of technology as we strive to shape a better future for ourselves and our organization's IIE. Maraming salamat po and welcome to our Mega Technology Caravan.
Thank you so much for the overview of this event, Engineer Solicar. Moving on to introduce our first speaker, let us all welcome the Secretary of TCPDC, Engineer Adrian L. Ray.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone, to all participants, officers of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, to our sponsors. I would like to introduce our first speaker for today to discuss the topic innovative solutions for power quality and energy efficiency problems. He is a versatile marketing, communications, sales and business development leader who holds since 2002 a broad global experience in sustainable energy transition, including renewable energy, energy efficiency, and energy storage. He is an author of over 100 publications. He delivers numerous presentations each year at major international trade shows and conferences. He has been a leading expert at several management positions at General Electric, Alstom Grid, and Areva T&D. And he is currently a director for Asia Pacific at Merus Power. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our speaker, Mr. Pedro Esteban. Sir, good morning.
Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, good morning, everybody. My name is Pedro Esteban. I'm taking care of the business in Asia Pacific for the company Merus Power, and I'm based in Singapore. And I will share right away my screen. Give me 1 second. Okay. I think you can see my screen now. Perfect. I will minimize this. Okay. So, and I will get the laser pointer. So I think, okay, all set. You can see, I think, well my screen. So as I said, my name is Pedro Esteban, and today I'm going to talk about this topic, innovative solutions for power quality and energy efficiency problems. So I'm going to go right away into the presentations. Well, sorry, I forgot to say thank you, Adrian, for the introduction, and thank you everybody in the organization, and also our partner in Philippines, Wesco, for organizing this presentation and this event for us and for me to participate. So these are the contents of the presentation. Short introduction on the topic and our company. Then I will discuss about 1 second. I will take away this, the video panel. Okay, so that's better now. So I will discuss about active power filters in general. Then the 4 different types of active power filters available in the market today. Active harmonic filters, static bar generators, hybrid bar compensators, and low harmonic drives. And with each type of device, I will also show some kind of a real-life example or application case for them in industry or in buildings. And then we will talk about how these devices can improve power quality and how they can improve energy efficiency of the installations where they are working in. So if we go into the introduction of the topic, just a few words about the company I'm working in. Merus Power is a company founded in 2008, and it's a company from Finland. We are based in a city in Finland called Nokia. I think perhaps this name is familiar for a lot of people. It's a very small town, 25,000 people in Finland, but it's the town where they are in the 60s, the whole Nokia group started the business. So anyways, we are based in that town. And because Finland is a very small country, let's say, everything that we do, almost everything that we do, we export it all around the world. So we do a couple of things. Today we'll talk about power quality solutions. We do different kind of solutions for low voltage. And today this is the topic I'm going to talk about. Also, we do solutions for medium voltage with IGBTs or with thyristor valves, but I'm not going to talk about this today. Statums and SVCs, medium and high voltage solutions, especially for, let's say, industrial applications or renewable generation plants. And another part of the business is energy storage systems, battery energy storage systems using lithium-ion batteries. But also, I'm not going to talk today about this part of the business. As I said, we export almost everything that we do all over the world, and we are working with partners all around the world. And we have been working with Wesco, our partner there in Philippines, for quite a while. References, also I will not go into detail, but basically these solutions I'm going to talk about today, they can be used anywhere where there is electricity in use, because nowadays, basically, we will see later, all kind of applications, they have some kind of demand for improving the power quality of the installation or the energy efficiency of the installation. Buildings, renewable generation plants, heavy industry, light industry, anything. So this is just a slide showing a bit the structure of the modern electric power system. And this is that's why I said that we are dealing with a lot of end users, and end users in every single segment, they have this demand for better power quality and improve energy efficiency, not only generation, transmission, distribution, but also any kind of industry, light industries, for example, when we are dealing with variable speed drives, railways, water and wastewater plants, and finally, green buildings and smart cities, because okay, these are mainly low voltage projects, but nowadays in buildings we have a lot of equipment that cause a lot of problems, like variable speed drives, inverters, UPS systems, LED lighting, and so on. So anyways, this is just showing where these kind of solutions I'm talking today about could be applied. So what are the requirements for these modern electric power systems? And this is a little bit what the customers are asking us to fix in their installations. Very important thing is power quality improvement. A lot of things are very common nowadays. Let's say harmonics are, okay, they are everywhere. They are kind of well known. But there are some of the things also that they are affecting the power quality of installations, and they are a little bit less known, but nowadays people are finding out that they have these kind of problems in their installations. Interharmonics, transients, of course, unbalance, voltage and current unbalance, flicker installations, and so on. Then another thing that the customers are coming to us for, so we can provide to them are ancillary services, but this is more related to generation, transmission, and distribution, or when we have a very big, let's say, installations, heavy industry. So ancillary services are needed depending on the country. Every country has its own regulations for these ancillary services, for frequency support, voltage support, system restoration support, and some other ancillary services. So grid code compliance is something that these solutions I'm going to talk about today can help customers with. Then we have some other things that are important nowadays. Clean energy development is a main thing. And then here we have two things. There is more and more renewable energy in the electric power system that needs to be integrated. That's why for doing this integration, customers need some kind of solutions to be able to integrate it. And also, it's very important to improve the energy efficiency of installations. Okay, of course, power factor correction is one of the things here that people are familiar with. And finally, important thing also, and customers coming into us for some solutions for energy access, energy supply management, and energy demand management. But this area is mainly done or only done, for example, in our case, with energy storage systems. So this I will not talk today about. Anyways, why is important power quality? Just a few words about it, because people are very aware now of all the problems that are caused by power quality, poor power quality in the installations. And then they know that if power quality is not good, that is costly. And different countries have nowadays more and more regulations and standards that are more strict to comply with power quality and energy efficiency. And also, last thing is because we have a lot of equipment installed nowadays in different kind of buildings or factories and installations that is very sensitive, power electronic equipment that is sensitive and needs very good supply of electricity to operate well and not to break down. Just this gives you an idea of that if power quality is not taken care of, it's very expensive. Not only the direct cost that you can find because equipment can be damaged or you get production losses or restart cost of the whole factory of operations, but also indirect cost that we can calculate in here. But anyways, this just graph shows you a bit that what are the European Union, the main power quality issues that happens yearly is around 200 billion euros lost per year because of poor power quality in there. Anyways, this graph is a bit older, it's about 10 years old graph. So what to do about it? So in the market, there are power electronic solutions. Some of them they have been in the market from the 70s, the ones that they are using thyristor switches or thyristor valves, and some other ones are more recent, like from the 90s, the ones that they are using IGBTs. So today I'm going to talk about these IGBT switch compensation devices, also called active power filters. And these are the ones that I'm going to present you today. I'm not going to talk about the other options in low voltage, like thyristor switch compensation devices, or high voltage for transmission, distribution, or medium voltage installations in industry. Anyways, I focus on this that is here in red. And just this slide has a lot of content, but just for you to get an idea that this kind of modern solutions made with IGBTs that I'm going to show you today can take care of a lot of different power quality problems of an installation at the same time, because the output of these devices can be used to take care of several issues at the same time. Here I'm marking in green what are the main things that these devices can fix, and in yellow what some other things that they can also help with. But as you can see, we have to be taking care of harmonics, interharmonics easily, unbalance, flicker, some to a certain degree, sags and swells, plus of course power factor correction. And just to finish this introduction, some quick comparison with conventional passive solutions that perhaps you are familiar with that have been used for many, many years, like capacitor banks, reactor banks, or passive harmonic filters. When we compare these passive solutions with the, let's say, modern power electronic solutions, we can see a few things. First thing is that, as I mentioned before, these modern solutions can take care of several issues at the same time with the same output of the device. If we are having a look to the traditional passive solutions, basically capacitor banks can only help you with capacitive reactive power compensation, reactor banks with inductive reactive power compensation, and passive filters, they take care of harmonic filtering of a certain order, depending on the design, plus at the fundamental, they can inject capacitive reactive power in the system. These solutions can take care of all these issues at the same time, including other issues like flicker mitigation or load balancing. And another difference is that the output of these devices is basically in steps, because we have capacitor or reactor steps in here. The output of this kind of modern devices is stepless. Basically, whatever the system needs in real time can be injected in real time in the system. Plus, response time is also an issue. These devices, traditional ones, are switched with contactors or breakers. And depending if it's a low voltage or medium voltage or high voltage design, we have to take into account, for example, the discharge time of capacitors. That's why response time is pretty slow. If we are talking about the modern solutions, if we have IGBTs, response time is in the range of microseconds. And if we are talking about thyristor valves, thyristor switch reactors, capacitor banks, or SVCs, response time is basically 1 cycle. Here, for example, will be 16 milliseconds, 60 hertz in Philippines. Okay, that was everything for the introduction. I move now to active power filters. Also, a couple of words in general about what these devices are. Active power filters are fully power electronic devices. This means that the internal switching to create a current is done with IGBTs. There are different constructions of these devices. Can be 2-level topology, 3-level topology. I will not go into those details today. Here is a picture of our device that we manufacture. It's a 3-level topology device. It's called A2. It's a modular type of active power filter. And everything that is needed to control this device or to visualize with the operation of the device or the whole installation is an HMI, and to do the programming and so on. Anyways, as I said, these devices they are designed, as I said before, they're designed I think, in low voltage because they use low voltage IGBTs in the design, but they can easily be connected to high voltage systems. I will show you later how. Main things in general for these devices that you can find in the market is that they do 3 basic things, but they can do some other things extra. We can take care of harmonics. That is one of the main issues. Odd and even harmonics, typically up to the 50th order harmonic. And also at the same time that we take care of harmonics, we can take care of interharmonics. Also, they do reactive power compensation, meaning that they can improve the power factor of installation. And if you have flicker, they can mitigate flicker by the reactive power injection, but also they can take care of a small voltage sags by reactive power injection. And finally, because the input of this device can be, the input is by phase, so we can do balancing of the system. We can mitigate current unbalance, and by mitigating current unbalance, we can take care of voltage unbalance of the installation. So this is a typical connection of these devices. Basically, is the same for almost all the manufacturers. We have some kind of certain loads, whatever it is, that they're creating power quality and energy efficiency problems. And this device is connected always in parallel with this kind of loads that create the problems. And we have just some measurements from the system. The measurements are coming from 3 current transformers connected in the system. They can be connected close to the load, so they can be connected in the after the incoming transformer or in the PCC. Okay, that was a short introduction. So I will start with active power filters now. The first type of these filters I'm going to talk about today. So active power filters. So I already mentioned some of the things here before, but important thing again to say that for all of these devices made with low voltage IGBTs, response time is almost real time. It's less than 100 microseconds. Active harmonic filters are mainly designed for taking care of harmonics and interharmonics of installations. That is the main purpose of this device usually. And there are different kind of constructions. We do a modular type of construction. This is how it looks like the device when it's installed in a cubicle. But also you can find in the market wall type constructions, small filters, or also rack type kind of constructions. As you can see, it's a very easy to install device because these devices, they only need a place where to install the HMI. Usually it's in the door of the cabinet. It can be also in the substation control room. And they need a device to open and close the circuit in case you want to make some maintenance. So it can be, we can use a circuit breaker or we can use a fuse switch. And also important thing for this device is always the ventilation. There is no limitation in the amount of these devices that you can connect in parallel. You can connect any amount of devices in parallel to reach whatever output current is needed for the application. So if we are talking about these kind of solutions, Of course, we have to compare them with other solutions that are available in the market. We cannot go into detail on this today because of the limitation of time, but just for you to get an idea, if we divide the solutions in the market in this area between passive and active, and also if we divide them in how they are connected to the system in parallel, shunt, in series, or if there are some special designs, this is everything that you can find in the market nowadays. We are here, an active harmonic filter is an active solution connected in parallel, and let's say this kind of solution is competing with, if we are talking about parallel connection, passive solutions like tube passive filters. You can also find series connected devices, but of course they have some kind of limitations because they're connected in series. Of course, we can see later as I talk about a bit about it. Broadband passive filters, different types of transformers, AC line reactors, DC link reactors. We are talking about VSDs and active front ends if we are talking about VSDs. And also there, if we are talking also about VSDs and reducing the harmonics, they are in the market different kind of the designs, multi-pulse VSDs, slim DC link VSDs, and matrix inverter VSDs. Anyways, just for you to get an idea where these devices are. Typical applications, well, everything that has variable speed drives, a lot of things nowadays have variable speed drives, and the variable speed drives, especially the 6-pulse drives, they generate a lot of harmonics that they have to be mitigated. That is a key application for active harmonic filters. Then, of course, any kind of arcing devices, furnaces or welding machines. And if we are talking about buildings or factories, nowadays, everything has switch mode power supplies, printers, aircons, computers, PLCs, TVs, and so on. Battery chargers, they also create problems, including electric vehicle charging stations. We all have already delivered, for example, active filters to several suppliers of electric vehicle charging stations. Double conversion UPS, hospitals, they have a lot of equipment that create harmonic problems, and lighting, that has always been a problem in the past, fluorescent lamps, but nowadays LED. LED, they are very energy efficient devices, but LEDs create huge amount of harmonics that they need to be mitigated. And of course, big problem also is solar inverters and wind turbine generators, they generate harmonics, and then some other industrial loads. This is how the devices are designed. And this, you will see this graph later because active power filters, all of them, they have the same kind of principle. We have this kind of equipment that is creating the problems. Can be variable speed drives, can be solar inverters, can be battery charger, anything. For us, it really doesn't matter what is the equipment. We put here the current transformers to understand what is happening, what are the problems for power quality or energy efficiency that this equipment is creating for your installation. And then we have the control system that is firing the IGBTs and it's injecting a current to the system to compensate all these problems. The time from measurement until injection is less than 100 microseconds. And these devices can be connected directly, easily, between 200 and 690 volts in 3-phase or, in 3-wire or 4-wire system, building or industrial systems. If you want to communicate externally, we have Ethernet, Modbus TCP possibility to connect to your SCADA. As I said before, these devices can be connected easily to high voltage, anything over 690 volts. Only thing that we need to use is a step-up transformer. So, and also measurement point has to be medium voltage. So near the equipment in medium voltage that is creating the problems. By doing this, we can make a, let's say, cheap medium voltage compensator designed in low voltage, but anyways, operating in high voltage through this step-up transformer. I will not go into detail into the operating principle, but basically the equipment has certain harmonics, certain power factor that is low, certain unbalance in current and voltage that is high. So what we want to do with this kind of device connected in parallel is at this point to reach a certain harmonic level to improve power factor to 1 and to reduce the imbalance of the system. There is a difference compared with passive solutions. Because passive solutions, for example, are designed for a certain harmonic order. So if you have a lot of harmonics in your system, you need to design a harmonic passive harmonic filter for each one. For example, 5th, 7th, 11th, 13th, 4 passive filters, and still you will not be eliminating all the harmonics in installation because these devices, they can eliminate harmonic orders up to the 50th harmonic order in real time. So that's why if you want to clean your system of harmonics completely, it's possible to do it. As I said before, no time to go into detail today on the comparison with other solutions. But anyways, I think this presentation will be available for you if you are interested to go into more details. But there are a lot of different things compared with the other solutions. Response time is a important thing to consider in your application. If you can select and program the harmonics that you want to eliminate, if you want to also do power factor correction at the same time or load balancing at the same time, if you also have flicker issues or you want to reduce voltage variations at the same time, if you want to avoid resonance that you can have in your system, for example, if using passive harmonic filters, and so on. And of course, there is always a investment cost and operating cost for these devices, CapEx and OpEx. Also, no time to go into detail today, just for you to get an idea that when we are evaluating with customers for the installation that they need power quality improvement and energy efficiency improvement, the use of these devices, we don't only count the initial investment but of the device, but also you have to take into account that with this kind of modern devices, design costs are pretty simple for the system. The space that they take in installation is very simple, and also the consumption, for example, cost and upgrading and downtime outage costs, they are very low. So anyways, always when we talk about these devices, we have to take everything into account. I will go with the first example of these devices. This is with solar inverters in Australia. Now there's a lot of companies that install solar inverters, in this case in the rooftop. And the problem with solar inverters is that the one solar inverter, perhaps one piece, has a data sheet and then is always complying with certain harmonics. Okay, but the problem that you have here is when you have a lot of solar inverters in the installation working together, then when you measure, then you have a very high harmonics. This is what happened to this customer. So after installing 250 kilowatts of solar power in the rooftop, they measure and they discover that have a lot of harmonics. They don't comply with the grid code in Australia. And also all those harmonics flowing from the solar inverters into the installation, they were causing problems to all the equipment that the customer was having in there. So our partner in Australia, in this case, they were installing active harmonic filters in cubicles. This is the installation, 600 amps, 3 modules. And because the customer wanted to extend the power plant in the future, the solar power plant, they left here a space to add a module in the future. This is very important, the flexibility of these devices, because if you want to extend the output of the rating of these devices, is extremely simple in the future. In case you install extra machinery or somehow the topology of installation is changing, you just put more modules in parallel and you connect the modules to the same HMI, and then you just correct the settings in the HMI. So you can extend the factory, put more equipment, and there is no problem if the harmonic spectrum changes. There's a big difference, for example, compared to passive solutions. This is how it looks the installation. When they measure here, the solar power plant was injecting a lot of harmonics in the system, causing damage to the gas turbines and all the equipment in the installation. So we installed here in this point the active harmonic filter, 600 amps, to take care of all the harmonics that were generated by the solar inverters. Another case, this is a data center. We are also doing a lot of data centers because a lot of the loads that we have in data centers nowadays, they create harmonic problems. In this case was UPS systems, computers, and LED lamps creating harmonics, but also in data centers, it's very common that the chiller plant is generating a lot of harmonics. So in this case, we deliver 6 units of 100 amps, also built in a panel by our partner there in Korea. And we were using in each incoming panel a filter to take care of all the harmonics that they were generated in the different, let's say, floors or areas of the data center. So, okay, we reduce the apparent power taken from the utility, reduction in cost, improving the energy efficiency, improve the active power installation, reactive power, of course, decreased because we corrected also the power factor, and the harmonics were reduced. Okay, here you can see also the active when the system is on, so we improved the power factor of the installation. Okay, I will move then to the static bar generators, SVGs. Also, these devices, they become very popular in recent years, but they have been in the market since the 90s. Same kind of construction, modules. You can put as many modules in parallel as needed to reach a certain reactive power rating. As you can see here, these devices are measuring kilobars plus minus, because these devices can give you capacitive reactive power output or inductive reactive power output. The same device can work as a, let's say, capacitor bank or reactor bank. So that's why you have the plus minus 288 kilowatts, for example, for this setting. So main uses for these devices: power factor correction, mitigating flicker, and reducing voltage variations. Again, where these devices are. So they are here. What we can find in the market? There are other active solutions like thyristor switch capacitor banks or thyristor switch reactors for inductive or capacitive reactive power compensation. And they are passive solutions, mechanically switch capacitor banks or reactors, the traditional solutions. Also, you can find some synchronous condensers, but in low voltage, they are not common, that they can give capacitive and inductive reactive power compensation. Typical applications: any kind of installation that has fast changing reactive power demand, highly dynamic loads where the power factor fluctuates rapidly or in big steps, hospitals, data centers, for example, correcting the leading power factor, and then, railways, solar inverters, and any kind of load that has low power factor. Again, same kind of installation, but in this case, the current transformers will be measuring the power factor or flicker that we might have in this installation. And also, again, the device can be connected easily to high voltage using step-up transformers, so you can get a very cheap compensator designed in low voltage, but operating in your medium voltage installation through this step-up transformer and taking here the measurements near the equipment, creating the problems in medium voltage. In this case, main concern is power factor, and also it can help with the imbalance of the installation. And this is how the device operates. If you have this kind of load that you can see here in red, the load can be inductive or capacitive in the installation. So if you have a traditional solution, here you see in orange, it has steps, a capacitor bank. And the steps, you are switching them, is not fast depending on the design of the capacitor bank. And then you will be all the time over or under compensating your system. And if you are in this area, the capacitor bank is unable to compensate here. You will need a reactor bank. And again, here you are under overcompensating. The idea of the SVG is that you inject the needed reactive power, capacitive or inductive, in real time, so you can maintain the power factor of your installation all the time in one. Plus, you can take care of flicker, load balancing, or voltage variations at the same time. Here, also, if we are talking about inductive reactive compensation, you need a reactor bank, and then anyways, the reactor bank still will be, for example, overcompensating, but the SVG will take care of the compensation, also inductive reactive power, the same kind of device in real time. So again, a table with a lot of features to compare. Okay, not time to compare them, but I mean, important things: response time, switching, because we use IGBTs, basically unlimited switching. Output is stepless from this kind of devices. It can do inductive and capacitive power factor correction, and operation of these devices is not affected by harmonics that you might have in your installation. Also, it's not possible to over or under compensate your system. And again, also, I will not go into detail in this table, but we need to consider when we make the investment, CapEx and OpEx. Anyways, no time to focus on this. Typical example for SVGs will be welding machines. In this case, it's a resistance spot welding machine. Welding machines, they have a very quick cycle, and they create a lot of power quality and energy efficiency issues when they operate. So that's why they need a very fast compensator to take care of problems. Can be flicker, load balancing, active power demand, everything. So this is a welding machine. It's a two-phase or a single-phase device in a three-phase system. That's why it causes a lot of problems. And this is how we can install an SVG in parallel with this kind of device. And this is how you see the operation of the when it's operating the device welding. You can see that we have also a very big imbalance because it's a single phase device. So what we are doing when we have an SVG in here, we can improve the active power in the system, and then we can deliver the reactive power needed by the device when it's operating. Also, when we do this, we can improve the flicker of the installation. This is very important. We can balance the whole system. Here you can see the system that is balanced, the three phases. We can stabilize the voltage of the installation. And we do power factor correction at the same time, because you can see that the voltage and current, they come then in phase when we are operating this device, the SVG. I will talk a bit about hybrid bar compensators. So this is kind of a new solution. It has been not that long in time in the market, but this solution is an active solution. Even if it's combining two things, it's combining an active filter module or an SVG module together with a traditional capacitor bank. But the traditional capacitor bank doesn't have own controller. The steps of the traditional capacitor bank, for example, the contactors are connected to the modules, and everything is controlled by the same HMI. That means that the whole system, even if it has capacitor bank, is operating together in real time. Output will be, response time will be less than 100 microseconds. This is an example that gives you, in this kind of dimensions, minus 278 kilobars inductive to plus 428 kilobars capacitive, same device. So we have to compare this with other solutions. But anyways, we have already talked about the other solutions that we have in the market, that they are competing with this technology. Applications, basically any kind of application that we have seen until now where SVGs or active filters can be used, but it will be installations where they need more capacitive reactive power. And by using the capacitor bank together with the module, we can get, let's say, cheaper capacity reactive power. So we can reduce the cost of the whole system. This is how it looks, the device. We have the active harmony filter or SVG module, and this will be working together with a capacitor bank. And also you can design a very cheap compensator for high voltage by connecting the output of this kind of device, the module plus the capacitor bank, through the step-up transformer in high voltage. So, okay, I will not go into detail on this, but you can see here how is the connection of this device, the principle. And this is how the device operates. In this case, we have in red demand from installation, capacitive inductive. So in this point, for example, we will get the output from the module to compensate power factor 1. But in this point, we can switch on a capacitor bank step, and the device will work in the inductive side and injecting more power. So we will be doing this, switching the capacitor bank and injecting from the module whatever is needed to guarantee that the power factor of the installation is 1 continuously, inductive or capacitive, plus this device can take care of harmonics, interharmonics, voltage variations, flicker, and load balancing at the same time. So benefits, even if you have a capacitor bank, there will not be steps in the output, guarantee unity power factor, very easy to design. You have, and that's why it's also a solution that a lot of consultants, they like. We have in a single device control, or let's say we take care of all the power quality and energy efficiency issues of a factory or building with a single device and with a single controller. We don't need to have any more different kind of controllers. No capacitor banks, no reactor banks, no passive filters, no active harmonic filters around the installation. Everything is taken care of with one device. And here you can see the HMI. We can control the operation of the modules, and here you can see when capacitor banks are operating or not. Also, not time to go into details, but also we have talked about a lot of these important things before. And also, depending if you use an SVG module or an active filter module, there are smaller differences also on the cost and the design. Example, this case is in Australia. It's in a shopping mall. Shopping malls have a lot of loads, creating problems with the harmonics, for example, power factor, and so on. In this case, 7 incomers for the shopping mall. They have a lot of issues with harmonics, and power factor was too low. So they have a lot of also tripping of the protection relays because of harmonics. And then we delivered there. Well, our partner in Australia delivered there 7 hybrid compensators. They were formed in this case by a module, and the module was controlling the capacitor bank steps. Here we have the capacitor units with the tuned reactors. So everything controlled by the same HMI. This is how it looks after operation. You can see that improve the harmonics or reduce the harmonics of installation. But I think this graph is better because you can see that even if we are switching the capacitor banks with the module, the power factor in this case for customer was enough 0.98. It could be pushed to 1, but in this case was no need. So it's very stable. Reactive power less from demand from the grid. Average voltage of installation improved, plus also the harmonics were reduced to less than 5% continuously. And just 3-4 minutes to finalize. Low harmonic drives is the last type of active power filters I want to talk today. This is a design that is a combination of a active harmonic filter with a 6-pulse drive to reduce the cost of the whole solution. You can see here how compact is this drive, for example, a 315 kilowatts drive. So this is competing with other technologies connected in shunt or in series. We have we'll talk a little bit about that before. So typical applications, well, nowadays everything has variable speed drives, fans, pumps, machinery, lifts, escalators, conveyors, HVAC systems. Wherever there is a VSD, there is a need to eliminate harmonics. 2 types of connections of this low harmonic drive. We have the current transformers in here, just in the input of the drive, and then we have here the output of the device. We can take care of one drive at a time, but the main advantage of this device or this construction or configuration is when we have several drives, because active harmonic filters are connected in parallel. So if we have several drives in an installation, one active harmonic filter can take care of several drives because they are connected in parallel. Also, this is a very redundant system. If there is a problem with active filter, we can replace it and not stopping the process. This will not happen with a series connected device like series reactors, series passive filters of active front ends. If a series device fails, the whole drive or process is offline until it's repaired. Also, very easy to connect to medium voltage installations with medium voltage variable speed drives by using here like a step-up transformer. This is the configuration of the device, and this is the idea. Many ideas to take care of the harmonics, but the same device at the same time can improve the power factor of the machinery of the motor is connected to, and also if there is any imbalance, it can also improve the imbalance of the equipment that we have here running. A lot of other technologies compared with active, if we are comparing with these kind of low harmonic drives, if you use a 6-pulse drive directly, we have very high harmonics. We have solutions with line reactors, but still harmonic contents are very high. We can use multi-pulse drives, like 12-pulse variable speed drives, but still harmonics are very high and usually out of the requirements of the customer nowadays. With this kind of solution, we can guarantee always customers that the THD, for example, is going to be in current is going to be less than 5%. That is what the customers usually demand. Okay, no time to compare with other technologies like multi-pulse drives, 12, 18, 24, shunt or series passive harmonic filters, or active front ends. And also there will be comparison in cost. And also it's very much dependent on the quantity of motors that you have in the project. If we have one motor to compensate with this kind of solution or several motors, if we have several motors, then it becomes a very cost-efficient solution. Then this is a case for Spain. We were working here with Fuji, and this is just an example of a 6-pulse drive from Fuji with our active filter. So this was the 2 drives, 200 kilowatts each, working, and you can see here that they were creating a lot of harmonics from the 5th harmonic order up to the 43rd harmonic order. So didn't comply. If we want to use, for example, a passive harmonic filter, we will need to design passive filter for each harmonic order. The solution that makes that everything is compliant on the harmonic orders with what customer require is to install here a 200 amps active harmonic filter in parallel with this. Also very compact solution. Here we can compare with other solutions using passive harmonic filters in parallel with the device or active front ends. For example, active front ends, you need to use always one active front end per drive. And also in this table, finally, we have a comparison of the cost of investment solution, operating cost per year. So usually the losses and the operating costs are much lower with active harmonic filters than other technologies. Also in many installations, space is important. Plus, customers want sometimes to take care also of power factor correction or select the harmonic orders that they want to eliminate, avoid resonance or mitigate flicker. Okay, so exactly 10 o'clock. Perhaps I went a little bit fast, but anyways, as I said before, this presentation will be available to you in some point. I think the organization will arrange that. If you want to connect with me, here there is my name, and also if you connect to me, you want to connect to me through LinkedIn. Here is my LinkedIn address. And anyways, I don't know if we have some time for questions. I will stop sharing at this moment my presentation, but I don't know what is the schedule at the moment. If there is some time for questions, or if not, then we can finish in here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Esteban. And now let's proceed to the question and answer session, followed by the awarding of certificate of appreciation. To facilitate, let's call Engineer Adrian Elray.
Thank you, Miss Wendy. Good morning again to all. Thank you, Mr. Pedro Esteban, for the very well presented topic.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your different solutions for different energy efficiency, power quality problems. Apology, I cannot share my video because of my camera. But sir, we have one question in our Q&A chat box. This is a question from Engineer Eduardo Pati. I will read, sir, the question. The common problem with AHF is the IGBT component. My question is, have you already considered protecting this IGBT for reliability and durability of this very expensive equipment? Thank you.
So I couldn't hear too well, but the question is about the IGBTs that we use in the active power filters.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so yeah, the active power filters, they use IGBTs. IGBTs are very, let's say, delicate component. As I mentioned before, there are two topologies, 2-level and 3-level topology. 2-level topology uses 6 IGBTs in an active power filter. 3-level topology uses 12 IGBTs. But all of the whole device is protected. This is also one of the differences with passive solutions. There is internal protection in every active power filter. The internal protection includes over voltage, under voltage, over current, and also, for example, temperature protection. So if during the operation there is an issue, for example, with the voltage or the current in the system, or if the temperature of the device is too high, and of course, the temperature of the device cannot be higher than 50 degrees because that will affect the operation of the IGBT, or it will damage the IGBTs. The active power filter will be automatically disconnected from the network. And then when the conditions are back to normal, the voltage is stable, or there is no risk of a short circuit, or there is no, or the temperature is lower, the device will automatically itself reconnect to the network. So, I mean, the IGBTs in this kind of devices are fully protected because all the protection functions are built in automatically or electronically inside the device. I don't know if that is answering the question.
Thank you, Sir Pedro, for your answer. Sir, we have another question from Sir Arlon Magsino. He said, good morning. For arc furnaces, what type of filters would you recommend?
For arc furnaces, what type of filters?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any
Arc furnace is a
recommendation?
very interesting application, and it's a medium voltage application. Of course, we talk about the arc furnace. We don't talk about the rolling mill in these steel applications. Anyways, if we are talking about the steel industry, also we have rolling mills, and rolling mills is a very easy application where we can use these active power filters I was showing to you today, because in the rolling mill we can connect these active power filters in medium voltage with a step-up transformer. Usually the ratings are needed and smaller, and these active power filters can take care of the reactive power and the harmonic mitigation needed. If we're talking about an electrical furnace, the power demand is usually big, very big. That's why these devices could be used, but if the power demand is very big, it's not convenient. That's why for bigger power demands, if we're talking about megabars, for the reactive power, harmonics, flicker, and then balancing the electrical furnace, we have two other solutions that I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation. It should be an STATCOM that is also made with IGBTs, but medium voltage IGBTs, or an SVC for bigger powers up to 250 megabars. But if we are, okay, depends on the rating, but if we are talking about a big electrical furnace, this device will not be the best option. We have to look into STATCOMs and SVCs.
Thank you, sir, for your answer. We have one last question, sir, from an anonymous attendee. But I think the specific of this question is not included. But let me just read, sir, the question. Maybe you can share your thoughts. Is this applicable to capacitive load only? Maybe he is referring to the products that you presented, sir.
Yeah, active power filters, the advantage that they have is that the output of these devices can be both at the same time. We can use it for capacitive reactive power injection or inductive reactive power injection. So the device can do both things same time. That's why, for example, these devices can be used very well for flicker mitigation or for reducing voltage variations in installations, because we have both inductive and capacitive reactive power compensation in the same device. Apart that these devices can take care of the other things, like I mentioned before, can take care of harmonics, load balancing, and these kind of other things. But yeah, inductive and capacitive, both.
Thank you, sir. So we have one more question, sir. Just very quickly. This is from Mr. Felipe Babag Jr. For power filter, is it reliable if your main source of power supply? Main source of power usually have voltage fluctuation. Example of 110 volts instead of 230 volts.
I mean, these devices can be, this is a very good question. These devices can be used, connected directly. I think it was in one of the slides. They can be connected directly between 200 volts and 690 volts directly on the device, and they can operate in that range, 3-wire and 4-wire systems. But if we are talking about voltage fluctuation in the system, this is interesting thing, because when you use conventional solutions like capacitor banks, the output of a capacitor bank is dependent on the voltage of the system. For example, if the voltage of the system is lower for some reason, the output of the capacitor bank will also be lower. But these devices are independent. All of these active power filter, power electronics, the devices, they are independent on the voltage of your system. Even if for some reason the voltage of the system drops 5%, 10%, for example, you will get still full output from the device. And with that full output, you can still try to correct whatever problem you have in your installation. So the output is not dependent on the voltage, we can say, like the passive solutions are.
Thank you, sir. And another additional question, sir. We just would like to take this opportunity to ask questions. This one is coming from Engineer John David Dogdon. Sir Pedro, based on your experience, how much was the most energy savings corrections that you observed, sir?
Well, that's a difficult questions, because anyways, we talked about there about two things: power quality improvement and energy efficiency improvement. And depending on where these devices are installed, we need to first see what is the problem of the customer. Of course, I forgot to mention at the beginning that always in this kind of, when we're dealing with these projects, if this is an existing installation, we recommend a power quality assessment, power quality measurements. So from there, we can see what is the status of the efficiency and the power quality of the installation. Usually here in Philippines, our partner, Wesco, takes care of all these measurements and studies. Then when we know what is happening in the installation, if there is a running installation, we see what we need to do with this kind of device. First, we have to take care of the harmonics because they're creating problems. We have to improve the power factor, load balancing, and so on. Once that we know what is the magnitude of the problem that we need to solve, we can estimate the size of the device needed for that. But also, when we have that kind of device, we can estimate, for example, savings. For example, power factor correction is very easy, because if the power factor is low and we improve the power factor, we can calculate easily the savings, the energy efficiency savings for that. But then there are other things that they are much more difficult to calculate. For example, if we reduce the harmonics of the installation, how much money is for the customer that? Perhaps we reduce the harmonic current, there is money in that, but customer installation, perhaps the production line is tripping every month, and that causes a lot of losses. Unbalance also difficult to estimate, because it's proven that if there is very high imbalance in current and voltage in the installation, the motors in the installation, the lifetime is going to be reduced in many years. So with the lower imbalance, the motor's lifetime can be possibly improved or extended 10, 15 years and so on. So, I mean, every case is different, and for every case, some of the things that we do are difficult to estimate. Harmonics, unbalance, for example, and flicker mitigation is difficult to estimate what are the savings, because a lot of times the savings depends on process running better, or machinery not tripping, or machinery not breaking down. Power factor correction is easier to estimate. So I don't have a clear answer for that yeah, at the moment. But anyways, there is for sure savings that we can get when operating these kind of devices. Not only power factor correction, but we have to take into account all the other things that we can do at the same time.
Thank you, Sir Pedro. Due to the limited time, we are ending the Q&A. But Sir Pedro, we still have two questions in our Q&A chat box. Maybe you could answer it after your presentation, sir. You can see it on our Q&A chat box. And
Okay,
thank
I
you
can
to
try to
our...
use you mean in the webinar chat, no? Because I can try to
Yes.
find them, and then yeah, I can do it. I can do it, yes, after the meeting is over. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to our participants for the questions. And we do have a lot of message of things from our participants, Sir Pedro. We are very glad, and we learned a lot from your presentation.
Thank you
So
very much, Adrian. Thank
thank
you
you,
very much
sir.
for the
To
organization.
proceed with the awarding of the certificate, sir, I would like to ask our tech team to share the certificate. Okay, so the Institute of the Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. This certificate of appreciation is presented to Meros Power, to Sir Pedro Esteban, in grateful acknowledgement and sincere appreciation of its valuable contribution as a sponsor during the virtual Mega Technology Caravan in conjunction with the 48th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2023 with the theme IIEE at 48, moving forward collectively as we pave the way to the world of opportunities and digital innovations. Given this 29th day of November 2023, signed by our National Secretary, Engineer Alberto Herrera Jr., signed by our National Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Florigo Barona, signed by our National Vice President for External Affairs, Engineer Esperanza Collado, and signed by the National President of IIEE, Engineer Lyndon R. Rabe. Again, Sir Pedro, thank you very much, sir, for always supporting IIEE.
Okay, thank you very much to all of you. And have a good conference and rest of the day. Thanks for inviting me here.
Thank you so much, Engineer Ray. To introduce our second speaker, let us all welcome one of the member of the TCPDC, Engineer Eusebio A. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For our next topic, going digital and future-proofing electrical assets, our speaker is also known as Jack. He received his Level 1 certification on thermography through Impaired Training Center of Sweden, Stockholm. He also serves as the Vice President for Sales and Marketing at Wesco Electrical and Equipment Corporation, a technical services company dealing power asset maintenance, testing, engineering, power quality, energy efficiency audit, and electrical safety solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome the Vice President for Sales and Marketing of the BCP Trading International Corporation, Mr. Vincent Jason B. Piñalosa. Take it away, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Engineer Elboy. Thanks for that wonderful intro right there. So, by the way, you see my name down there. Nobody calls me by my real name. Just call me Jack. And yes, I am the Vice President for Sales and Marketing for Wesco Electrical Equipment Corporation, VCP Trading, as well as PAMAV Tech. And I hope you guys can give me a thumbs up if you hear me properly. You might want to turn down my monitor real quick, just a little bit. Thank you very much. And I would encourage everyone to please use the Q&A. I will see it here somewhere. I don't mind being stopped at any point of my presentation. You're stuck with me for about an hour and a half. They gave me 2 slots, so yeah, we'll go start. And yes, so the company is Wesco Electrical and Equipment Corporation. I am the Vice President for Sales and Marketing. And just to briefly introduce who Wesco is, basically we're one of the leaders in providing technical services and training for the power system industry. Training is something very, very important to us. I think improvement of the practitioners, the engineers, and the overall industry is very, very important. And yes, we do have the technical solutions and expertise for low, medium, and high voltage systems. Very quickly, this is our history, where we started business back in 1976 as RPEC, or Rodolfo Peñalosa Electrical Company. If the name sounds familiar, yes, he used to be the chairman of the Board of Electrical Engineers from somewhere, I don't know, 1999 to about 2010, give or take. So in 1979, we figured that life wasn't all about electrical contracting. In fact, it was a big pain in the neck just because we had to play cat and mouse with our accomplishment sections. So in 1986, basically, we established business in the United States, where we, we do have a contractor's license in Southern California. Now, this part of our corporate history is quite important. We had a military project in El Toro, California. We installed the wiring for the first F-16 flight simulator. We did not supply, of course, the flight simulator. That was someone else, but we wired the building in accordance to aviation standards. So in 1990, when we re-established back in the Philippines, we were no longer called RPEC, but we called ourselves Wesco. And basically what happened in a nutshell, that we brought home what we've learned from the US, and we reinvented the company to revitalize the business in an approach for preventive maintenance, third-party testing and acceptance, power system testing, power quality and power safety solutions, and that's what we've been doing ever since. Although my slides are not that updated, we are on our 33rd year as of 2023. So basically, these are the business units of WESCO. Of course, the largest would be the Power and Energy Solutions. We do have a group for MEPF, or testing and commissioning, for mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire. And of course, energy management, and the last one, which is the audio and video solutions. The core competency of WESCO basically is in the preventive maintenance and power system testing. So pretty much from the generator side, at least the electrical part of that, partial discharge, the excitation systems, the protection for the generator sides, down to your power transformers, power circuit breakers, CTs, PTs, the oil, and everything else in between, we can practically test and maintain. And as I mentioned a while ago, the testing and commissioning management, this is where we come in as a third-party contractor, and we test the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire systems up against minimum standards or up against design. Now, the engineering consultation work is our fancy name for short circuit analysis, load flow protection coordination, and of course, arc flash. And finally, the electrical safety and power quality solutions. In our heads, you can't have one without the other, so they have to be hand in glove. And this is just the whole vision of the company and the whole commitment of the company. Now, I'll just go through the commitment that we deliver the best quality solution by providing excellent technical services and training to the customer. So you can see the training part never goes away. And the core values of the company is mastery, integrity, care, and excellence. And this is where we are. This is our little home in Quezon City, where we have 12 training rooms. We do have an engineering laboratory where we keep all our equipment and testing equipment. And this is where we do our hands-on training as well for our customers. And we also have our own computer laboratory and insulating oil laboratory. And speaking of the insulating oil laboratory, we are almost complete in terms of the insulating oil, where you have your regular dissolved gas analysis, oil quality. We have furan as well as corrosive sulfur. All we're missing now is the PCB. Hopefully that comes in very, very soon. WESCO is also an ISO certified company, and likewise, we are a certified ESCO by the DOE. And these are our sister companies, PAMAV Tech and VCP Trading. PAMAV Tech is our training arm, where we teach a lot of the technical topics and subjects such as substation maintenance, dissolved gas analysis, power quality, protection, infrared thermography certifications for level 1, 2, and 3. And of course, our trading company, which is VCP Trading International Corporation. Now, to the topic at hand. So basically, the whole topic is going digital and future-proofing electrical assets. Now, with the technology that has arrived and that is available to us, now all these digitalization is driving the need for monitoring technologies and solutions to provide essential condition data. The more you know, the better you're off. Now, with the emergence of IIoT, this kind of changed the way we operate and maintain our power assets. Of course, the acquisition of these relevant data enables organizations such as us and you guys to have a better understanding of how efficiently utilized your power assets are, and identify problems, very important, identify problems at a very early stage. Now, I'm sure you've heard this at one point, condition monitoring. Generally, in a nutshell, condition monitoring is defined as the qualitative and quantitative measurement of specific equipment parameters, noting or identifying signs of any significant change that could be an indication of an impending failure. Now, such tests could be in form of vibration analysis, for electrical, either insulation, partial discharge, power quality, and so on. Chemical, of course, insulating oil and dissolved gas analysis, which is, I think, going to be the next topic after this. And of course, temperature, just because A lot of times when it comes to failures, there is a rise in temperature as well. So it's either going to be infrared, online thermal imaging, or even contact sensors. We're going to be dealing somewhat with both a little bit of the electrical in terms of insulation, as well as infrared and online thermal imaging. Now, the mission critical facilities that chances are you guys are in, you have to ensure that you are equipped not to only cope with what you're doing on a day-to-day basis, but you have to ensure that today, tomorrow, and beyond, you are able to produce. You are able to provide the products and bring it to market. Otherwise, what's one of the worst things that can happen outside of repairs and catastrophic failures in the plant is losing market share. Yeah, that's the worst thing. Now, about condition monitoring and the purpose benefit, here's a little bit of a tidbit in terms of statistics from the US. They say that it costs them about 5.6K US dollars per minute, and about $336,000 per hour, and roughly about $8 million per day. So these things, they're not chump change. They're, this is real money. So you can just imagine what happens if you're shut down for an average of 8 hours. So that's roughly $8 million US dollars. So what we want to be able to do are these things. We want to be able to enable uniformity of data across multiple sites. If you have multiple sites, let's say site A, site B, site C, you want to be able to gather all those data and correlate them. Standardize the best performing equipment. Increase efficiency of procurement process. When we talk about increased efficiency of the procurement process, do I really need to change this? This is where asset management actually comes in. And of course, with that being said, you want to be able to reduce critical asset downtime, eliminate the unnecessary inspections or maintenance, increase safety, remove people from high-risk places, improve overall equipment effectiveness, and finally, reduce equipment repair or replacements. Now, these are a few of the maintenance strategies that I'm pretty sure you guys are all familiar with. We have the reactive, periodic, proactive, and predictive. The reactive, of course, fix it if it breaks down. If it's not broke, why fix it? That's the mentality behind that. The periodic, this is what you guys are probably going to be familiar with. On an annual basis, you go inside the substation, you test the transformers, gather oil, do the thermal imaging, so things like that, and that happens as a program. The proactive one eliminates defect at an early stage. How can this be done? If you have some form of monitoring. The predictive, of course, monitoring involved, you use data, you use analytics to predict somehow, or at least come close to machine failures, prediction of machine failures. Here's a bit of the evolution of maintenance. And ask yourself, where are you in terms of a company in this stage? Now, back in the 70s, it's all about reactive just because the technology was not available. So in this day and age, I'm guessing you guys are somewhere here in between preventive and predictive maintenance. Hopefully. And now, let's transition you guys now to condition monitoring. We'll first talk about temperature, right? Now, back in the day, currently, a lot of you guys are going to be familiar with infrared thermography, of course. You hire someone, third party, or you actually purchase your own camera, and you do this periodically on a weekly basis, monthly basis, so on and so forth. But there are times that faults or failures happen before or even after we've done the particular walk or the thermal procedure. And this is where online infrared sensors come in. Now, we don't want to be this guy on the left, which is what I would call the tansyamometer or the tansyamography. All right? Kinakapa lang natin. One, it's not safe. Second, it's crazy. You don't want to do that. Okay. Now, condition maintenance, or what we would call condition-based, refers to the process which is occasional or periodic. So this comes in with your program. Now, this approach is most likely to form a part of a planned maintenance program and schedule. Now, generally, we will need to power down equipment to gain access, similar to an insulation power factor, testing of transformers, insulation resistance of transformers. You are going to have to shut down the transformer, isolate it, demagnetize it, and perform the necessary tests. Yes, it happens. Now, there are online things that you can do as well, such as infrared thermography, ultrasonics or partial discharge, offline partial discharge. Well, for mechanical, you can do vibration analysis, you can do insulation resistance, high potential testing, insulation power factor, winding resistance, and the list goes on and on. Now, for online monitoring, however, this one is continuous. This is 24/7, 365 days a year. Now, this type of monitoring is best deployed for mission critical assets. The constant uninterrupted nature of this approach to asset management enables the direct detection of potential issues much earlier, right? Now, when we talk about thermal monitoring, it's either temperature sensors or actual infrared imaging devices that are connected online. You have the metering. These are the power energy meters, similar to what Pedro mentioned earlier, where you really need to measure to really understand what you have going on in your system. And this kind of provides you a better idea of what kind of solution you need to introduce. Of course, you have electrical signature analysis, which is one, it's mechanical. You have online bushing monitorings for higher voltage bushings. Online partial discharge, this could work both for transformers as well as generators, even switchgears, and of course, online dissolved gas analysis, which I think will be covered later on. Now, let's go to infrared thermography. As a definition, infrared thermography is the science of acquisition and analysis of thermal information from non-contact thermal devices. Let's redefine this a bit. It is the art and science of acquisition. Why do we call it the art and science? It's you try and take the certification course. I'm pretty sure you guys will pass. However, if you haven't seen a thermal camera before and you haven't handled a thermal camera before, it's very easy to make mistakes, and you will need some form of trigger time for it. But this particular device and solution is quite useful. One, it's non-contact. It keeps you out of danger. It does not intrude upon the target, so you can do this every single day, right? It's two-dimensional. Comparison between targets are, of course, possible. The image allows for an excellent overview of the target. These thermal images can be visualized for analysis. And finally, it is real-time. It enables fast scanning of any stationary target. It enables fast capture of moving targets. And of course, it enables capture of fast-moving thermal patterns. So it becomes very popular, right? So, and they're not very expensive nowadays. However, just like any other form of technology, there will be limitations. For example, conditions must be ideal. I don't think you can take out your thermal camera in the rain or in the storm. You don't want to do that. You're probably going to damage your camera. This procedure is somewhat periodic. It's basically a moment in time. What happened now? You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You need a clear line of sight. If you can't see the target, then you cannot shoot the target. The data is not integrated or real time. So basically, what you have, again, is a moment in time where you have to go back to your computer, extract the data from your camera, and analyze and prepare your reports. It can be expensive over the equipment lifetime just because you have batteries that you probably need to change on an annual basis. Depends on the manufacturer. You have to send it back to the manufacturer on an annual basis for calibration. So it gets a little expensive sometimes. There will be equipment capabilities. Of course, if you buy a cheap camera that's low resolution, you know what you get. You get a good camera, you get, of course, better resolution. Of course, emissivity affects results. In a nutshell, the more metallic and shiny an object is, the lower the emissivity. The more organic an object is, the higher the emissivity. To define emissivity, emissivity is basically the ability of an object to emit its own radiation as temperature, right? So the more metallic it is, the lower the emissivity. That means it has higher reflectivity. So I'm sure you've seen in one form or the other a report that has a lot of reflections on a bus bar. So that's it, right? Now, here's the thing. Being non-invasive as a solution, it is likewise non-conclusive. Thermal imaging devices cannot determine the problem. Thermal imaging devices only see the effect. All right, you will need to do a more invasive test to be able to confirm what you're finding. Take, for example, let's say you shoot at the body of a transformer and you see a particular anomaly or a quote-unquote hotspot. What do you say? Oh, hotspot detected due to high activity of partial discharge due to winding deformation. I don't think we can say that just because we need to be able to go in and test electrically. Okay? Now, the last thing and the most important thing when it comes to infrared thermography is, of course, the skill set of the operator. You can buy the most expensive cameras out there, but if your operator is a little, then, you know, it's not the gun, it's the shooter. So that's what it is. Now, whenever we're doing thermal condition monitoring, let's say for critical infrastructures, a lot of times these bad joints and connections are the one that has the most common causes of failures due to thermal effects brought about by high resistance terminations. We cannot escape the fact that if there is a joint, a butt joint, there will be some form of impedance change on that particular object or device. Now, you see all of these things in medium and low voltage switch gears. You can use thermal monitoring for MCC control centers, dry resin, dry type transformers, and low voltage transformers. But we'll talk about those things in a little bit. Now, these high resistance terminations can always go undetected. Right? That's why with thermal imaging, sometimes it's a little, it's going to be a little iffy if it's only periodic. So we're going to deal with the medium and low voltage switch gears for now. Right here is a basic example of, let's say, a medium voltage switchgear or even a low voltage switchgear. Now, where can you start putting in those thermal sensors that we've been talking about? Pretty much anywhere there is a joint. So it becomes quite simple. The installation is quite easy, where you would actually have a non-contact infrared sensor such as a thermocouple. The thermocouple basically converts radiation into electrical energy, so it comes up with some form of a temperature. You have thermistors or resistance temperature detectors, so you can have that. Now, these things are permanently installed, which gives us the idea of the thermal condition monitoring. It gives us a 365 days, 7 days a week kind of information in terms of temperature. It's non-contact, it's non-powered. You can either do this once you get your new panel or a retrofit. So this is pretty much how it looks like. You place this somewhere on the panel door and point it directly to the connections. Now, if you will notice, they pointed it not on the itself, but on a high emissivity target just below, which is kind of like the insulation sleeve of the bus bars. Why is that? Just because if it's a shiny bus bar, then you have inaccurate temperature readings. And it is very small and it's very unobtrusive. Now, we talked about condition monitoring. So how do we do that? So it needs to be aggregated somewhere. So you would have you would have some form of a control panel or a module that can accommodate up to, I think, 12 sensors, and you can integrate that onto this little black box. I don't know if you guys see my cursor on this little black box, which is pretty much a remote panel, remote or local panel that goes through Modbus 485. Now that Modbus 485 or TCP/IP can go directly to your BMS or your SCADA system. So outside of that, it can also provide you local alarms or remote alarms. So it becomes a very simple yet effective way to monitor temperature. Now, the manufacturer name is called Exertherm. The thing is, when they told me that this device replaces thermal imaging, I'm like, all right, okay, sure. The thing is, any infrared certification course will tell you that temperature alone cannot be able to determine or predict a failure. You will need some form of thermal gradient. Unfortunately, we have human eyes. We see visible light. Infrared has a longer wavelength, and therefore we cannot see infrared information. So you need the thermal camera to convert that to visible light so we can see thermal gradients. Now, thermal gradient is basically a change in temperature over distance. So once we start seeing that, we know for a fact where it's coming, what it's doing. Okay? Now, the same technology, sensors, actually applies to dry type transformers. You can have this on the primary side where it's continuously monitoring your winding ends. The sensors can also continuously monitor the tap connections. On the secondary side, you can have it on the three-phase connection, including the neutral. So you can have this installed in dry type transformers. Now, for low voltage switch gears, where you would actually have cables and conductors there is a little bit of a difference, where in this case, it's no longer infrared. No? So you don't need to mount it on the panel door. Basically, what you can do is have some sort of a cable sensor. Now, this cable sensor actually is zip tied to the cable. It's zip tied to the cable. I don't know if you see it right here, but there is this black part. The sensors are right over there near the termination point, and there is a black part right here, which is basically another temperature sensor. Why do you have another temperature sensor while you're already monitoring that's supposed to be the mechanical connections? Why? Simple, it's because of table 100.18 of National Electrical Testing Association, where the difference in temperature, the delta T between the object and ambient temperature. Now it comes in with a little bit of a standard. I'll show that to you guys later on. So you have a temperature difference between the actual object as well as the ambient inside the panel. Now with this kind of system, of course, you can have that installed again with a raw data transfer or the one with the software, and that goes directly to your BMS or whatever computer you have in mind. And speaking of the sensor I was telling you about, here we are. That's the sensor right there connected close to the terminal. Why isn't it on the terminal? Simple, just because once this starts heating up, since this is high emissivity, it's, you get a more accurate apparent temperature. Now, as I mentioned, this is the black part, which actually measures ambient temperature. In terms of the infraspection standard right over here, these are the NITA standards. So based on ambient temperature, 1 to 10 degrees, 11 to 20, 21 to 40, you have a military standard as well. You have an experience-based standard. When we talk about an experience-based standard, this comes with a little bit of an interview with whoever is handling the device or the asset, where, hey, what was the temperature when it failed? So you can have that in terms of experience base. And of course, you also have some form for the motor course. Here's a nice little video of how it looks like once installed in a motor control center.
As the world leader in thermal monitoring of electrical infrastructure, Exotherm has developed the unique, low-cost MCC 24/7 thermal monitoring solution. This simple and easy-to-fit kit, situated completely within the bucket, provides the ability to permanently thermally monitor the critical connections at the rear of the bucket. The MCC data card is easily installed onto DIN rail and collects the sensor temperature data to activate alarms when a fault is detected. The non-powered sensors connect directly to the critical incoming and outgoing power connections, continuously monitoring temperature. The status of each MCC bucket is provided by the external LED, which is mounted on the front of the bucket to provide a local, visible indication of alarm status. For operation, the MCC data card simply requires a 24 volt DC power supply. When the bucket is powered on, the status LED will turn green. For a failing termination, there are two alarms generated. First is the warning level alarm, for which the status LED will flash yellow. Should the temperature continue to increase, then a high alarm is triggered, and the status LED will flash red. Protect your critical MCC infrastructure with the unique Exotherm in-bucket 24/7 thermal monitoring solution.
So I kind of cheated there, so I don't have to explain it. I showed you a video. But it does come in two forms. You have the IEC MCC panel and the ANSI type of MCC panel. And of course, these are the components down here where you have the 6 sensors, one from the incoming side and the other one on the load side. And you have the LED indicator as well. And you have the aggregator as well as the control module. And of course, this kind of connects to your local monitoring system as well, which actually also, again, connects to your SCADA or your BMS. Now, other than just the MCC and the transformer and the medium voltage switchgear and low voltage switchgears, they do have a solution as well for bus ducts. However, I think it's going to be quite difficult to use this on bus ducts as a retrofit, but rather, I think it's going to be more efficient to have that during installation, and I'll show you the same video right here.
Bus duct is the compact, flexible, and safe choice for distributing electrical power through data centers. With rapid installation and continuous access to branch-off power, bus ducts can be adapted quickly to add power wherever it's needed. With all electrical assets, joints are typically the weak spots where faults occur, resulting in outages. The bus duct is heavy. The effect of gravity, constant heating and cooling, and movement from vibration or seismic activity will distort and compromise joints. A compromised joint can only be identified by the excess heat it generates. Hot spots that are not identified and correct can lead to power failures, or worse, fire, resulting in costly, unplanned downtime. Checking for hotspots currently relies on periodic inspection and estimating temperature using a thermal camera.
Introducing Exotherm's 24/7 bus duct monitoring solution.
Simply run the cable along the bus duct, clipping the embedded sensors to the joint sections. This can be done when the bus duct is being installed. The system will collect real-time temperature data and identify the precise location of a potentially disruptive or dangerous rise in temperature, alerting users via the BMS or EPMS management system or via built-in local alerts. The Exotherm bus duct monitoring solution can predict up to 70% more failures than periodic inspection, enhancing safety and saving costs through increased efficiency. Discover the sensors that help keep electrical power flowing.
All right, so that's the bus duct, and this is just like a small render of how it goes. So sensors are spaced basically where the connections are or the terminations are. Now, the thing is, sure, if all the bus ducts are standard lengths, it's going to be easy for retrofit. I mean, somewhat. However, if there are irregularities, then it becomes a little bit of an issue. So I don't know how that works. Now, of course, there is a main benefit to this, that it provides, of course, you, who is the end user, a call to action on a specific area of termination. Because one of the worst things that can happen is, you have heating, but you don't know where it is, right? So again, as much as possible, you want to be able to determine or evade that fault before a catastrophic event happens. That is pretty much for my part one. I think I still have a couple of minutes left. Now, again, as a conclusion, thermal condition monitoring provides a lot of benefits to you as the end user. versus periodic inspection techniques. The periodic electrical inspection requires engineers to work within close proximity of energized electrical equipment. Of course, to carry out routine checkups of power systems for either existing or potential faults. Now, can you just imagine trying to shoot on a 69 kV? How close can you go to it? Of course, continuous condition monitoring provides you as the end user again full-time, real-time protection of your equipment all year round, basically minimizing the risk to both personnel and the machinery by providing real-time data on condition of that machinery. Now, a lot of things, if you have these data readily available, it's easier to pass it up to higher ups or asset managers where they can actually make the decision whether to repair, replace, or decommission. So it becomes a little more easier for you in terms of decision making. Now, part two, we're still somewhere in that region of temperature, but this time we're going to be talking about real quick on online infrared monitoring for high voltage assets. You're all familiar, of course, with a substation, right? Now, I'm pretty sure you've seen someone go inside the substation with a thermal camera in hand and creating a grid on that substation, doing his thing and trying to identify potential anomalies within that substation. Now, the thing is, what if you have multiple sites of substations and let's say 10 substations and you only have like 2 infrared thermographers? Now, how long do you think it's going to take them to actually perform all that and prepare the report and submit it to you? So it becomes a bit of an issue. That's where online infrared devices come in. As you can see here, it comes with the software, it comes with a camera. All right. So think about this as a temperature measuring CCTV. That's pretty much all it is. It runs on PoE, goes through our RJ45 connectors and Cat5 cables or Cat6 cables, and goes to a network if you have a static IP, and then from headquarters you can basically check on every asset you have. Now in this case, they had a general. I think this was done in the China grid. I think, yeah. So they had specific applications or specific wants and needs, right? They had a general requirement. They wanted to be on a PTZ, pan tilt zoom, pan tilt zoom, so they can actually target specifically particular devices. So they wanted to see the power transformers, the primary bushing, secondary bushing, the oil conservator. Later on, I'll show you why you want to be looking at the oil conservator. Transformer body, the heatsink, the power circuit breakers, the external clampings, the internal contact head, the VTs, and the CTs. Here's one with the transformers where you can see it. It's actually, when you think about it, it's quite normal right here. Now transformers, they work on the concept of a little bit of a forced convection where the hotter oil is brought up and cooled down with the cooling fins and it's brought back down. So that's why it goes around. Now, if it's overheating, you can use your thermal camera to actually determine why it's heating. If it's not reaching this particular part, then you have oil starvation. Now, in this case, they were able to determine that, hey, you know what, I have a leakage flux on one of my tank screws, and they found out basically that the tank screw wasn't the same size as the other one. So it created some form of eddy current there. Like here, you have overheating of a transformer body due to poor magnetic shielding. And this was all captured online. Nobody had to go there and shoot at it. Here's another one right here, as I mentioned, on the cooling fins, where, as we mentioned, the higher part of that cooling fin should be a little warmer. And in this case, it's all gone cold. Why? It's either it's blocked or it's shut. But in this case, it was shut, similar to these ones right here. And as for the oil conservator, as I mentioned, you can actually, if you see this, the cooler part, and then the hotter part, this is actually the level of the oil inside. So, you can determine whether it's full or not. Now, Here's the thing, when you start comparing online devices to a particular handheld camera. Now, with a device, when it's portable, depends on how new your batteries are, approximately 4 to 6 hours, I'd say 6 hours. Working temperature anywhere between minus 15 to about almost minus 15 to about 40, 50 degrees. The frequency of that is periodic. The online, of course, happens 24/7. It's PoE powered from minus 35 degrees to about 50 degrees Celsius, and it happens in real time. Now, in terms of report delivery for the portable, you get your report dependent on how many targets he shot. The analysis, of course, is going to be operator dependent. The cost of acquisition, of course, will depend on the camera you get. If you wanted to get the full-on 120/80 by 1024 kind of camera, then of course it runs in the 7 figures. But a mid-range or at least a higher end 640 by 480, maybe $500,000 to about less than $1 million, depends on the brand and the specifications that you require. For online, of course, it's a real-time event. You have recording, both thermal, digital, and video, and you can use that for analysis. The online devices will have some form of smart history where it uses data to perform analytics. So it has a little bit of AI in there. In terms of the cost, the acquisition cost is slightly, I wouldn't say it's much higher, but there will be some form of labor involved just because you have to wire the RJ45s and Cat6 cables. You have to put in a switch, you have to put in a PTZ, and you have to mount it somewhere with a nice vantage point to your targets. So that would probably be the difference in terms of cost. Now, a conceptual model of this would be, let's say you have this is in substation 1, 2, 3, and 4. So all you have to do is basically have a network switch in there, PoE powered, connect that to your computer with its own particular software, which is not very expensive, by the way. And then that kind of goes to the facilities or the company's secured network or cloud or internet, whichever the case may be. It goes through a server, and of course, it kind of goes through the analytics going directly to the asset managers or the ones involved in making the decisions whether they need to change, replace, or repair. All right, now, part 3. So basically, this one is knowing today what should never happen tomorrow. So basically, in mission critical facilities engaged in a very competitive marketplace, you need to be able to ensure safe, continuous, and efficient handling of any electrical power. Yeah. Of course, that's one of the top priorities because nothing will run without electricity or power. This part of the presentation will discuss the challenges, some form of building blocks, and the measuring principle, and a little bit of a case study that ties the early detection of electrical faults and power quality measurements to enhance, basically, the decision-making process to achieve energy efficiency. Now, here are a couple of the things that we've heard, and it's quite common, but we just put this in right smack right here. They said that we have a suspected ground fault, but we don't know where it is. Next one, nag-trip yung GFCI namin, tinaas na lang namin yung setting para wag mag-trip. Laging nagtitrip yung ground fault relay namin, tinaas namin yung setting para di na mag-trip. You really don't want to do that. There is a follow-up to that. Nung tinaas namin yung setting, nag-trip sa main, nag-shutdown kami. Good job. Anyway, now, here's another one. This is relatively new. Whenever we use the dialysis machine, patients experience a sensation of being electrocuted. Wow, dinadialysis ka na, nakukuryente ka pa. Of course, you don't want that to happen. Now, this is the scenario. Your demands, especially for mission-critical systems, your demands on your electrical system, your power system, basically is very, very high. More often than not, you have round-the-clock operation. This allows you for a very, very limited time for preventive maintenance, the periodic ones, the periodic kind. Therefore, you need some form of monitoring that helps you ensure safety, reliability, and efficiency of the system. Why? Because at the end of the day, if there is damage on the equipment, that's money. If someone gets into an accident, that's money, and sometimes even labor case. If it's something catastrophic and you can't operate for the next 2 weeks, definitely that's big money just because you're losing market share. Now, of course, any continuous operation of an electrical system can create premature aging of components. Now, of course, failure to require predictive and preventive maintenance data can basically result in catastrophic process and therefore economical impacts. Now, we generally have two systems. We have on the left of your screen is basically an ungrounded system or a floating system. So in this case, you have one with a neutral with a floating ground. So it's a floating system. And on the right side, basically what you have is a grounded system, which is bonded at start, point, or neutral. Now, in IEC, they call it the IT system. So it's not information technology, but isolated Terra. Terra is the ground, and it's how it's connected, basically isolated Terra. So it's isolated. And then you have the TN, TNC, TNCS, so on and so forth. That's basically just a grounded system. The main difference is basically there is no direct connection between live or current carrying parts. In an ungrounded system or an IT system, you have this right here. There is no direct connection to this, where this is directly connected to that. Now, if you ask yourself, which is safer? Right? Which is safer? The most common answer probably we're going to get is no, the grounded system is safer. I guess not to contest anyone, but maybe the most politically correct answer is could be application dependent. Just because, let's say, for hospital applications, critical care units, it's already in the standards that it has to be on an ungrounded system, similar to NFPA 99. NFPA 99, IEC 60364-7-710, and our own electrical code, Article 5.17. Basically, all of them says that a critical care facility needs to be on an ungrounded system isolated by an isolation transformer no more than 10 kVA and monitored by either an insulation monitoring device or a line isolation monitor, right? So it's already there, it's already in the standards. The reason being because in a system that's less than 10 kVA, when there is a fault to ground, as long as the system is not capacitive, the system is clean, then there will just be a voltage shift to ground, keeping the system running in principle. Of course, we know that there is no perfect ungrounded system. There will be some form of leakage capacitance in there. But yes, that is in the standards, and that's what they've been using. Now, the monitoring solutions behind this, for ungrounded systems, you have, of course, insulation monitoring devices, you have residual current monitoring devices, and insulation fault locators. For grounded systems, you have the residual current monitoring device and residual current devices. Now, the residual current devices, aka GFCI or ground fault circuit interrupter, they are the same thing, they're just different terms. Now, to give you an idea in terms of monitoring ungrounded systems, here's a little schematic, so to speak, of what I was talking about, and this is a little small, no? Now we will assume that this system is a three-phase ungrounded system. We have our insulation monitor located somewhere on the LVSG, no? Because on its own it can handle up to 690 volts. So the way it's connected, there are three lines that's directly connected to line 1, line 2, and line 3, and to the ground. Now, how does it measure? It's quite simple when you think about it, and you guys know this. It's called the Ohm's law, right? So the system actually have a carrying voltage of no more than 25 volts and a pulse current anywhere between 1 to about 50 milliamps. Now, 1 milliamp is pretty much dedicated to the hospitals. Anywhere beyond that, 5 milliamps, about 50 milliamps, going to be for industrial, right? Now, since we have carrying voltage and current, what's left? Resistance. So the whole idea is that this device actually gives you real-time insulation measurement of the whole system. When we talk about the whole system, from the secondary of that transformer or the LVSG down to the circuit breakers, the bus bars, and to the loads. It will not pass through if you have an isolation transformer here, whether it's a step up or a step down. It will not pass through that because the pulse current and the measuring voltage will not pass through the primary winding of that particular transformer. Now, the whole idea is, once there is some form of a fault in there, a single fault, not a short, because once it's a short, then definitely it's going to trip. Then the system will tell you, hey, you have a problem. You have an insulation fault. Yay. Problem number 1 solved. I know I have an insulation fault. Now, talk about problem number 2. Where? What if it's a larger system? Then that's where you start using in insulation fault locations systems, where you can actually have that yellow box is basically a device that measures the residual current that's involved, and then it connects to a 0 sequence CT, so all 3 phases are in 1 CT, and whichever, I don't know if you guys remember that I said that there is a pulse current. Now, whichever CT actually senses that current, it actually gives you the channel of that device and the actual residual current that was measured. So in this case, it's address number 2. This is address number 2 and the channel number 3. And the residual current that was measured was about 12 milliamps. Now in a DC system, this insulation, because ungrounded DC systems, your 125 volt DC systems, in a DC system, the insulation monitor should be able to determine the fault that occurs, either it's on, or at least discriminate whether it's on the positive side or on the negative side. I think that the standard for that is IEC 61557-8. So it has to be able to discriminate whether between it's on the positive side and the negative side. The newer version of this can actually tell you how much voltage it actually shifted to ground. So it gives you that value. Now, for the grounded system, the way a residual current monitoring device actually measures is exactly how a GFCI measures residual current. So you will have a small CT in there. Once that CT is saturated a little bit, it magnetizes the armature and opens the circuit. But in this case, nobody wants to trip a system. That's the whole idea of monitoring. So in this case, the device actually has 2 settings: the first alarm and what they would call the second alarm, which is the critical fault. You can set that anywhere between 10 to 100% of your set point. Let's say we wanted to, our set point is, let's say, 100 milliamps, and I want to know earlier if I do have a residual current. So you can set your first alarm at 20 milliamps. So at 20 milliamps, once the residual current reaches 20 milliamps, there comes in a first alarm. Once it reaches beyond that and reaches your set point, then that would be the secondary alarm. A couple of things will happen onto that. You can use the dry contact outputs of these devices to either give you a visual or audible indication or alarm, or use that output to trigger a trip unit. But I don't know, I haven't had a customer that actually used the trip unit for this just because they don't want to. So let's say you've actually determined that there is a fault. So basically the system will tell you the history number. Is it, in terms of the number of faults, it's 4th of 123. The response value that you've set, the actual alarm value that was measured, the address on that device, and the channel on that device, when it happened and what time. Now, the fun part about this is it can actually determine also leakage current due to harmonics. So it will be able to measure DC leakage capacitances within the AC system. Now, these things are brought about by anything with an inverter. So yeah, you can measure that. So in this case, you have you have the fundamental, which happens at 40 milliamps, the third order 43 milliamps, and you have the fifth and seventh order, indicating that you probably have something like a 6 pulse rectifier in there that's giving out the fifth and sixth order. So yeah. All right. Now here's a little bit of a system application for this. This was used in a mining facility. So we have the ground level system, which is on a grounded system, and the subterranean system, which is on an ungrounded system, an IT system. So basically, we were measuring the load side, the line side of the VFDs, and we had a power energy meter measuring pretty much everything else. On the subterranean system, basically we had an insulation monitoring device and just one insulation fault locator measuring again the line side of the VFDs. And this was all integrated in one way with a network switch and a gateway and the software that goes directly to the comforts of their own air-conditioned office. They don't have to walk around, right? And this is the expansion system for that, where they started putting in power energy meters as well, right? Why did they want that? They wanted to know whether they had harmonics, whether they're single phasing, particularly the ones for the underground system. That voltage shift, if there is basically a resultant of whatever is happening also in the insulation monitor. Just because whenever you have a fault from, let's say, line 3 to ground, then voltage shift will there will be a voltage shift to ground, and then you will see that line 3 will actually drop in voltage. Okay, so that's that for that. Now, finally, so I have a couple of minutes left. I've shown you from temperature sensors, online infrared devices, and power quality measuring devices, and electrical safety devices. Now, you have like a ton of information. How do you correlate all these things? Now, that's the challenge, right? So what we want to be able to do is somehow correlate some weird unrelated data. And this is where a particular system, a software for that matter, comes in. It's called the Graphene. So basically, it's an energy management system. So it's real-time data and display, real-time data plus collection, plus post-processing, analysis, and reporting. So it's an all-in-one device. Now, the question is, how much data do you have? Do you have a mix of variables? Do these variables have any correlation to each other? Let's say a rise in temperature of a particular circuit breaker that's connected to a sizable VFD motor. Once that rises, why does that rise? Then you can start checking on your power meter. Hey, you know what? It has a high level of harmonics. Maybe that's why it is. So things like that can have a certain correlation to each other. Now, with those information involved, they need to automate it. Of course, at the end of the day, this enables you as the user to have a centralized solution in harvesting data from connected monitoring devices and equipment from multiple locations through intra or internet. Now, here's a nice little topography for it. If you see that, if you remember the exotherms, the temperature sensors that connects to the remote monitoring panel, that connects directly to the BMS or directly to the computer. You have the online cameras, and that has its own software that goes directly to this, the insulation monitoring device, and the meter that goes to a gateway and goes directly to this. Now, yeah, sure, it connects directly to that. Though, how do I connect it? A couple of ways you can do it. One is hardwiring it via RJ45 cables, Cat5, Cat6, or other solutions such as LoRa or long-range internet transmission, 5G, 4G. Yep. There are a million ways, right? Now, this is basically the RTU panel where everything else is aggregated. It's kind of like its own little MQTT where different protocols are converted into something that the software will be able to decipher. You have a system server, whether it's a cloud-based server or an in-house server that's on-premise in your facility. And of course, you have pretty much your software. So it gives you pretty much everything from the electrical overview, correlation analytics, customizable alarms, advanced and standard reporting, failure analysis, alarm analysis, and management. historical trend and archive server, facility monitoring, benchmark analysis. So pretty much everything else that you need to decide on data that, when you think about it, has no relation to each other, but they actually do, they kind of put that together and give you a more comprehensive way of making a decision. So yeah, basically, as far as I understand, I'm not an IT person altogether, but as far as I understand, as long as these devices run on some form of an IP address, this is basically something that you can start looking into, and the software can actually detect it. Okay? Now, to actually conclude, I guess now is the perfect time to leverage technology to your advantage. Connectivity between third-party devices are getting more powerful and cost-effective every day. And this provides you multiple solutions to anticipate and eradicate a potential failure. And of course, that is pretty much all I have time for. I left about 15 minutes for a little bit of Q&A. I see some Q&A, I think, so I can just take them if all right.
Yes, sir. Pwede po. Pwedeng Q&A.
All right. I think I have one because I see it in front of me. I have one from Engineer Felipe Babag. I think this is power filter. All right. Maybe for John, said that's still from Pedro. Do you conduct PQA and recommend applicable equipment based on result? Yeah, that would be us also. Oh, by the way, just going back to Pedro's presentation a while ago, someone asked about how much savings. As he said, it's not really predictable, but the best we've got was about 28% across the board. Okay, is there something above Engineer Egbert?
Parang kanina pa rin po yan kay Pedro.
Okay, in your assessment, could the integration of artificial intelligence effectively tackle the multifaceted challenges of analyzing data from online condition monitoring techniques like DGA, thermal scanning, partial discharge monitoring, and ultrasonic detection? Given the requisite abundance of available data, how soon do you foresee these challenges being resolved with the advancement of AI algorithms and accessibility of diverse data sets? Wow. For one thing, I'm not so sure how far we are in terms of AI. In terms of media application, yes, we've been using AI a lot. But I think this is from my personal opinion and not an industry opinion. We have to remember also that an infrared camera, a temperature sensor, a power energy meter, even an online dissolved gas analyzer, technically, these are dumb devices. It's you who have to analyze it somehow. In terms of the dissolved gas, I'm not going to be touching on that. That's a perfect topic for the next guy coming in. But as I've said, we need to develop some form of knowledge for this as well. Eventually, and hopefully, not hopefully, I don't want that to happen where we just sit around and not think about what's happening to our system and leave it to a machine to determine it for us. No, I think the best way, the machine assists us and we make the decision. Yeah, I think that's the way to see it. But in terms of foreseeing where AI is going, I think as an industry, I think we're still apprehensive to leave it up to a machine that will make that decision for us. I think it's still us that has to make a decision. So I'm not sure in terms of kailan natin makikita. But later on, I think you will see that in terms of DGA, there are already tools that will actually assist you in making better decisions. Right? I see another one is exotherm can be applied to underground cable installations. For underground cable installations, if it is, excellent question. Well, if you're underground, chances are you're either medium or high voltage, right? No, Engineer Geoffrey, kasi for kasi if it's cables, insulated cables, no, definitely it's going to be insulated cables. If it's underground, chances are you're medium or high voltage. The ones that are directly connected to the cables itself, those are low voltage only. So I don't think it can be used for. I don't think it can be used for medium or high voltage cables. However, I'm pretty sure there are other solutions for that. Yeah. Okay, with the arrival of, again, I think from Geoffrey again, with the arrival of AI, what do you foresee on how equipment data is gathered and analyzed? In fact, it's being done now. The couple of installations that we've had for online infrared cameras, the machine is actually the one gathering and providing you based on trends. No, it's not an AI that takes over everything. No, it's basically just algorithms that tells you, hey, this has been happening. This is the trend that's been happening for X number of days, X number of weeks, and then it gives you some sort of a recommendation, but it doesn't do it for you. No, it's already happening. Again, it's us. It's us that actually still has to make the decision. Okay. Finally, with Engineer Rex, how to address issue on thermal sensors, accuracy, and calibration concerns. Yeah. May I know the normal lifespan of a sensor and camera, considering it works 24/7? Okay. One, for the sensors, now remember it's all infrared. It's all infrared. Proper placement will come into play. As I mentioned a while ago, if you're targeting something that's low emissivity, then you don't get a close enough apparent temperature. What you're going to be getting is probably a reflection from a different source, or any excitant radiation from your target, regardless of where that other radiation is coming from. Now, in terms of calibration, the Mickey Mouse way we would do it is we would get something that has a known temperature, measure that at exactly the same distance. If there is a temperature distance, now this will greatly depend on the specification of the sensor or the camera. If the camera has a thermal sensitivity of 0.05, it has to be within that. No, otherwise, in terms of calibration for the thermal core, the all-purpose core that you use for inside panels, again, it's going to be the same. Usually, the ones we use have a 3-year calibration certificate that comes with it. However, truth be told, as long as it's not damaged, dropped, didn't get wet, it didn't experience any form of weird induction from somewhere, it should be fine for the next 5 years. But if you want to be safe about it, I would say every 2 years, depending on the manufacturer's requirement or recommendation. So yeah, so I hope I got to answer your questions. Not unless you guys have other questions in there.
Sir, meron po dito yung ROI. Meron bang ROI yan?
ROI. Well, it depends on what we're talking about. It depends on what we're talking about in terms of the ROI. If we're talking in terms of maybe electrical safety, maybe, or
parang wala yan.
You know, you can maybe look into how much do you spend on an hourly basis if there is an unwanted shutdown. That's one.
Baka savings.
Yeah.
Baka savings, sir.
Okay. Okay. In terms of savings, let's say on camera, how many times do you have to buy a battery? How many times do your people lose the battery?
Yung mga ganun siguro.
How many times do they drop the damn camera? Di ba?
Pero ROI, palagay ko hindi.
I hope not.
Kasi anonymous siya eh. Ano pa po bang questions yung iba?
I think I have a couple more, last couple of ones. My question is how much would be ranging, for example, high voltage substation infrared monitoring setup as well as training. Okay. The setup for the camera itself will range anywhere between a mere 300 to just a little over 1 million, depending on the specifications that you are looking into. Where the variables will lie is basically the kind of mounting that you wanted to do, no, and how many units you wanted to have in one particular substation. Let's say you wanted just focused on one asset, let's say the transformer, then you don't have to spend for the pan, tilt, and zoom. But if you want that, then that's additional cost and things like that. The next part, the software is not usually comes for free. Usually comes for free. Then the next one is you kind of have to work with IT now, and hopefully that substation can have access to a static IP, so headquarters can actually check it. No, so that's that. It's not any more expensive than a high-end handheld camera.
Okay po. Wala na po bang mga questions? Kung wala na, let's thank you very much, sir, for your very beautiful presentation and interesting. At saka marami po natutunan. Salamat po na marami. At for the awarding of the certificate of appreciation. The IIEE would like to award. Asa na? Asa na po yung the IIE would like to award the certificate of appreciation to Wesco Electrical and Equipment Corporation for our grateful acknowledgement and sincere appreciation of its valuable contribution as a sponsor during our virtual Mega Technology Caravan in conjunction with the 48th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2023 with the theme IIEE at 48, moving forward collectively as we pave the way to the world of opportunities and digital innovations. Given this 29th day of November 2023, signed Alberto Herrera, National Secretary, Esperanza Eculiado, Vice President for External Affairs, our Convention Bureau Chairman, Florigo Barona, and our President, Lyndon R. Bagge. Thank you very much, sir. Jack.
Thank you very much, Engineer Alboy, and I'll see you guys on the floor.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
For our next presenter, take it away.
We will having a short break for a few minutes. We will be right back. To introduce our third speaker, let us all welcome one of the member of the TCPDC, Engineer Max H. Adarlo Jr.
Thank you. Our next speaker, he works in sales and market development for EI DuPont, GE, CMP Limited, Protec Chemical Paint, and Morgan Schaffer around the world. He managed diverse teams of sales, marketing, technical, customer service, and estimator people. He worked in the plastic, chemical, powder paint, custom sheet metal, and electrical installation industries. And currently, he is the business developer manager in Asia of Double Engineering Company. Ladies and gentlemen, please all welcome Mr. Serge Gutierrez.
Today. So today I'm going to introduce a breakthrough in infrared photoacoustic technology for DGA analysis. Just checking out. Okay, now it's showing up. So just let's first review what is photoacoustic infrared. And photoacoustic infrared, we're using an infrared beam that is mostly going through what we call a chopper that will change the beam as a continuous infrared beam, mostly as a pulse. And then it goes to different color filter. Every gas that you're trying to measure has a different frequency, for absorbing the infrared energy. So the infrared goes to a specific filter for every gas, change the frequency. And when the infrared is in contact with the gas you're trying to measure, well, that gas will absorb the energy of the infrared in the frequency that mostly it will vibrate. As it absorbs the energy, well, there is a thermal expansion of that gas. The gas absorbs the energy, and the molecules start mostly vibrating because the temperature goes up. As the temperature goes up and the molecule vibrate, well, it creates mostly what we call pressure wave or sound wave. And then in the system, you have mostly very, very sensitive microphone that will pick up the change into the sound wave. And that's the way you mostly do the detection. And then you go to another filter for the next gas, and you repeat the cycle for mostly 6 of the key gas in DGA you're trying to measure. So this is the basic technology of infrared photoacoustic. As you can see here on the graphic, you have your infrared beam that goes to the chopper. As I said, change the continuous infrared in mostly a pulse, and it goes to different color filter. And in the chamber where the gas after extraction from the oils have been injected, well, each gas will absorb the energy and the microphone will measure it. So this is the basic technology that is being used for mostly the last 17 years in photoacoustic. Now, the advantages of photoacoustic is mostly you have absolutely no consumable gas compared to gas chromatograph technology. So your operational cost is much more lower. You don't have to buy the gas. You don't have to do the logistic to get all the gas bottled to the different location where the DGA units are being installed. So there's a major financial impact. Also, the installation time and cost, also usually those units are faster to install and go into operation than gas chromatograph technology. Now, some of the disadvantages, one of the key one is that mostly photoacoustic meet only the extraction spec of the IEC 60567. The IEC 60567 is the spec that explain how to do a DG analysis. Every lab in the world mostly are using, or referring to that spec in the way they do their DGA. So photoacoustic meet the extraction spec, but it doesn't meet the separation and the detection spec that specify only gas chromatography. Also, usually the system accuracy is not published. When you look at the spec of the photoacoustic product in the marketplace, only the detection accuracy during the calibration in the lab is mostly published, but the whole system accuracy is never published compared to GC technology. The major drawback is that the system today have no regular calibration system. None of them have been designed with an automatic daily calibration system. And what it does, like any online monitoring system, over time it starts drifting, it starts losing its accuracy. That's the reality of electromechanical system. So what it does by not having an automatic daily calibration system is that over time, your accuracies start diminishing, on a weekly basis. And after a period of time that could be a year and a half, 2 years, the measurement versus the reality could be in the double-digit percentages. Also, in general, today, the gas extraction is used a mechanical system. Those systems cannot stop low molecular oil vapor to being extracted at the same time. And what it does is that when those oil vapor get into the resonance chambers, it affects the measurement, and also it damages some of the component in the resonance chamber. So after a couple of years, you have some major costs of replacing some of those components. And one of the last disadvantages also is that as the oil start aging, it creates other type of chemicals than the normal gas that could be extracted during DGA. Some of those gases, those other gases being during the extraction will also during the measurement create interference in the key gas you're trying to measure. So that also affects your accuracy. And as it affects the accuracy of the measurement, well, it affects the accuracy of the diagnostic you're trying to achieve when you are buying DGA equipment. So what did we try to do? Well, we tried to get best of both worlds. We tried to keep, the IR advantages mostly with no gas cylinder consumable. As I said earlier, it's easier to install and operate, and it has a lower cost of acquisition. But on the other side, we tried to get the advantages of gas chromatography, was mostly being able to be calibrated itself to keep mostly the accuracy of the product over the lifetime of the product without interference inside from another source. So we try to do both of them. So what we've done is mostly we have addressed those points, and we have a new product called the Callisto R9, CR9, that we have 3 different patents that mostly protect our technology addressing each specific point. And what it does mostly, it improves the accuracy and the sensitivity of the infrared technology. So the product, this is what the product looked like. What you see here in yellow, this is the top part, that portion there. The first thing is mostly we protect the inside, we keep the temperature inside that unit under yellow zone at less than 35 degrees. We have done that for the last 25 years on all our product. And the reason we do that is that in very, very hot environment in the Philippines, mostly Southeast Asia, India, and the Middle East, the continuous long-term high heat affects significantly the life of all the electromechanical system. Without controlling the temperature in those units, the inside temperature can reach over 100 degrees C on a continuous basis. And what it does is that affects significantly the electromechanical lifetime of those products. So we have a system inside that keeps that temperature constantly at 35 degrees. And then we have first the extraction system. We use membrane gas extraction system. I will explain how we do that. We have the photoacoustic module, and I'll go over that. And really the breakthrough is here. This is the onboard calibration module. We have been able to design a calibration module for photoacoustic that will calibrate every hour the system prior to measurement without using any kind of consumable product. So how we do that? Well, we use mostly water vapor. When we calibrate the system in our factory, we use water vapor at a very specific relative saturation percentages environment, and that's the way we calibrate the whole system. What we do now in the field is this system here has some purified water, and it has mostly a semi-permeable capillary tube where some small amount of water will go inside, and we recreate the same percentages of relative saturation in that tube that we had during calibration in our factory. And we use that as a baseline to compare the results we do every hour versus what it should be. And if there is any kind of small drift, automatically the system will correct that. So what this thing does is that mostly it guarantees the long-term accuracy of the unit without any drift in the accuracy and the measurement over the life of the product, who's mostly around 15 years. And the water is not a consumable. So, there's nothing to replace during the 15-year life of the product. But that product, really, as I said, guarantee, the accuracy of the system long-term. The other thing we've done also is that we've redesigned completely the resonance chambers. We designed the resonance chamber in a very small tube, a U-tube type. The advantages of it is that mostly, the volume of that tube is very small, so we don't need to extract a lot of gases to do the measurement. But also the overall volume near the microphone is so small that as soon as there's vibration of the gas we're trying to measure, we can pick up that vibration in a very small volume. So that improves significantly the sensitivity of the unit. So what we have two infrared lamps. The unit works only with one at a time. The second infrared lamp and the second microphone is used mostly as a backup. If there's a problem with the first one, instead of the unit shutting down automatically, the second backup lamps and microphone will kick in and will keep the unit operating until someone can come and mostly do the repair. So as I explained before, we have the infrared beam that comes in, goes through the chopper, then it goes to the filter wheel, one filter at a time, comes here, excite the gas, and the microphone will pick up the changes in the sound wave. Also, one of the key things we've done is that to improve the accuracy and the stability of the infrared, of the hydrogen measurement, we have incorporated our Callisto 2 TCD, thermal conductivity detector, to measure hydrogen. That technology has a much more lower detection limit level, is much more accurate, is much more stable over 15 years than usually metal sensors that are commonly used in general in other technology. So here, this is the photoacoustic module. As you can see here, this is the U-shape resonant chambers. In the front, we have the IR lamp. Here we have mostly the choppers, because the chopper rotate at very, very high RPM, it's mostly encased into metallic chambers as a protection. Then you have the filter wheels in the system. So what is the new technology does? Well, the first thing is mostly, as I said, by redesigning the resonance chamber, we've improved significantly the sensitivity of the measurement through the microphone, and that helped for early fault detection. Also, we have a patent to mostly eliminate the interference gas if they are present, creating some kind of a background noise. So by removing that interference and the background noise of some of those gas, mostly also we improve the accuracy of the measurement. The major point is mostly, as I said, the breakthrough is the calibration water vapor. First, it eliminated the time and cost of consumable, and it guaranteed the long-term accuracy of the measurement of the unit. So it also affects significantly the accuracy of the diagnostic and really help customers doing the proper assessment of the health of their key asset, their key transformers. We have also incorporated 25 years of our membrane gas extraction technology using Teflon fibers, because what we know is that technology will keep any kind of oil vapor out of the gas analyzer. By doing that, mostly, again, it affects the accuracy, and it really affects the reliability of the gas chambers. So the gas chambers component don't get mostly affected over time by an accumulation of those oil vapor inside that may mostly oblige the customer to replace it. So this is the 3 patents that protect our technology. The first one is the patent on the U-tube resonance chambers redesign that we've done. The major one is the calibration patent using water vapors that guarantee the long-term accuracy. And the third one is mostly a patent, as I said, that will eliminate any kind of background interference measurement if there's other type of gases than the gases you're trying to measure, the 6 gases from the DG analysis you're trying to measure. This is coming mostly from research and development that Doble did years ago, when Doble was also designing their own photoacoustic system, where they found out about those interference gas, how they were affecting the accuracy overall of the photoacoustic system. So with photoacoustic, we measure 6 gases, methane, acetylene, ethylene, ethane, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide. We use our own thermal conductivity detection measurement system to measure the hydrogen. As I said, we have over 25 years and over 20,000 plus system using that technology. So we know how accurate and how stable that technology is versus metal sensors. For oxygen, we use what you call a fluorescent dye sensor. It's a sensor that, depending on the concentration of the oxygen that we extract and measure, the sensors will, the fluorescent intensity will change with the concentration of the oxygen. And we use headspace pressure measurement to calculate the nitrogen. So our accuracy for the detection, in factory during calibration, for mostly every gases using our new improved photoacoustic technology, our detection accuracy is around ±3%. It's the best right now in the industry. If you're comparing it to our gas chromatography, the detection accuracy in factory of GC is around ±2%. So we're very, very, very close as far as an accuracy of the detection system. The response time is pretty fast also. The system in general, for the majority of the gas, will pick up 90% of an increase in less than 1 hour. So in a catastrophic failures of a transformer, where some of the key fall gas could be increasing very, very rapidly, we can pick up 90% of that increase in 1 hour, and that will allow all the system to trigger the different alarm level depending on how they've been set up. So it's a very, very fast response technology. Also, we've changed our software now. We've gone to a web-based software. So mostly, that software will allow to show mostly the configure setting, the status of the unit, display the history of the reading, and also will have the diagnostic tool using the different DGA diagnostic tool that exists, Duval Triangle, Pentagon, IEC, gas ratio, Roger, and Dunderberg ratio. So this is one view of a snapshot of what you can say directly, all your existing, the latest measurement, and then you can go into the history of the specific unit. The other thing we've done, aside from really changing the photoacoustic technology, is we incorporated 25 years of other technology we've developed in the DGA field that we know has a major impact on the accuracy and the reliability, especially the reliability of the unit. So as I said earlier, we do the thermal conditioning of the oil in the measuring zone that improve the accuracy, and also it protect the electronic from the long-term effect of high heat in a region. We use always the same pump that we've been using for 25 years, for the oil circulation. We use our patented membrane gas extraction that really makes sure that it remove any kind of oil contamination of the chambers. We use also an intelligent bubble trap. It's very easy, that we use mostly during the installation to make sure there is no gases that come back into the transformer during the startup. And we use our hydrogen TCD technology, where we have, as I said, plus more than 20 years experience in single gas DGA unit. So for controlling the temperature, as I said, the top part is insulated. We control the top part at 35 degrees using that thermal electric heat pump called a Peltier element. As I said, we have 25 years experience of doing it. It's very reliable. It's a neat technology that constantly will keep the inside at 35 degrees to protect the electromechanical system. For pump, we use the same pump, again, for the last 25 years. It's a Swiss-made pump. We have over-designed the pump. We use only 10% of the capacity of that pump. We pump around 60 milliliter per minute. That pump has over 600 milliliter per minute of capacity. So why we use an oversized pump is to make sure that that pump is not put under a lot of stress, because that pump is continuously operating, and it has to operate continuously 24/7 for the next 15 years. One other neat thing we have with the system is we also monitor the incoming oil flow. So if anything block the oil flow, mostly like sludge, or as we've seen many times during shutdown of a transformer, operator will shut down the drain valve of the monitor. Well, when they restart the monitor, sometimes they forget to reopen the valve. The system automatically gives an alarm to our customer to let them know that there's no oil flow. So, it's very easy then to go back and check it out. What's the problem? One of the key technology we use is our membrane gas extraction. As I said, over the last 25 years, we've been using Teflon fiber to extract the gas out of the oil using a property of gases that we call gas diffusion. What it means is that, when you have gas dissolved in the oil in contact with a semi-permeable membrane or tube that has minuscule holes, the gas in the liquid or in the oil will diffuse slowly and will accumulate in the tube until the concentration of the gas in the tube is equivalent to the concentration of the gas in the oil. There's no electromechanical system to do that. It's just a normal physical property of gases dissolved in liquid. So what it does is mostly it's a system that needs zero maintenance during the life of the product. It's a passive gas extraction system. What we've changed in the Callisto R9 is now we use only one fiber instead of in the past using a series of fiber. We use only one fiber that mostly is in an oil container. We change the oil around 30 times every hour. So there's constantly new oil coming in to being analyzed. And one of the key thing is mostly the system will not allow any oil vapor contamination to get into it. The oil vapors molecule size is too big for the minuscule holes on the surface of the Teflon fibers. Only the gas that are much more smaller molecule can go and diffuse to those holes. So that system will stop any kind of oil vapor contamination, get into the fiber and get into the resonance chamber. And that has a long-term effect on the operation of the system. and also an impact on the maintenance costs of those systems. The last thing is we use, as I said earlier, we use our hydrogen thermal conductivity detector. It's much more sensitive than metal sensors. It has a much more lower LDL. We can measure hydrogen down to 5 ppm, and it has a much more better accuracy than metal sensors at plus minus 5%. Compare in general, metal sensors accuracy is more in around the 20+% as per their spec. We've done mostly all the industry product compliance for CE marking, EMI, safety, environmental. One of the key differentiation we have is that our IP is an IP66, so it's a much more environmental protection system than some other product that are in the marketplace now. So it's really helpful, especially if you're in a very humid, dusty, polluted environment. We built a brand new plant to make that product with 2 clean room environment that's under ISO 9001:2015 certified. So you can see here, this is one of the clean room and the assembly and sub-assembly of the system. This picture shows mostly what we call the quality control walls. Every unit goes there and it's tested at different oil, gas concentration, moisture concentration, and depending on the technology we use, the unit will stay there between 7 days to as much as 20 days for a full, complete quality control, very rigorous quality management system before every unit is shipped into the marketplace. Our product was introduced this year in February at Electrama 2023 in New Delhi. Electrama is becoming the largest electrical show in the world. This year there was over 1,000 manufacturers that presented new product after COVID. Since Electrama didn't operate for nearly 3.5 years, so a lot of companies during that time, like us, developed new technology, new product, new system, and they introduced those products to the Electrama board of directors. We were giving I'm losing my English, sorry. We were giving mostly the recognition of the best new product introduction out of 1,000 products during the Electrama. So it's been very, very well appreciated that that our technology has been designed as one of the best technology during that exposition. The other thing also, as Jason was mentioning, when you're looking at digitization of your transformer, well, DGA is only one portion of it. I mean, if you look at the statistical analysis by Seagray, only 33% of the failure of transformer comes from the main tank, and that's where DGA mostly fits in. Another 30% will come, 30 to 33% come from the OLTCs, and another 30% comes mostly from the bushing monitoring. So doing DGA is a very important aspect of protecting and knowing what's going on inside your transformer. But bushing monitoring, OLTC monitoring also is becoming very, very important. So what this thing shows is that the Callisto CR9 now fits very well with our Callisto T1. Our Callisto T1 is a bushing PD system that allows our customers to digitize the majority of the output of their transformer. So CR9 fits exactly with the T1 as one system. So if you're looking to deploy a total monitoring system platform, the CR9 fits with the T1, where you have only one IP address. You have all the information from the DGA, from the bushing, from the PD, or from any kind of external sensors, vibration, oil temperatures, environmental temperatures, OLTC information will all be aggregate under one website, under one view, for you to see all the information of what's going on in that transformer with your different alarm level, with SMS also capability. So again, this, for customers that are going to the total monitoring system digitization route, this is the complete system now that we're offering to customers all around the world. So that's mostly it. If there is any question, I'll be very happy to answer it. Thank you.
Okay, we have only one question in the Q&A box. Let me just read. Regarding the threshold you used in online conditioning monitoring system, how do you ensure they strike the right balance between catching genuine issues and avoiding false alarms? Could you elaborate on the measures taken to maintain the accuracy of these thresholds over time amidst changing equipment, conditioning, or environment?
Okay. Frankly, my experience with false alarm, it's all tied up to the accuracy and the stability of the measurement. Okay. If your system is not accurate from one measurement to another, and I've seen it too many times, in other technology, and you have measurement go up and down like mostly a heartbeat, you look like an ECG. It's nearly impossible first to set up your alarm, because if you set up your alarm too high, well, you can be missing something. If you set it up too low and you have that kind of variability, well, that's where the false alarm is coming up. So the stability of the measurement is absolutely critical. The gas level in a transformer from one measurement to another doesn't go up and down. That's your system that doesn't know how to read it. I mean, the gas level will mostly stay where it is, or will start creeping up at a certain rate. Slower if you have a small fault, very, very fast if you have a catastrophic fault. I just got an example from Taiwan last week where one customer's, just to give you an example, in one cycle, he was measuring hydrogen at 50 ppm. 3 hours later, the next cycle, we were at 81. And 3 hours later, he was at 6,900. Now, this is catastrophic failure. And mostly, the result came back and the analysis, there was really something bad going on. So to get rid of the false alarm is you have to look at the accuracy of the system, and the stability of measurement from one to another. And all systems are not the same. And you cannot see that, I'm sorry, on the spec sheet. Spec sheet, just show you a snapshot, and often the snapshot the manufacturer just want you to see. So, I've seen it too many times. Customers write specs as well. This is the product. Here's the spec you have to meet. And then they buy the system, they install it, and then you're starting seeing that. You're starting seeing the up and down and the false alarm. And that's what gives a very bad name to DGA. There's some customers, frankly, that stopped believing in DGA because of that. They got those bad results, those false alarm. And what the operator will do in the substation, after a couple of false alarm, they disconnect it, or either they don't listen to it. So it is very important to judge the technology, not just judge on spec sheet, but look really, how the unit will operate over a period of time on the right transformer, side by side, and then you can have a much more better idea of which one is accurate, which one is stable, and then you can make your decision on what technology you want to deploy. And that's absolutely critical. And the same thing for not just DGA. You're talking the same thing also for bushing monitoring or for PD. If any of those technology are not stable from one measurement to another, mostly they become useless.
Okay, that's quite. I think that's all for the question and answer. Let's now proceed to the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation. Okay, let me read the citation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. The Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Double Engineering Company in grateful recognition acknowledgement and sincere appreciation of its valuable contribution as a sponsor during the virtual Mega Technology Caravan in conjunction with the 48th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2023 with the team IIEE at 48, moving forward collectively as we pave way to the world's opportunities and digital innovation. Given this 29th day of November 2023, signed by Alberto Herrera, our National Secretary, Esperanza El Collado, our National Vice President for External Affairs, and Florido Cibarona, National Vice President for Internal Affairs, and Lyndon Arbage, our National President. Thanks a lot po. Thanks a lot, sir, for a very good and well-presented presentation.
Thank you for that, Engineer Adarlo. And with that, conclude our morning session. To be able to digest all the information we got this morning, we will be having our lunch break. So take a time to have your meals and we will be right back at 1 p.m.
By the power vested upon me by the leadership and organization of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare the IIEE 3E Expo 2022 open.
The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, IIEE, is the only accredited professional organization, or APO, of electrical practitioners in the country. Created to inspire young minds to develop professionals to be future leaders towards nation building. In line with our mission to excel and our vision to lead. "3E Expo is IIEE's biggest product exhibition in the country, converging the electrical, electronics, and energy sectors in one grand venue. Participated by more than 300 leading companies in the electrical, electronics, and energy industries and allied fields. IIEE 3E Expo is the biggest gathering of electrical practitioners in one extraordinary exhibition. "3E Expo 2023 is the exposition that will showcase the latest trends, products, and services of the participating companies, including organizations engaged in the 3E sectors. Expecting more than 10,000 trade visitors, the 3E Expo is anticipated to be the networking event of the year. It is expected to be a venue of endless possibilities, new ideas, and valuable market trend insights on energy-efficient products and services. Join us this year to set another milestone for the 3E Expo 2023, which will showcase technological solutions and revolutionary designs of innovative products to be showcased by the participating exhibitors.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
It is a great pleasure for me to welcome each and everyone to this year's Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines 3E Expo exhibit opening. I am very glad to acknowledge our high-level participants, exhibitors, and technical professionals being able to join us physically again for the first time in 2 years.
Gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you our guest of honor, the President of the Institution of Engineers Malaysia, Professor Dr. Norlida Buniamin.
My sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of the annual National Convention and Tree Expo 2022 for inviting me as a guest of honor for this very prestigious event. My sincere congratulations to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers, IEE of the Philippines, for their success in organizing this annual convention and expo. It gives me a great pleasure to extend an invitation to all of you present here today. Thank you very, very much.
Today, as IIEE's 3E Expo 2022 makes its big comeback in the new normal world, it is with great honor and pride to congratulate the 3E Expo 2022, situated in a small hotel, and now boosting it to what is today. I am eternally grateful that we finally made this happen the last 2 years.
Now, I can proudly say that IIE is finishing this year strong.
I'm honored to be here to introduce our guests from the Energy Regulatory Commission as we move forward with our continued partnership this year and the next.
I am elated and honored with this invitation, and I sincerely thank the organizers for inviting me and everyone for listening. I hope I have imparted some knowledge. Mabuhay ang IIEE, ang akademya, at ang mga individual na ating magiging kabalikat sa pagtugon sa mga hamon.
This is it. By the power vested upon me by the leadership and organization of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare the IIEE 3E Expo 2022 open.
The IIE mission to enhance the competencies of electrical practitioners to make positive contribution towards new trends and technologies, to be an authority of electrical engineering services that results to safe, reliable, and efficient systems, to consistently deliver high-quality products and services duly recognized by international organizations and institutions, to promote awareness on the use of environmentally friendly electrical products, services, and resources, as well as active participation on disaster preparedness and recovery programs. IIE Vision: to be the leading electrical professional organization globally. With 3 MOAPO trophies tucked under our belts, it's an ambitious vision, but guys, let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for gracing IIEE's momentous event as we cross the annals of history. Mabuhay ang IIEE! Mabuhay!
I'm truly delighted and beaming with so much pride and joy seeing everyone physically present today at SMX, as well as those virtually present via Zoom as we make this big comeback of this much-awaited event. The best is yet to come, Mabuhay ang IIEE.
By the power vested on me by the Constitution and bylaws of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare this 47th Annual National Convention officially open. Chapter officers, my beloved members, guests, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, I take immense pleasure in welcoming you all in this momentous opening ceremonies of IIEE 47th Annual National Convention in the new normal. My heartfelt gratitude goes to everyone for making history unfold as it takes IIEE its comeback. Yes, the best is yet to come. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Maraming salamat po.
Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all of us. I am very honored to be a part of your 47th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2022. The DOE is more than ready to collaborate and forge strategic partnership with our stakeholders to improve the quality of life of the Filipinos, especially in ensuring sustainable, stable, secure, sufficient, accessible, and reasonably priced energy. On behalf of the Department of Energy and Secretary Popo Letilla, as he is fondly known, I hope for the success of this productive and fruitful convention. Thank you very much. Congratulations, IIEE, and stay safe po tayong lahat.
more than 4 decades, IIEE has always been committed to its core values of integrity, innovation, empowerment, and excellence. Founded on September 15, 1975, the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, IIEE, is registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, as a non-stock, non-profit technical professional organization accredited by the Professional Regulation Commission, or PRC. IIEE started with 500 members and now has grown to a more than 60,000 membership base, with local and foreign chapters in active service across the whole world. Through the years, IIEE continuously commits to upgrade the professional credentials of its members through the Continuing Professional Development or CPD programs, enhance their social standing through the promotion of high ideals of integrity and ethics, facilitate advancement of technology transfer through carefully conceived educational and training programs, and provide opportunity for regular interaction among electrical practitioners. Inspiring future electrical practitioner leaders, IIEE organizes activities such as conferences, conventions, and exhibits showcasing the latest technologies, trends, products and services relevant to the industry, motivating the members to be globally competitive and be able to adequately adapt to the changes, needs and developments that constantly occur in the electrical profession. IIEE activities are planned to be a venue of endless possibilities, new ideas, and valuable market trend insights on energy-efficient products and services. IIEE is working together towards one certain goal: to continue to move globally forward so that the Institute will be an esteemed organization with the mission to excel and the vision to lead.
By the power vested upon me by the leadership and organization of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare the IIEE 3E Expo 2022 open.
The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, IIEE, is the only accredited professional organization, or APO, of electrical practitioners in the country. Created to inspire young minds to develop professionals to be future leaders towards nation building. In line with our mission to excel and our vision to lead. Expo is IIEE's biggest product exhibition in the country, converging the electrical, electronics, and energy sectors in one grand venue. Participated by more than 300 leading companies in the electrical, electronics, and energy industries and allied fields. IIEE 3 Expo is the biggest gathering of electrical practitioners in one extraordinary exhibition. Expo 2023 is the exposition that will showcase the latest trends, products, and services of the participating companies, including organizations engaged in the 3E sectors. Expecting more than 10,000 trade visitors, the 3E Expo is anticipated to be the networking event of the year. It is expected to be a venue of endless possibilities, new ideas, and valuable market trend insights on energy-efficient products and services. Join us this year to set another milestone for the 3E Expo 2023, which will showcase technological solutions and revolutionary designs of innovative products to be showcased by the participating exhibitors.
It's been more than a week since Typhoon Odette left a trail of destruction in Cebu. Families spent Christmas in the dark, and it seems the new year would be no different.
Wala pa ring supply ng kuryente ang naapektuhan ng pananalasa ng Bagyong Paeng.
Kailangan namin kuryente, tubig. Kasi yan ang importante, tubig. Hanggang ngayon, di pa rin kami makabili ng materyales.
At ang malaki pa rin pong problema natin ngayon ay ang ma-restore ang linya ng lahat ng kuryente. Kasi makasalukuyan po ay napakarami pa rin.
It was observed that during or aftermath of disasters such as typhoons that leaves damaged electric facilities to communities, heavily hampered by this unwanted event, some professional organizations have conducted community work called as missions, whereas for the electrical profession, activities were expected to be aligned to the organization's expertise, that is to provide electricity, hence provide assistance in power restoration effort to the affected communities. Balikliwanag was created for this purpose by the IIEE. In 2016, Balikliwanag was expanded, extending its scope of benefits covering Balikliwanag, Brigada Eskwela, and Bigay Liwanag projects as support to government programs. These three projects were under the brand Oblandagitab, which means to give light or electricity. Oblandagitab was officially launched on April 23, 2016 and was simultaneously conducted by chapters nationwide. Oblandagitab is now the main vehicle for corporate social responsibility activities of IIEE. The Institute's Oblandagitab is a major corporate social responsibility initiative centered on electric power restoration, alternative electrification, and electrical inspection. Brigada Eskwela. The project will be organized to ensure safety and adequacy of public school building through the conduct of electrical wiring inspection, preferably before the opening of classes. Bigay Liwanag is an alternative electrification project for school building or classroom and or public places like plaza, community hall, a sitio or barangay. Balik Liwanag, a power restoration project that will be directed to a calamity area, a cluster of barangays, municipalities, cities, and provinces caused by a natural disaster which bears severe environmental effect and or loss of lives and major financial losses.
Salamat po sa binigay niyong tulong. Gusto ko, pagkalaki ko po, gusto ko po maging engineer.
Years, we have come a long way, and we have created a community preserving unity, good traditions, and best practices. We have crossed hurdles, surpassed difficulties, explore opportunities, expand IIEE's presence, striving to be of true service to our members and industry partners, as we commit to carry the torch of excellence. Let us continue the spirit of volunteerism, servant leadership, and love for the Institute in our hearts, moral, and spirit. We did all this, and we will do more. Thank you for being part of IIEE's success through the years.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and fellow electrical practitioners, hello everyone. I am honored to invite you to an electrifying event of grand proportions, the 3E Expo and the 48th Annual National Convention of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines. As the Vice President for External Affairs and the Exhibit Bureau Director, I am thrilled to give you a glimpse of what awaits. The 3E Expo is an extraordinary exhibition that will redefine how we think about energy, technology, and innovation. It is where the world's leading minds come together to shape our electrifying future. Prepare to immerse yourself in a world of cutting-edge advancements in the electrical industry, a showcase of renewable energy, electrical products, technologies, and the future of e-vehicles. It is a testament to our commitment to sustainability and progress. But it's not just about products. It's about the connections you'll make, and the knowledge you will gain. The 3 Expo is where ideas spark and innovation thrives. Imagine an event that brings electrical practitioners from across the Philippines and beyond. We will occupy the vast expanse of the SMX Convention Center in Pasay. Entire halls and 2 function rooms on the 2nd floor will be pulsating with the energy of knowledge exchange, technology, and networking. Join us as we pave the way to a sustainable future, embracing opportunities and digital innovations. Don't miss this chance to be part of the largest gathering of electrical practitioners in the Philippines and from our colleagues from outside the Philippines. See you at the 3 Expo at the 48th Annual National Convention, where the sparks of ingenuity will illuminate our collective path toward progress and excellence. Be electrified, be inspired, and be part of this transformative experience. With our hardworking staff doing the legwork, let us all witness this grand event of IIEE, a revenge momentous event after the pandemic. Join us and witness the celebration on the 29th of November at 9 a.m. for the opening ceremonies. Thank you very much. Let us be together at this event. See you there.
And welcome back at 48th Annual National Convention, hosted by the Training and Continuing Professional and Development Committee, with the topic Virtual Mega Technology Caravan. So sit back and relax as we will continue our afternoon session in 5 minutes.
I feel good. Accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment.
So good, I got you.
Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest or disclose existence of such to affected parties.
I feel nice, like sugar and spice. So nice, I got you.
Be honest, objective, impartial, and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts.
I know that I can't do no wrong. I got my first real 6-string, bought it at the 5 and dime.
Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms.
Was the summer of '69. Me and some guys from school had a band and we tried real hard. Jimmy quit, Jody got married.
Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application.
Back now, the summer seemed to last forever. And if I had the choice, yeah, I always wanna be there. Those were the best days of my life.
Continuously improve practitioners' technical competence.
Ain't no use in complaining when you got a job to do. Spend my evenings down.
disclose full pertinent professional and technical limitations.
People say that I'm a fool. Well, I don't know.
Seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due.
I was dreaming all day long, adrift in clouds. With eyes wide open, I would choose not to see.
Equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin.
More, don't wanna be the one to play your game. Not even if everybody had an ocean across the USA, then everybody'd be served.
Protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, reputation, or livelihood by false or malicious actions.
Warachi sandals too, a bushy blonde hair.
Observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence, and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture, spread, or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified or misleading information or data against any co-member, or the IIE. Its officers, employees and representatives or agents, in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing or published or whether through electronic means or otherwise, especially if such tends to discredit, besmirch the honor or integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the IIE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development and assist them in complying with this code of ethics.
I want to break free. I want to break free.
Timely and fully comply and abide with any and all third party.
I've got to break free. God knows I want to break.
Fraudulent and deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition.
This time I know it's for real. I've fallen in love. Yeah. God knows I've fallen in love.
And to proceed, to introduce our So welcome back. So for this afternoon, let's start for our fourth speaker. For our next speaker, he is a sales and marketing at Chardon Taiwan Corporation to discuss the IEEE and IEC separable connectors application, Chardon cold shrink termination, Chardon, automatic circuit reclosers, and showcasing the Chardon's 35 kV small interface connectors. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Honorario Malvin Aquino II for his topic Introduction to Chardon Electrical Products.
Good afternoon, electrical engineers of the Philippines. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. My name is Honorio Malvin Aquino of Chardon Group. I am the Sales and Marketing Director for Asia Market, and we are very thankful that you've allowed us to join this annual convention of IIEE. It is actually our first in the Philippines, and we would like to join, of course, in the coming years to come for your annual events. Today, I am joined by my colleagues, Mark Klassen and Massimo Liu, Vice President of International Sales in Americas and Asia, respectively. I will be sharing with you my screen. Wendelin, can you verify if you're seeing my screen now or not yet?
Not yet, sir.
How about that?
There's still none, sir.
Okay, 1 second.
Sir, you can click the share screen button in the Zoom link. In the Zoom, sir.
Yeah, I'm in the Zoom now.
You
More.
can click the green button, sir.
This is
Which
what? Here, sorry.
ayan, sir. It's okay na,
Okay.
sir. It's
Salamat.
clear.
Yun. Okay. Chardon Philippines is it's actually the
Excuse me, sir.
first. Yes.
Can you put it on the presentation, sir, on the presentation screen, sir? On the below the screen, as you can see the screen one before the Zoom. Below, sir.
Below, okay.
Below, you can see the percentage, something like that, sir. Then on the not that one, sir. On the side of the negative sign, sir.
Okay.
You can click that. No, not that one, sir. Yeah, that one, sir. No.
Ito. Sorry.
No. You can see, sir, the screen something like that. There's something like read then screen.
Read.
There's Press F5, sir.
F5.
FN F5. Function F5. On your keyboard.
Yeah, I did.
Oh. Or
If you. Why it's not showing here? Teka ha. Here. Sorry.
yan.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay. So thank you very much, electrical engineers, again for bringing us here in this event. And really sorry for the delay. To start off, Chardon Group is a provider of electrical products around the world. Our first factory is in Taiwan in 1994. After the Taiwan factory, we had our factory in South Korea for our recloser products. And just in 2018, we also built our biggest factory in Asia, which is in China. We have our presence in South America as well, in Mexico and Brazil. We have sales office, warehouse, and a technical team in both our Mexico and Brazil office. This year, we would like our presence to be felt in the Philippines. That's why we are starting our business in the Philippines this year. And to start with, that is for us to join the exhibits of the biggest organization of electrical engineers in the Philippines, and that's the IIEE. Chardon Group have several product lines. First, our major product is our automatic circuit reclosers. Our factories of automatic circuit reclosers are in South Korea and in China. Next product is our IEEE and ANSI load break connectors. Our IEC and our IEC connectors, our IEEE and ANSI dead break connectors. We also have our cold shrink termination and cable joints. Our IEEE ANSI load break product lines. First is the elbow connector, 15 kV, 25 kV, and 38 kV. We also have our junctions, 3-way and 4-way. We also have our arresters and grounding elbows. And we have our bushings and accessories. These products are used underground because we say that underground, of course, as you know, is the safest electrical system. We wanted to improve safety, especially here in the Philippines, that we experience a lot of typhoons, more than 20 a year. We experience a lot of calamities. So underground cable system is the most safe system that we can use. Maybe not now, but of course, we see that we are starting in Metro Manila already and some key cities in the Philippines. And we see that 10 to 20 years from now, Philippines will have 100% underground cabling system, electrical system. Aside from that, in visual aspect, we know that underground cabling is much more aesthetic and of course, clean. There will be no more overhead. So we see that although the demand for underground cabling system is not that huge today, this year, we see that in the coming years, there will be more demand in the Philippines and we would like to be ready for that. As you know, our load break elbows and cable accessories, other cable accessories, are used for pad mount transformers. Our mission, Chardon mission, is to enhance safety and minimize downtime in power distribution. Our product quality, we are proud that we have our own EPDM line in our factories, just to make sure that our quality is not compromised. We have our own line. We wanted our customers to see for themselves the production of our EPDM line, just for you to know that we are maintaining the highest quality of rubber for our cable accessories. We also have strict testing facility in our factories in Taiwan and in China. Our cable accessory line, we are 100% tested. All of our products produced in our factories are 100% tested. So we make sure that there's no faulty unit that's going out of our factory. Our global reach, as I said earlier, we are felt in South America, in North America, and in Asia already. We have more than 30 partners around the globe to support you for your technical concerns and questions, and even field assistance. Electrical testing is done for product qualification, random testing, and where required. 100% testing according to international standards, ANSI, IEEE, and IEC standards. If you will need certificates from third-party laboratories, we can also provide that to you. This is just to show that our products are tested by the third laboratory, example, PowerTech, KEMA, and other third-party laboratories. Nothing happened, so meaning it passed. This is a video showing you a failed testing at PowerTech. We use a different brand here, and it failed the testing at PowerTech. This is just to show you that our products are 100% tested in our factory, at the same time passed the third-party laboratory. Over the years, we've sold millions of pieces of cable accessories. In 2022 alone, we sold 3.6 million pieces of cable accessories. This shows that our product can really be trusted. And our products are used globally. Say, for example, for Enel, Electropaulo, we've customized a product for them. This is just a sample of what we did in Electropaulo, Brazil. Another one in CFE distribution in Mexico. We also customize an 80 amp elbow with fuse interchangeability at Enel. If you have customizations for fuse elbows, you can also reach out to us. We will try our best to help you if you have requirement for this kind of product. Separable connectors application. Safely connects underground cables to transformers, switch gears, and other apparatus equipped with bushings. This is a 25 kV load break elbow. It's showing you right now how our products are connected to the transformer. And this is how it looks like on the Padman transformer. It's very neat, it's very clean. At the same time, reliability is not compromised. Separable connectors complete solution. We have also 600, 900 amp T connectors, 200 amp elbow connectors, bushing well and insert. Bushing well and bushing insert. This is how it looks like and how it's inserted on the transformer. This is the 15 kV load break, 200 amp elbow. And this is how it's connected on the transformer. Next product is our IEC standard product line. These are commonly used in the renewable applications where long cable runs and sizes are required. We have IEC voltage ratings up to 72.5 kV, IEC current ratings, up to 1250 amp. Next product we have are the cold shrink termination and cable joints. With this product, we have this available at 15 kV, 25 kV, and 35 kV for both single core and 3-core cables. Of course, as you know, cold shrink doesn't need heating tools. So it's faster to install and cost efficient. The termination comes pre-assembled on a plastic holdout tube, and the tube is simply unwound from the core, initiating the shrinking process. The termination comes the stress relief housing, then shrinks securely onto the cable. This is how it's look like. We also have jumpers. If you have requirement for jumpers, one end could be an elbow or T connector, and then one end could be cold shrink, or both ends could be cold shrink termination. We can prefabricate that for you. Any lengths requirement, that would be fine. You can also visit our factory to see how we test this kind of product. If you have requirement, you can just reach out Chardon Philippines or email or call Chardon Philippines office. Turnkey solutions. The jumpers are usually used for turnkey solutions. Terminations and connectors are tested, pre-assembled, and shipped directly to the customer, ready for integration into the system. No assembly required at the field, preventing cable installation related failures. Next product we have is the automatic circuit reclosers. This is designed at Chardon, Korea, and type tested by Kerry, the third-party laboratory in Korea. Our first customer is Capco in South Korea, Korea Electric, and the largest utility companies in Mexico and Brazil. This is available in 3-phase, 15 kV, 25 kV, 38 kV, and our single phase at 15 kV rating. As you know, recloser unit automatically detect and isolate faults. Magnetic actuator mechanism, no maintenance required. Unlike traditional oil-filled reclosers, there is no oil or manual timing changes required for our reclosers. FTU controller. It has the ability to capture and manage data to assist in troubleshooting network outage. This is also scatter ready, protection measurement, and status monitoring system. Chardon highlights. We would like to highlight to you our small interface load break elbow. It is designed for space efficiency, reduced maintenance times, and modular assembly for increased flexibility. As you see here, there's bushing well, and then the bushing insert. Compared to the large interface bushing, the combination of the small interface bushing well and bushing insert perform the same function as the piece integral bushing. When fault current occurs, the insulating oil of the transformer tank needs to be removed for new integral bushing replacements. This leads to costly downtime and difficult maintenance. Showing you how it's removed. If the bushing gets faulty, you will have to shut down the transformer so that you can remove the bushing. But with our small interface, you don't have to do that. You just have to replace the bushing insert by removing it while it's still connected to the electricity. With this, you can reduce maintenance times of transformers and other apparatus. showing you how it's removed. This is the bushing weld. With the increased flexibility and protection, using our small interface load break elbow, you can also use this feed-through insert, fuse elbow, and elbow arresters. Fuse and inline arrestor can be easily a feed-through insert for increased protection. Comparing the size of elbow top plug, ETP, antibody insulation. From 440, it's now 391. Showing you the pictures of our 35 kV small interface compared to the available 35 kV large interface in the market, including the junctions and how it's installed in the junction. And the size comparison. To conclude, safety and reliability steer us forward. We collaborate closely with our customers, designing and providing solutions that ensure stable power distribution systems. You are always welcome to visit our facilities and see our capabilities firsthand. Thank you very much, electrical engineers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aquino. Should you have any question regarding the presentation of Engineer Aquino, please type in the Q&A box. Once, twice. I think it's none. Let's proceed to the presentation of the Certificate of Appreciation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. This Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Chardon Taiwan Corporation in grateful acknowledgement and sincere appreciation of its valuable contribution as a sponsor. During the virtual Mega Technology Caravan, in conjunction with the 48th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2023, with the team IIE at 48, moving forward collectively as we pave the way to the world of opportunities and digital innovations. Given this 29th day of November 2023. Signed by our National Secretary, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., our National Vice President for External Affairs, and Exhibit Bureau Director, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, our National Vice President for Internal Affairs and Convention Bureau Director, Engineer Florigo C. Varona, and our National President, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague. Again, thank you very much, Mr. Aquino.
Thank you very much, everyone.
To proceed, let me have this honor to introduce to you our next speaker. He is a customer service engineer assigned at Biz Partners Group North Area of Manila Electric Corporation or Meralco. He was a former cadet engineer of Meralco Marcos Cadet Engineering Program, Batch 3. He is a cum laude graduate of Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering at University of the East, Caloocan, Batch 2018. Currently has 2 years of experience in electrical distribution utility, handling both sales and after sales concerns of the company's customers. He is adept in managing the distribution utility clients, providing them with excellent customer service. He handles energization of commercial customers. He also managed the non-revenue concern related to safety, such as the installation of line covers conductor, requests for temporary power interruption, and transformer bolt room cleaning. Aside from this, he also consolidate and analyze data related to Meralco energy sales. Let's give a warm round of applause to Engineer Sean Villapando.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you, Miss Wendilyn, for that very lengthy introduction. I'll just share my screen first. One moment. Miss Wendy, can I just confirm if you can now see my screen?
Yes, sir, but there's something on the screen like some black.
Okay, I'll just remove it first. Hide this. Is it still there?
Yes, sir.
It's still there, Miss Wendy.
Yes, sir, it's still there. Can you please
Can you assist me how
can
to
you
remove this?
please click Control Shift Alt H?
Control Shift Alt H. Oh, that worked. Is it all right now?
Still there, sir.
It's still there.
But it's only one. Or you can reshare your screen, sir.
I'll reshare my screen. Okay.
Sharing, then share it again.
Hello.
It is still there, sir. Unfortunately.
Can you just share my slide on your end?
Okay, sir. Can you see it now, sir?
Yeah, I can see it. I think we can, pwede po ba nating lakyan to or we can highlight the main slide? Or is it just me that's seeing it through a small picture?
You can, it was, that was the maximum,
Okay.
like
So I'm gonna start with the
that.
presentation now.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So thank you, Miss Wendy. Once again, to our participants, good afternoon. I would like to apologize for the technical difficulties that we had. So first of all, I'm Engineer Sean Villapando from Meralco Biz Partners. So before we start, I would like to thank you all for the opportunity for us to share with you how we have been empowering our SME customers or those small and medium enterprises amidst all the challenging that we are all been facing through. For my next slide, please. So to start, we'll give a brief overview of the Philippine power industry. So magbibigay lang po muna ako ng overview ng different sectors of our electricity. So we have 4 different sectors. We have generation, we have transmission, we also have distribution and supply for our end customers or end users. So our generation companies are the power plants that produce electricity, be it the hydrothermal, geothermal, coal, or even those renewables. Majority of what you pay goes to the generation companies. Now, from the power plants, the voltage is then stepped up, and then the power travels to the transmission lines, and around 10.1% of your bill goes to the transmission. Then, power then reaches the distribution utility such as Meralco, where the voltage is then again stepped down, and only around 20% of your bill goes to the DU for supply and metering charges. Lastly, you also pay taxes and other charges, which is about 17.4% of your bill. I hope that before I start, I hope that this somewhat enlightens everyone that most of our electricity bill includes pass-through charges, which go to transmission and generation companies, and other taxes. At hindi po lahat napupunta kay Meralco. And can I have my next slide? Okay, so after that, as a background, I would like to introduce Meralco. No? So Meralco is more than just a power distribution company. Our goal is to enable business owners like you, like some of you, to achieve and sustain business success. So, and with that, what Meralco did, Meralco segmented their customer segments into 3 for us to ensure timely and relevant solutions match with the needs of our different customers. So I'd like to introduce these segments. So first, we have the residential and micro business and local government accounts. These are all under the home and micro business segment. So most of us, tayo, no? If you are served by Meralco, if your DU is Meralco, then we are all catered by this segment. That's home and micro business segment. On the other hand, corporate and national government accounts are under the enterprise and national government, which is simply Meralco Enterprise. Meanwhile, SMEs in the middle of those 2 segments, or the small and medium enterprises, are being served by our segment, Meralco Biz Partners. And so, introduce natin si Meralco Biz sa inyo. May I have my next slide again? Oh. Okay, so who is Meralco Biz? Sino ba si Meralco Biz? No? SMEs or businesses with power requirements ranging from 5 to 499 kilowatts are being served by Meralco Biz. We are here to understand, anticipate, and address your energy needs. In this slide are just some of our customers who were able to enjoy the benefits from our partnerships from them. I hope kita naman dito sa mga hexagons natin, no, na nakangiti sila sa mga pictures nila. So, yeah. Okay. Next. And so right now, I'm excited to share with you what are the benefits of partnering and collaborating with us with Meralco. So first, we can power up your business safely and hassle-free through site assessment and safe energization, just like what we did for BioStar Nutri Products Incorporated, as we can see on our shared screen. So as your end-to-end energy solutions partner, we can help you at any stage of your business. Whether you are starting up a new one, simula pa lang kayo ng bagong negosyo nyo, or you're recovering from a crisis, or if you have current plans for expansion, baka may mga ideas na kayo for expansion of your business. We have the services and solutions that can address your needs. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so for site assessment and safe energization, so when setting up your new business or expansion of your branch, even as early as the planning stage, make sure to reach out to us for a safe and hassle-free energization. So parang planning stage pa lang, we recommend that you already coordinate with us, Meralco. So for new businesses to maximize your savings, we can help you find the right location with available Meralco facilities matched with your power requirements to make sure that your business is energized when you need it to and prevent unnecessary losses. Halimbawa, let's say may napili na kayong site for energization. Apparently, yung site niyon is wala pang nakaprepare na distribution facilities. Or it is best that you reach out to us para planning stage pa lang, you're already coordinated with us and we can assess the timeline of your energization. Or you might as well choose another site for energization which readily available na yung mga facilities natin. Yeah, so that's the benefits of having, of coordinating with us, Meralco, as early as the planning stage of your business. Next. As your business operates and grows, no, so hindi na siya bago, no, your needs change as well. So lahat sa atin may change talagang we cannot avoid it. Change is inevitable. So with Meralco's Power Consult, Power Match, and Peak of Peak, we can help you improve your operational efficiency. You can generate savings and maximize your profitability. So in all businesses, that's what we want to do. And Meralco's here to help you with that. So on our screen, we have Centro Malls and Sunland Development Corporation, both of which are Meralco customers who have availed of these services. And their energy concerns were addressed with the right solutions, while also enjoying savings in the process of collaborating with us. And so those two are just some of the customers benefited from collaborating with us. Now, for my next slide. Now, I would like to discuss Power Consult and Power Match. So ano ba tong Power Consult and Power Match? So what happens when you avail of this? With free Power Consult, we can advise you on how to manage your day-to-day operations for you to achieve the highest level of efficiency for your business, especially for those plants and factories. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we also have here Power Match. Power Match involves assessment of your operations so that we can ensure that your power supply matches with your requirements. For example, we can assess if your operations or your business is already due for a contract upgrade, or for us to ensure the longevity and safety of your business operations. It's two ways. For example, we can assess through our historical data that your power requirements is already exceeds with your contract. We may check on that. On the other hand, we also check if you're not reaching your contract with Meralco. So by reaching out to us, we can do Power Match for you and update your contract with us. This in turn will have will give you financial relief both ways. Both ways in terms of saving from your bill, or both ways in terms of having an efficient power system. Next slide, please. And Meralco's Peak of Peak. And now, on my slide is Peak of Peak. I would like to introduce ano bang meron sa Peak of Peak na? Well, basically, Peak of Peak, this is an alternative energy pricing scheme of Meralco. This is Peak of Peak is designed to lower your total electricity expenses through rates based on the peak and off-peak products. So basically, on Meralco's side, we're offering you another payment scheme. And then on your side, on our customer side, you'll save. Okay. So on Peak of Peak, the idea is to have your higher energy consumption during our off-peak hours, where the rate of electricity is significantly lower, mas mababa. No? So on the screen are the schedules of the electricity rates during the peak and off-peak periods. As you can see, mas mababa talaga yung rates during our off-peak hours. Ayan. Now, for us to further dwell in this topic, for Mondays to Saturdays, that's 6 days out of 7, we have 13 hours of peak hours, while the remaining 11 hours are the off-peak hours. While on Sunday, we just have 2 hours of peak hours, and the remaining 22 hours you can enjoy with our off-peak rates. So this solution is best for businesses like those that can operate a 24/7 operations. Quick example would be those cold storages that do operate on a 24/7 operation. Okay, theirs will be those with multiple shifts. For example, you're not a cold storage, but you're a ice tube maker. Though you can shift your operations on the nighttime in order for you to take advantage of the off-peak hours. Aside from that, we also have our customers with different types of business that can shift your operations or mainly have your operations during Sunday. Definitely, with the 22 hours off peak time during Sunday, you'll see a drastic improvement on your bills. Okay, so that's Meralco's peak of peak or Meralco POP. If you're interested and to know more about details about this, you may reach your biz partner manager and know more about this program. Okay, next slide. Oh, this one. Now, for our other services, we offer our renewable energy solutions. We have net metering, zero export, and distributed energy resources or DER, as well as other services such as Meralco Online, auto payment arrangement, and B2B networking. On our screen, we can see Express Wash, again, one of Meralco's customers. Express Wash Laundry Center has benefited from some of these services. So, discuss natin isa-isa. Can I have the next slide po? Okay, so let's dwell on net metering, zero export, and distributed energy resources. So in Meralco support to the Renewable Energy Act, Meralco provides programs like net metering, zero export, and again, DER to those who have RE or renewable energy systems that are interconnected to the grid. The table above shows the parameters of each program and how they differ from one another, depending on your needs. So for those with solar panels, or those that are planning to install solar panels, these programs are for you. So to know which programs suit you the best, I highly suggest that you consult with us. But for starters, as we can see on our screen, if you all, can you hear me? Okay. So for starters, as we can already see on the screen, for customers with solar panels installed on their rooftop or the rooftop of their buildings or their houses, if your kilowatt peak is from 0 to 100 kilowatts, we recommend that you enroll to our net metering program. Now, if your kilowatt peak is from 100 kilowatt peak and above, you may either enroll to our zero export or our DER or distributed energy resources. Next slide. Okay, so aside from the net metering and RE renewables, we also have Meralco Online. So let's discuss Meralco Online. Ano ba to? And for your safety and convenience, Meralco Online allows you to access your account and transact with Meralco anytime, anywhere from the comfort of your phone or your laptops or your desktops. No? So with Meralco Online, you can view and subscribe to paperless billing. You may also pay your bills via your card and enjoy real-time posting of payments. You may also report outages, inquire with us, provide us with feedback, or apply for a service and submit your requirements online. That's through Meralco Online app. Meralco Online, if you're not aware, is accessible via our website and via the Meralco mobile app, both for our Android and iOS. Okay. So kung interested kayo with Meralco Online, let's discuss it further. May I have my next slide? And so actually, it's very easy to sign up for Meralco Online if you're interested. All you have to do is have your Meralco bill ready with you. Then once you have your Meralco bill, handa na yung bill nyo, no? Then access Meralco Online through your phone or browser. Once you access our page, click sign up, click on the login page, enter the necessary information like your email address, your name, your mobile number, SIN, or what do we call the service ID number, which is the unique identifier for your Meralco account, and your total kilowatt hour consumed for that specific month and your bill date. Then after you've done that, simply click on agree with the terms and conditions and for consent for your data privacy policy, and then click on register. Ganun lang, simple lang siya, no? So once done with that, kindly wait for a Meralco Biz partner to contact you and guide you through the next steps of the registration process. But for residential accounts, no worries, you're automatically enrolled to Meralco Online once you've done those steps. Yeah, so that's Meralco Online. Next. Aside from Meralco Online, Meralco's payment channels have also expanded to online banking. Kasi we're going to the digital age, you know. So we don't want to limit your options. So aside from Meralco Online that we've already explained earlier, we have this payment channel. So expanded to online banking and mobile wallets as shown on their screen. But given that, we still accept walk-ins from our business centers and Bayad payment centers during the regular business hours of Meralco. Okay, so next slide. So again, aside from Meralco Online, aside from those partner banks that we have, we also have more options for you to settle your bills with us. So we have automatic payment arrangement. There's two of these. We have ADA, the auto debit arrangement, and the ACA, or the auto charge assessment. So on your screen is the list of partner banks that you may reach out to enroll to our automatic payment arrangement. That's again via your credit card or via your debit or directly debit to your bank accounts. Next. Now, just few reminders when you're paying via our payment partners. First, overdue bills are not accepted. So if overdue na, it is advisable that you settle directly at our business centers or through Meralco Online. Next, we remind you to bring a copy of your bill when paying. This is for the reference of our channel partners and for us to ensure that your hard-earned money or your business money is settled on the correct account. Sa tamang account yung mababayaran natin. Okay? And lastly, together with your bill, we recommend that you bring your bill so that you have your CAN or CAN, the customer account number, which is our reference for us to properly settle the bills on the correct account, correct service ID number, and correct account. Next. Okay, for number 3, thirdly, we can introduce your benefits of collaborating with Meralco Business. We can introduce you to our subsidiaries who have innovative solutions and technologies, just like the Orchard Golf and Country Club, who enjoyed savings through their partnership with Meralco Biz. And one of our subsidiaries, you may also find the services and technologies of our subsidiaries valuable to your businesses. So here we displayed some of our subsidiaries. Let's discuss it one by one. Next slide. Okay, so first we have M Spectrum, formerly known as Spectrum. The first subsidiary, Spectrum, is a solar power company built with Meralco's energy expertise and service standards. Businesses like ones shown on the screen have been generating savings from their solar panels and enrollment to net metering services, or zero export. Aside from solar panels, M Spectrum also offers after-sales such as operations and maintenance services for existing solar installations. So whether you're planning to invest into renewables, yung pa lang magpa-plan mag-invest to RE, or you already have your panels installed, you may reach out to M Spectrum because we cater both sales and after-sales services. And so aside from Spectrum, we also have Radius. So Radius Telecoms is our internet service provider. So which has it has a fully redundant network that runs on 100% pure fiber. Whether you're a small business that needs a broadband connection, or that you're a company that needs DIA, or what we call dedicated internet access, Radius Telecoms can cater to your internet needs. So customers such as Sunland Development Corporation, Bonchon Chicken, St. Peter Life Plan and Chapels, and even Hotel Sogo have availed of Radius fiber connectivity for their establishments and other facilities that allowed smooth transactions for their businesses. So that's Radius. So aside from the first two, which is Spectrum Radius, we also have MServe. MServe offers solutions on energy, operational efficiency, indoor air quality, and electrical safety. They also offer energy audits in compliance with the new Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act. So if you're not yet compliant with that, MServe can help you. You may reach out to us. Companies such as San Jose del Monte Muzon Medical Center and Republic Cement have availed of MServe's solutions. Next, we also have Movem. Movem, which is formerly known as Isakay. Movem can help you own, maintain, operate e-vehicles. Aside from e-vehicles, we also have charging stations and batteries, similar to how some of our customers such as Mober and TJ Cars have been able to do so. So Movem is our subsidiary to everything related to e-vehicles and their charging stations. So aside from Movem, lastly, we have Miascore. Okay, so Miascore provides engineering, procurement, construction, maintenance, and project management services similar to what was availed by Asiana City. So Asiana City is again one of our customers. So for my next slide. And we also have Customer Frontline Solutions. Customer Frontline Solutions is also one of our subsidiaries. Next. Okay, so we discussed the benefits of collaborating with Meralco Biz Partners and our suite of services. For you to further know more about this, we prepared a short video. So let's just sit back and watch this very short clip from us.
Enrolling in Meralco's Peak of Peak program saves my company $50,000 every month.
For entrepreneur Greg Marañon, putting out fires or crises in business is inevitable. But he never imagined he would see his entire facility being reduced to ashes.
In 2014, one night, the factory burnt down. And the following day, we had nothing. We were burned to the ground. And we had to pick up the pieces and start again from scratch.
Instead of giving up, Greg and his team surged on. From the ashes of Betafoam's original facility grew one of the most competitive manufacturers of total insulation and specialty packaging in Luzon.
In 2017, we rebuilt our factory. We went to Meralco, applied for power, and that's how our relationship started. With the consultation with Meralco, they were able to give us different options on how we can save money. If we didn't consult Meralco, we would probably have done things more expensively. That would mean additional costs for us, and we will not realize the operational savings.
To help Betafoam drive down their power costs further, Meralco Biz advised Greg to shift operations of heavy power-consuming machines to 9 p.m. to 8 a.m. during weekdays. This allows them to take advantage of lower generation charges through Meralco Peak Off-Peak. Since subscribing to POP, Betafoam has been enjoying significant savings.
We subscribed to Meralco's Peak of Peak program. The savings was big. We're saving $50,000 a month.
With his company performing stronger than ever, Greg is future-proofing Betafoam by investing in its sustainability. Betafoam has installed solar energy panels across its facilities.
Together with Meralco, I want to raise that awareness of sustainability and environment consciousness. We are investing in solar energy to inspire people to adopt newer and cleaner technologies. Collaborating with Meralco is a factor to our success. It empowers us not only to be competitive, but also to push for a more sustainable Philippine manufacturing sector.
Okay, is the key takeaway from that video. Let Meralco Biz power your success. Okay, so I hope that testimonial for Mr. Greg helped you learn more about our services. So Mr. Greg is one of our classical examples of those who partnered with us. So from that crisis, he coordinated with Meralco, and through our suites of services and programs such as Speak of Peak, he recovered from that. Okay. So for other inquiries and for us to help you serve better, please answer our feedback form by scanning the QR code flashed on your screens. We will use these responses to help improve our engagement and to ensure that we address your needs further. Also, your feedback form response will serve as your entry for a chance to win tokens from us. Oh, we have tokens. We will contact the winners after this webinar. So for your chances of winning tokens from us, please kindly scan the QR code on screen using your smartphone cameras and answer our feedback form. So I'll give you a minute to scan the QR code, which is flashed on screen, and for you to scan the QR code and answer the form. So that's a minute. Please use your phones and scan the QR code on our screen. 40 more seconds. shall we do? Good afternoon to our participants. We have here Sir Radanel, Sir William, Sir Martin, and Sir Mario, Sir Julius. Okay, so last 10 more seconds for you to scan the QR code and answer our form. Again, for those who successfully finish completing their forms, we will have a raffle and send you tokens. And after the webinar, for those lucky winners, our marketing team will coordinate with you. Okay, so calling once, calling twice. Okay, thank you for answering our feedback form. So to end my presentation, we've partnered with and helped a lot of businesses, and we hope to partner not just with them, but with you too. No, so please consult and connect with us via our website, our email, or our business hotline. You may email us at biz@meralco.com.ph, or you may call us at 16210. That's our commercial hotline. Or you may visit us at our website, www.meralco.com.ph/biz. I hope that the services that we shared with you today inspired you to collaborate with us so we can power a brighter tomorrow for your business. Again, I'm Engineer Sean Kyle Villapando from Meralco. Thank you and good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon.
Again, thank you, Engineer Villapando. And now, let's proceed to the Q&A session, followed by the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation. To facilitate, let's call Engineer Jonathan J. Medalla.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Engineer Sian Villapando, for sharing wealth of knowledge and experience with the topic Meralco suite of services. So I'm Jonathan Medalla, by the way, your moderator for this session. Are you ready, sir, to answer some question in our Q&A box?
Thank you, Engineer Jonathan. Yes, if we have questions from our participants,
Yes,
we will try to answer them.
allow me to read it. Okay, first question from Romel Jan Guanson. Can't access the Meralco for months. It's on stock up in loading. Do you plan to have a system update?
Sir, can I just clarify? Let me know if I heard it right. Your question is regarding our Meralco online app.
Yes, sir. Parang ganun nga po.
Okay. As per our checking, actually I personally use Meralco online on three of our services for both businesses and residential. I've been able to use it lately. Maybe I can have the direct number of our participant and we may assist them directly if it's regarding a system concern on our Meralco online app.
Okay po.
Rest assured, and I would like to thank Sir, I forgot his name. I would like
Romel.
to thank Sir Romel.
Guanson.
Okay. Sir Romel, thank you for using our Meralco online application, and rest assured that we're updating this and we'll provide you personal feedback. Just provide us your email address and your number, and one of our business partner managers will assist you directly regarding your access to our Meralco online.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Engineer Sian. And then the next question is from John David Dognidon. Sir, can you elaborate for the distributed energy resources, or DER? We have a solar power system installed in our factory, which is 200 kilowatt peak, which is more than the net metering limit. Can we enroll our system to the DER program? Since every Sundays and holidays, we don't have plant operation to export, sell our excess solar energy harvest.
Yes, sir. That's from Sir John David, right? Okay. First of all, Sir John, thank you for that question. That just shows that you're listening to our presentation. Again, Meralco, for renewable energy sources, Meralco provided you, we cited 3 samples. First, we have net metering. That's for 0 to 100 kilowatt. But your system is more than 100 kilowatt. So you may enroll either to our zero export or DAR. Yes, and for that, we may send someone to visit you.
Okay. So thank you for that, sir. Another question is from Glenn Andy Gayman. How to initiate application for net metering arrangement with Meralco?
Okay, that's a very good question. Now, if you're interested to apply with net metering with Meralco, we have forms that you may fill out. But it is best that you coordinate with us with your business partner manager. We will provide you with the necessary forms. But the most important out of these requirements is, first of all, your electrical plan for us to safely assess what is the kilowatt peak of your solar PV system. Next is that we also have other forms that you need to fill up for us to know what are your inverter and PV specifications, for us to know if you'll fall under net metering or zero export. And then the rest of the requirements, we'll just take note of your name and we'll provide it with you through email, or we may visit you directly for us to give you the list of the requirements. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sir Sian. So another question is from Sir Romel again, Wanson. So I used to pay it there through online banking. Ano ba to?
Okay, Sir Romel,
yeah. Thanks.
I hope I get your question. First, if you're asking related to bank payment, you may check it directly with your partner bank. You may fill up the bank forms specific to that bank, and the bank will coordinate with us regarding your automatic payment arrangement. And we will inform you if your APA is successfully enrolled with Meralco.
Okay. Thank you for that, Engineer Sian. Another question is from Mark James Roldan. Hi, sir. Out of topic question. We have a project before back 2007 for the residential. Customers need to shoulder the installation of facility, and as far as I remember, the contract says that Meralco will reimburse it for the span of 5 years. 16 years passed until now, they haven't received the full reimbursement of the project. What Meralco department they can follow it up?
Okay. Thank you, Sir Jonathan, for reading that question. And the question is from Sir Mark James. Okay. So, sir, in Meralco, we do cater projects. So again, I think your for payment regarding your project, this might fall under cash advance with Meralco. So, excuse me. Just provide us with the exact service ID number of that account, and we will check if the project cost that you settled last 2007 falls under our cash advance scheme. If that falls under our cash advance scheme, definitely there's a process for refund.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Sian. So next question from Carlo Jefferson Tan. Can an existing building with Meralco meters accounts cover to the net metering?
Okay, Sir Carlo, thanks for that question. Yes, all of our Meralco customers are eligible to enroll to our net metering program. May it be multi-meter, may it be single metering scheme, provided that you provide us with the net metering requirements. Again, very particular in the electrical plan. And from there, we'll visit your site. Someone, your customer service engineer on your area, will visit the site and assess how can we check your service entrance, and how do we wire everything from your solar panel to your inverter going to our rec meters for you to be able to enroll to our net metering program. So to answer it, yes, everyone can enroll to our net metering program.
Okay. So another question from anonymous attendee. how do you deal with the solar DIY? Is there any regulation Meralco is doing, as this is a electric safety issue?
Okay. For this, thank you for that question. We encourage them to enroll to the net metering program or zero export for the safety of our customers as well.
Okay.
Because this is in compliance with DOE and ERC as well. So all of our customers, we actually encourage them to enroll to either the net metering or zero export.
Okay. So
we also have seminars for that, in order for us to empower our customers and let them be knowledgeable about our programs. That's why we have these types of seminars.
okay, so there's no more question in the Q&A box. So
Okay, so for those that were not able to type in their questions, you may provide your email and your mobile number, and then as much as possible, we'll try to extract it out of this chat, and we will try to answer your queries as much as possible. Thank you very much.
okay, thank you so much, Engineer Sian Villapando, for that very informative presentation and enlightenment to some questions. So let's proceed to awarding of certificates. Okay, so let me read the citation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. This certificate of appreciation is presented to Meralco in grateful acknowledge and sincere appreciation of its value contribution as sponsor during the virtual Mega Technology Caravan in conjunction with the 40th Annual National Convention and Expo 2023 with the theme IIE at 48, moving forward collectively as we pave the way to the world of opportunities in digital innovation. Given this 29th day of November 2023, signed Engineer Alberto Herrera Jr., a National Secretary, signed Engineer Esperanza Collado, National Vice President External, and signed Engineer Florido Barona, National Vice President Internal Affairs, and signed Engineer Lyndon B. Bage, National President. Thank you so much, Engineer Sian, and back to you, MC.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, Engineer Medalla. To introduce our next speaker, let us all welcome one of the member of TCPDC, Engineer Moises P. Maletu, the second.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. I am tasked to introduce to you the next speaker for this afternoon. Our technical speaker from Cube System Builders Corporation is a registered electrical engineer and also a registered master electrician by profession. Currently, the officer in charge and project manager of ChargeCube, the electrification arm powered by Cube System, pioneering the electric vehicle charging infrastructure in the Philippines. She led ChargeCube's successful projects for building electric vehicle charging stations in the Philippines, including Robinson's Galleria Mall, Ortigas, Robinson's Magnolia, Robinson's Tagaytay, Calax EV charging station, Mover Technology EV transport of IKEA, and the newest Pacific Star Building EV charging station. Ladies and gentlemen, with the topic, The Future is Electric, Switching to Electric Mobility. help me welcome Engineer Irish Perez Idio.
Okay, good afternoon to each and everyone. Let me share my screen. Okay, I hope you can now see my screen. So before anything else, thank you, Sir Moises, for giving such a great introduction. Is it clear? Is my audio clear to everyone?
Yes po, ma'am. Your audio and your presentation is clear.
Okay, thank you very much. So our topic for today is, I think, one of the newest industry here in the Philippine market. I have not yet seen our 3E Expo, but you will see a lot of this industry. It's the first time here in IIE 3E Expo. So I suggest everyone you should come here and visit our exhibits. So a lot of electric vehicles are coming right now. And I hope you will learn to our topic. So everyone, I know that technology is really fast pacing. And if you're familiar with what I'm showing you right now, so this is the future of technology. We can see smart cities, reduction of traffic jam. I'll just like to example Singapore. It's one of the best smart cities in the world. Also, we have delivery robots. We have smart deliveries out there. We also see right now wireless charging cars, battery operated electric vehicles, autonomous driving, and so on. So, ganon kabilis ang technology natin. And actually, China has now evolving these technologies from the battery operated cars down to wireless charging and autonomous autonomous driving. So everything right now is really fast pacing. So this is the mobility ecosystem from the year 2020 and 2030 and beyond. So it's really challenging. My my perspective to this one is somehow happy and nervous at the same time because with this kind of technologies, probably hindi na tao ang nakikita natin. You can see autonomous driving. You can just drive your car without handling the steering wheel. So let's see if what will these technologies will go beyond. Now, let me highlight first our outline for today's discussion. Number one, I'll share with you some of the global mobility trends from Europe, North America, down to the Southeast Asia. Also, I'll share with you the e-mobility ecosystem so that you will see what comprises or what will complete this EV ecosystem. Also, I'll just give you a brief context about RA 11697. I know yesterday this was discussed already. So I'll just give you a brief context about the EVIDA law. Also, I'll give you the list of updated electric vehicles as of August 2023. I'll also give you a brief context about electric vehicle charging infrastructure and also challenges in Philippine EV industry. If there are challenges, there will be also opportunities in the EV industry. And also I'll share with you the DOE circulars for the supporting the EVIDA law. Before anything else, I would like to show you some of the videos before we start. Okay, so I hope you heard the whole video. I don't know if the audio is playing, but let me just share with you the global trends as of 2022, the EV market. So as you can see in the figure, we have electric vehicle sales in countries with world's largest EV market. So number one there is China, and secondly is the Europe sector. So in United States, medyo hindi pa ganong kalaki ang EV market nila, unlike with China. China is our biggest exporter of EVs as of date. And second is Europe. So just to highlight, Norway has already been adopting this technology. Mas nauna sila sa atin, so they are now about 80% of their EV shares are now using battery electric vehicles. So for the global EV charging infrastructure naman, so when we say charging infrastructure, this is the available fast and slow publicly available chargers in countries with major EV markets. So of course, one of them would be China. China is still one of our biggest exporters for EV chargers as of to date. And second is Europe. So those are under fast. And for the slow naman, slow publicly available charge, there are ACs and DC chargers available. So our source will be Global EV Outlook of 2022. So you can check out their websites for the statistics. These are the targets. So blue shows the zero emission vehicles for 2025, 2030, and 2035. For the orange one, we have the EV share as of to date and until 2035. So you can screenshot these global trends, or I can give you the copy of the presentation. For the Southeast Asia trends naman, of course, number one is Thailand. Why? Because Thailand has opened their doors in terms of local manufacturing for their EVs and of course EV parts, and also incentives and taxes incentives were there. Second is Indonesia, Vietnam, Singapore, Malaysia, and last is Philippines. So later on, I'll share with you why Philippines has still lacking in terms of embracing the EV market. But the good thing about here is the Republic Act 11697 has lapsed into law last April 15, 2022. So it became a law without the signature of our president. And just to give you a brief context about what is RA 11697, this just mandates the provision of dedicated EV parking in government buildings, malls, and public places. Also, installation of charging stations in parking lots and even in gasoline stations are mandated with 8-year tax-free imports for EV charging equipment provided. They also give incentives like fiscal and non-fiscal incentives for EV manufacturing and importation of charging stations, and also excise tax for auto imports under the train law. So with the support of the RA 11697, the Department of Energy has already created the comprehensive roadmap for the electric vehicle industry with the vision to electrify a diverse range of vehicles and establish a domestic EV industry. So you can see here, business as usual scenario, they're targeting at least 10% of EV fleet share as of 2040. And for the clean energy scenario naman, they're targeting at least 50% of EV fleet share by 2040. You can check out the source from the Department of Energy website. You can check the CREVI, you can download it and read the whole comprehensive roadmap so that you may understand the vision of our government in terms of at least lessening the carbon dioxide emission. So what really completes the EV ecosystem? Maraming nagtatanong sa akin during the Philippine Electric Vehicle Summit So, is it really suffice ba yung charging stations available around Philippines? Is there any available cars in the market, in the Philippine market already? Are there any government subsidies? Sapat ba yung ating grid load to support the EV ecosystem? So that will answer the whole questions later on. First is the automakers. They are the really important sector in terms of completing the EV ecosystem. I don't know if you have any idea about it, but believe me, not all, most of the automakers right now have electric vehicles already. So, hindi man available in the Philippines, but there are importers who are coming in, like Anis, EV Solutions, even Ecomax are there, and some of the automakers here na available in the Philippines are now producing electric vehicles. Next is the renewables. So I would like to highlight solar energy as the perfect example to support the EV ecosystem. There are already been charging stations who have already solar itself. I would like to highlight Solarius EV charging because they are producing a complete package from the solar down to the charging stations, and they have putting it up from the selected areas in northern Luzon, in Nueva Vizcaya, they have it already, in some parts in Metro Manila. And also, I think I have heard one gasoline station, probably next year, they're putting up renewables connected to the EV charging stations later on. So, maraming magaganap this 2024. And I think with the solar energy, it will really help to support the EV ecosystem from the year beyond. Also, the consumers or the users. So sila din isa sa pinaka-important players in this industry. Why? Because we have already 10,000 as of to date users of electric cars. And these users may help us to give knowledge and idea and to share their experiences in terms of using electric vehicles. Next is the charging infrastructure. So for the charging infrastructure, I'll show you the complete list, not complete list, but most list of the charging stations available in Philippines. And yes, more coming this 2024. Marami po kayong aabangan kung saan papatayo ng charging stations, preferably mga developers, malls, even institutions, government sectors are now putting their charging stations publicly. Next is the technological innovation. So this is really important. Sabi ko nga kanina, technology is really fast. So maraming aabangan for the development. There are R&Ds already by some of the selected universities in the Philippines like UP and Ateneo, and De La Salle. They are doing their R&Ds for these innovations. So let's see for the next couple of years. And the government regulations and subsidies. So that completes the EV ecosystem para maging successful, and at least it will help the industry to gain more users, and at least we can help with the target of the government in terms of sustainability. So for the list naman of EVs as of August 2023, the DOE or the Department of Energy just released the Department Circular Number DC 2023-05-0012 with the guidelines on the EV recognition and adoption of EV standards and classification on road transport. So here are the lists. You can check out in their website. You just go to Department of Energy EUMB. So this is downloadable in the internet. So we have battery electric vehicles. When we say battery electric vehicles, this is pure charging. Ibig sabihin, you need an power source to charge your car. For the hybrid electric vehicles, it means to say that still gas, but there is this self-generating mechanism that supports the idle mode of the hybrid electric vehicle. And last but not the least is the plug-in hybrid electric vehicle. These are both, half of the engine is battery operated and the other half is gas or diesel. So in the battery operated vehicles, we have Gogoro and Wow. Even Lexus, Toyota has it already, but hindi pa na-release out in the market. I heard Anis Cars, one of our importers here in the Philippines, will be releasing the BZ4X of Toyota next year. So let's see. Toyota has already hybrid electric vehicles na eh. So one of these days, the purely electric will be coming in next year. So marami na. If you have attended the Philippine Electric Vehicle Summit, marami na pong electric vehicles out in the market. It's just that the knowledge and the information was not properly disseminated. So for the EV charging infrastructure, some of you might ask why there is Charge Cube right here. So just to give you a brief context of what is Charge Cube, we are the electrification arm of Cube System Builders Corporation. Cube System is an architectural firm which focuses on sustainability. And our Filipino architect CEO, Mr. Rodan Aguliana, just opened his doors to electrification, and that's where we came in as Charge Cube. So we offer our services for those operators who wants to put up their charging station. And we offer the network platform in the Philippines, offering the first and only universal mobile app that can cater all EV chargers regardless of brands specific for EV ecosystem. So later on, you will see the mobile app so that these EV users will seamlessly go out and do not worry where to charge because they can just see it in one application. So these are the electric vehicle chargers. We have two kinds. One is AC charger and the other one is DC chargers. So for AC chargers, ang ating power range dyan is 7 kilowatts up to 22 kilowatts. If you buy a car, for example, you will be buying the Kia EV6, meron na siyang kasamang onboard charger and a mid-range AC charger. So for residential, it's good for 7 kilowatts because it's 220 volts. For commercially use, we suggest to use the 22 kilowatts. It's three-phase 400 volts. So the concept of the charging for the car is it depends on the battery capacity ng iyong sasakyan. So some of the cars can accept purely 7 kilowatts only, and the luxury cars that we have in the market can accept the maximum of 22 kilowatts. So the bigger the power, the faster it's charging. Okay, so for our DC charger, we are talking minutes of charging here. So available in the market for DC chargers, we have 30 kilowatts, 60, 120, 240 kilowatts up to 350 kilowatts. So the best clients that we have right now for DC chargers are this gasoline station. So yan, minutes of charging. So we are talking about 30, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, and 5 minutes of charging. So just to give you an idea on what is happening in the car when you charge an AC, when you use an AC charger and the DC charger. So for the AC charger, the power is coming from the grid. So we'll be putting it in a panel board, directly to a panel board. And we are requiring these RCDs to be installed before putting it in the charger. So it will accept purely AC. And then inside the car, there will be an onboard charger where the conversion is happening. So going to the battery, siya nang bahala mag-convert ng AC to DC using the onboard charger inside the car. While if you're using the direct current or the DC chargers, doon mismo sa charger nagaganap yung conversion. So, ang ibabato na niya sa sasakyan ay purely direct current. That's why, when we're talking about the time of charging, sa alternating current chargers, we are talking about 6 hours of charging for an average EV car. Depende kung gaano kalaki ang capacity ng battery mo. And then, if the direct current naman na ginagamit mo, we are just talking about minutes of charging. Kasi, na-convert na niya from AC to DC yung power. Okay? So, for the charging ports naman, sorry. Parang cellphone lang din yan eh. Merong Apple, merong Android. So, ganun din ang konsepto ng ating charger ports. So, for the AC, magkakaibang continents, they have different ports. Pero ang question there is, ano ba ang ina-adapt ng Philippines for the charger ports ng mga sasakyan? And the final, I think it's final already, that we are going to adopt the European standard, which is the Type 2, the Menikis. So, Type 2, CCS2. So, yan ang, I think, hindi pa final, pero yan na yung fino-foresee ng ating government to adopt the European standards. So, in Northern America, they have Type 1, CCS1. Kasi ang sasakyan, dalawa ang port yan eh. If you're going to open the charging port, you will see two ports, isa pang AC and the other one will be for DC charger. So for Northern America, they have Type 1 CCS1. Japan is CHAdeMO. European countries, they are using Type 2 CCS2. And for China, they have their own plugs, which is the GBT. And for Tesla, they also have different. But the good thing there is, the automakers right now, example ko na lang si BYD, which was acquired by AC Motors, by Ayala, they are willing to convert their cars coming in here in the Philippines to Type 2. So I think yung mga chargers right now na open publicly like SM, Robinsons Malls, na Type 2, I think walang problema in terms of the adoption for the next couple of years. Okay, so ito yung sinasabi ko kanina. So we produced a mobile app. Kasi ang question there is, saan ako mag-charge? Paano ko malalaman na available yung charging station na yon? So we produced a mobile app. We call it ChargeQ. You can try to download it in Google Play and App Store. Just type ChargeQ, magkadikit siya. So try to download and see yung aming mobile app. So dito sa side na to, you see the connector status. You will see the connector status. So meaning to say, if it's gray, meaning it's in use. So makikita mo din dyan ano yung address, ano yung type ng plug or port na magmamatch sa car mo. And is it free for use muna or may singil na yung operator or sisingilin ka na ng operator in terms of charging? And ilan yung power range na ibibigay ng charging station na yon. So if it's gray, meaning it's in use, so you cannot go there. Unless green ito, so it will be available, meaning you can now charge and just go and charge there. So for our R&D right now, we are looking at possible solutions like reservation, like 5 minutes reservation when you're near to the charging station available, you can reserve for 5 minutes so that hindi ka mauunahan ng ibang users na malapit din sa area. So we're looking at possible developments for the mobile app. And also, you can now pay in the mobile app also. So, depende kung GCash, debit card, or credit card, all-in-one transaction na itong mobile app. And you can also remote your session. So, if you go to Robinson's Malls and nasa grocery ka and nakikita mo sa app na it's already done, you can just end your session. So that's all-in-one complete mobile application for our EV users. And also the platform. So if you are an operator, a charging station operator, and you ask our help to put up your charging station, we'll give you a platform wherein you can connect also your AC and DC chargers. If you want to add more, you can just put it in our dashboard and it will be popping up na sa mobile app. Load balancing, and you can also manage your fleets. You can also set the pricing for your charging station, payment system, maintenance, and manage drivers. Kasi in our dashboard, it will pop up a notification if there's something wrong with the charger. So it will automatically notify you if there's a problem. So that's the platform. And here is our sample projects. This is in partnership with Meralco. So we have put our EV box, that's a European brand charger type 2. And in Robinson's Malls Ortigas, that's 7.4 kilowatt charger. This is already operating for a year already. So we soft launched Robinson's Malls last October 2022. Same as true with Robinson's Tagaytay. That's no cover or no roofing because our charger can at least protected against rain. And our newest Pacific Star building in Makati Avenue. So if you're listening a while ago, Cube System Builders Corporation is a firm where we also do landscaping. So in these packages that our clients want, we also design their charging station for their marketing purposes. This is in Mober. So we deployed chargers in Mober in partnership with Meralco also. And we put up Robinson's Malls, Magnolia in San Juan. That's an e-bike charging station. And those are our projects. But I will give you a list of charging station as of Q2 ng 2023. This is not yet complete. And marami pa kasi. So if you want to screenshot, in Metro Manila, complete na yan from SM Malls, Ayala Malls, Uptown, even government sectors, they already have charging stations. The good thing there is if you go to Shell, SLEX Plaza, and T-Plex Rosario La Union, meron na tayong fast chargers doon. So you can just drop by there in 20 minutes, fully charged ka na. And we also have Medical City, Ortigas. So that's a hospital. And then in La Union, we have Awesome Hotel, San Juan La Union, Cavite, Philinvest, Ayala, Alabang, Baguio, that's Ayala Techno Hub in Kamjanhe, Baguio City. May mga charging stations dyan. That is free for now. SM City Baguio, Unioil Clark, SM City Urdaneta, Pangasinan, Eco Oil, EDSA, meron na din silang, it's a gasoline station, the Eco Oil here in EDSA, and McDonald's Show Boulevard. So that's not the complete list yet. But ibig sabihin lang yan, the more these investors, these developers are opening their doors to putting up their charging station, probably you will now see more electric vehicles on the road. This is the charging stations. Ito yung sa Shell. And this one is the Uptown Mall in BGC. Ito yung mga samples from SM Malls. So the targets for SM would be at least 9% before mag-end ang 2024. So you will see more until Cebu. I think Cebu has it already. Cebu will be implemented, or I'm not sure, but they will be coming to Cebu and Davao also. This is in Unioil EDSA. Ito naman yung sa MMDA. This is a solar charging station for e-bikes, and EV charging station in Subic. Yeah, I haven't updated the list, but this is at Subic. So if you have an onboard charger, sabi ko nga kanina, if you buy a car, may kasama na siyang onboard charger where you just need to have a convenience outlet. You can now charge your car. This is from the Department of Energy, and in McDonald's, Wakwak, Shaw Boulevard. Yeah. So those are the charging stations that we have in the Philippine market. Now, there will be challenges, of course. Marami akong naririnig, hindi naman anti, but of course, there are enthusiasts of the internal combustion engine cars, and I understand. And these are the challenges that I heard from them. One, lack of information and knowledge about EV and the EV status here in the Philippines. Of course, ngayon, dun sa mga experiences nila na mai-share nila yung information, yung knowledge nila, what benefits from them, what is the user experience as an EV user, and so on. And charging infrastructure availability, as I've said, ang dami ng charging stations. Marami na po. I go beyond north to south, and I can see Tesla already in the Philippines because there are importers already. Marami na po tayong importers ng Tesla. So here in Manila, you will see a lot of Tesla driving, and some of the luxury EV cars. For now, the cost of EV is still expensive. Why? Because in the Philippine market, we have not yet have investors to produce a local manufacturing plant for EVs and the EV parts. But I met one company in the Philippine EV Summit, which is the FCC. They are producing already EV parts in Japan, so they're hoping to come in the Philippines and put up a local manufacturing in the Philippines. So with that, it will continuously lessen the price. And the good thing there is yung mga price ng EV ngayon are going down. It's going down already. Bumababa na yung presyo. So what we need to do is, if you're really interested, you might research or join into Facebook groups ng mga EV enthusiasts so that you will see yung kanilang mga user experiences. Government support to strengthen the EV industry. There are support already, but I think they have to strengthen yung support, or they have to add up more subsidies and incentives. And that will push more users to open up, to gain more EV users in this industry. And also standard plug to be adopted by PH. Sabi ko nga kanina, I think may final na, that's type 2, CCS2. So, hindi naman sinasabi na, bawal kang bumili ng GPT car or from China. It's still okay. However, may mga adapters na lumalabas. But, for the adapters, we are still, we don't recommend to use adapters actually, because lalo yung mga DIY lang, because it might damage the EV charger and the EV car as well, or the EV as well. And lack of incentives. I think doon din sa part na yon, because Thailand has so many incentives. And even in US and even in Europe, they have a lots of incentives. Like for example, in European countries, if you want to convert your car, a typical diesel engine car to an EV, you convert it, the whole parts, you will be rewarded by the government. But for now, wala pa tayong EV conversion sa Philippines because investors are not yet here. In US, they have EV conversion there. So hopefully, if they see the demand of the EV market, and that's where the investors comes in. For the opportunities, of course, may mga opportunities tayo in terms of opening our doors to the Philippine EV market. Number one, local manufacturing for EVs and parts. As I've said a while ago, yes, meron na. Coming from Japan companies would want to come in here in the Philippines to produce local manufacturing for EVs and EV parts. So possibly, hopefully, by next year, they would come in here in the Philippines para magbumaba na yung presyo ng mga electric vehicles. Job opportunities, of course, yes. It will open the doors for someone like us, project practitioners. So I am a product of it. I was given an opportunity to experience this field, and hopefully we will be recruiting in Cube System more jobs for this kind of industry. We are opening our doors to open jobs for everyone. Also, additional incentives by the government. Yes, marami pang parating na incentives yan. Later on, I'll show you the video of the speech of our president. He was talking about the incentives and the future of electric vehicles in the Philippines. Also, EV conversion, yes, there might be investors coming in to gain more incentives or rewards. If you want to convert your car, you will be given a reward. Let's see if the government is open for that. If kaya ng ibang countries, why not here in the Philippines? Okay, more public charging stations to be constructed. Yes, our company Charge Cube by Cube System has been doing projects already. So let's see for next year, and we will be publishing it through social media or media contents kung ano yung mga charging stations that are now new and open for public. Also, solar charging station as an alternative. Yes. Meron po tayong aabangan na isang gasoline station who will be doing solar charging stations for the next couple of years. And hopefully, ganun din sa ibang mga gasoline stations. Tax incentives to lower EV cost. I think I am not yet knowledgeable about this tax incentives, but yes, this will be implemented. The tax incentives para bumaba na yung EV cost. I think one example would be BYD. BYD was around 1.8, but right now bumaba siya ng 1.6. And other cars also. So let's see. Conceptualization of home charging. Yes. Ito yung isa sa gusto kong i-clarify with everybody. So, kasi there are questions I received before na paano ka mag-charge? Paano kung naubusan ka? Charging starts at home. You will not go out na wala kang, na hindi ka fully charged. Conceptualization of charging starts from home. And that's one of the misconceptions that I was hearing way back when we were starting the business. Charging starts at home. And we can help you put up your charger inside your home. Or you better ask a registered master electrician to help you start your home charging. Okay? You will not go out unless you're not fully charged. And then when you go back, you just have to top up again with some of the malls that you will see on the metro. And then when you come back, you're still charged. Your car is still charged. Okay? Malimit lang talaga na ma-zero out ka sa labas kasi you have to plan out. Pag nasa long driving ka, for example, you're going from Manila to La Union, you have to plan out saan ka magcha-charge. Okay? So, malimit lang talaga na maabutan ka na zero charge ka. And there are also technologies like yung power stations, yung bankable na power stations. I've saw already solar power stations na you can put in your car, and then when you need power, then that will support. I think Moretti, that's an electric vehicle. They have solar panels on the roof of your car, so once you go driving, it absorbs solar energy down to your battery. So that's Moretti. Okay, that's a China brand car, which is produced by Asia Trends Corp. And also green initiative projects by NGOs and private sectors. Yes, marami pa pong projects that will be out by our non-government organizations. Even IIEE has put up their own charging stations. Salute to our organization because they have in partnership with Evo X Charge, and they have already their charging station in IIEE main office in Cubao. Before anything else, I would like to give you this video. Listen carefully because this might help us to enlighten our minds in terms of the plans of the government in the EV industry.
Ma'am, excuse me. There's no audio po. Your presentation doesn't have an audio.
Okay.
You can share your audio din po using the share screen on the bottom.
Okay, I'll stop na lang muna. And then share again. Sorry.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, I saw it already. Sorry.
Here in the Philippines. I convey my gratitude to the Legado Motors Incorporated for partnering with Dongfeng Motors in importing some of its electric vehicle models to the Philippines and offering them to the local market. We heartily welcome your efforts to help us actualize our goal to increase the use of electric vehicles in our transportation sector. Considering our continued dependence on imported fuels and the volatility of oil products in the world market, it is only sensible that we encourage the shift to electric vehicles. We not only get savings in fuel and gas, but also significantly lessen our greenhouse gas emissions and champion sustainability in our day-to-day activities. Owning an electric vehicle here in the Philippines also confers a wide range of incentives and advantage. Aside from having priority in the registration and renewal of registration of vehicles at the Land Transportation Office, owners will also get to enjoy exemption from the number coding schemes, amongst others. It is important to note that the promotion of the use of electric vehicles is among the measures of the government to uphold our country's commitment under the Paris Agreement. Under this treaty, we pledge to a projected greenhouse gas emissions reduction and avoidance of 75% for 2020 to 2030 in agriculture, waste, industry, transport, and energy. In the Philippines, the transportation sector is the largest source of energy-related greenhouse gas emissions. So, if we aim to fulfill our pledge to the Paris Agreement, we need to boost the share of electric vehicles in the total projected vehicle fleet nationwide. The government aims to increase the share of electric vehicles to 10%, or hopefully 50% by 2040. As of late 2020, there are just around 8,800 electric vehicles in the country. So to boost this number, we are working on the gradual shift to electric vehicles for public transportation. Currently, we are implementing the PUV Modernization Program. This entitles beneficiaries to special loan facilities and equity subsidies for the acquisition of electric vehicles. To date, nearly 400 electric public utility vehicles are plying 29 routes nationwide, bringing safe, modern, comfortable, and green transportation to the masses. In Davao City, over 300 electric buses have been deployed to pioneer an integrated, sustainable urban transport system. The Department of Transportation in the United Nations Development Program have also given electric public utility vehicles under its low-carbon urban transport project. More cities and urban centers are following suit. Now, some are testing the viability of electric vehicles and electric public transportation for their local needs and conditions. So it's my firm belief that these endeavors will not only gain momentum, but also wider adoption moving forward as our people realize the benefits of these vehicles in their communities. So I enjoin the public to support the programs and policies of government, as well as opt for alternative or renewable sources of energy. Let me also encourage the private sector to participate in our efforts to make the Philippines a part of the global chain of electric vehicles by investing in manufacturing facilities in our country. Strive with us as we generate more employment opportunities, enrich our people's quality of life, and fostering more environmentally friendly communities. In return, we offer fiscal incentives such as the income tax holiday and duty exemption of capital equipment, raw materials, and spare parts used in electric vehicles. So let me affirm once more this administration's commitment to support the Legado Motors Incorporated and its key partners in this very important endeavor. Let us harmonize all our efforts, as I'm confident that we will win the race for a more sustainable and energy-secure future. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Magandang hapon po. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
So that's again the speech coming from our president. So kanina nabanggit niya, there are incentives already. So you may screenshot. So the train law, it will give excise tax incentives for manufacturing EV parts, EV vehicles and components, operation of charging and or refueling stations for alternative energy vehicle income tax holiday of 3 to 6 years, importation of capital equipment. Also for the Omnibus Investment Code, that's under the Executive Order 226 for the manufacturing din yan, income tax holiday, importation of capital equipment, of course, yes. And Memorandum Order number 50 series of 2020 includes charging and refueling stations for alternatives and no coding schemes for EV, exempted from coding. Before I end my speech, these are the DOE circular supporting the EV law. So you might screenshot. So this is open publicly in the DOE EUMB website so that you can see and understand the memorandums supporting the EV law. So one of it is the retail outlets may use electric vehicle charging facilities. DUs may establish or facilitate the establishment of charging stations and provide development and operation of EV and EV charging stations. So, if you want to know more about the charging, the EV industry, or you have questions, if you want to inquire with us, we can help you with building your charging infrastructure solutions. You can email me at irish@cubesystem.com.ph or check our website at chargecube.com.ph, cubesystem.com.ph. You may download and connect through our ChargeCube mobile app. You can scan the QR code flashing the screen, and you might call us at 8723-1588. Our office is located in R&R Building, number 9 Glen Street, Culiat, Tandangsora, Quezon City. Facebook page at Cube System and Instagram at Cube System Builders. So once again, thank you for listening and have a great day. For questions, I think I will answer the questions my best. Thank you.
And now, let's proceed to the question and answer session, followed by the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation to facilitate. Let's call Engineer Moises P. Male II.
Okay, so I'll be facilitating the question and answer. Okay, so there are questions here that came up um, before you know, the answers were discussed already. Okay, but still, I'm going to read them because these are the general questions, no, for this kinds of topic. Okay, so for an anonymous attendee, does charging EV on charging stations take time? Gaano ka po katagal mag-charge if ever mag-charge ka on charging station?
Okay, so for the public charging, yung mga free charging stations that you can see in malls. So those are AC chargers. So meaning medyo matagal ang charging. The concept kasi niyan, that's why malls have only 7 kilowatts of power. It's because most of the users come there with charge cars already. So they want to go to the mall, shopping, mag-grocery, and as expected, meron pa rin naman silang charge. So when they go there, magta-top up lang naman sila and then they just go home. So preferably, kung zero ka talaga, 0 to 80%, if typical 400-kilometer range ang iyong sasakyan, it will take you around 6 hours to 8 hours of charging. It still depends on the battery capacity. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, so
doon sa mga gasoline stations like Uni Oil, Shell, Eco Oil, may mga DC fast chargers doon. We are talking about minutes already. So may 30 minutes, depende sa'yo kung ano ang gusto mong selection. Kung gusto mo ba ng 30 minutes, hindi ka masyadong nagmamadali, or 20 minutes lang, or 10 minutes kasi nagmamadali ka talaga. Pwede, yes. Marami ng gasoline stations who have DC fast chargers already. You just have to plan out paglalabas ka ng bahay. Thank you.
Okay, so the next question. Okay, so what are the typical costs for an hour charging, for example, in a gas station?
Yes.
This is from Ms. Giuseppe Lambil.
Okay. I'll just like to example Shell. I don't know if they have adjusted their price, pero they put the price at least 65 pesos per kilowatt hour. And I don't know if they continued that one kasi there's an issue in terms of the costing. But wala pa tayong costing for that. We are still waiting for the Department of Energy to release a statement or DOE circular to standardize ano ba talaga yung tamang singil. Is it in kilowatt hour or time rate ang gagamitin? Is it per hour or per minutes of charging? For now, wala pa tayong standard. We are still waiting for the Department of Energy to finalize the costing para standard yung magiging SRP ng ating mga charging station. For now, if you go to malls, free yan. Wala silang sinisingil. You go to SM, you go to Mall of Asia, you go to any malls around here, wala pang sinisingil kasi yan ang sabi ng government, wala pa dapat sisingilin for public stations.
Okay, so next question is from J. Abroguenya. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is it possible that an electric vehicle will utilize the running motion of the vehicle for charging instead of waiting for its battery to drain and needs a charging station to replenish its power?
Yes, it is possible. Marami ng EV ngayon that they have redeveloped that kind of mechanism that it will still run kahit nagsi-zero siya. I want to example Tesla. We have tested just last month we have a client who is already doing importation. And when you go at the port, kailangan i-drain kasi yung battery in zero. But it is still up and running kahit wala pa siyang battery. Meron lang silang, how can I say this? Parang meron silang jumping na tinatawag. Pero dapat sana, we suggest, if you go out, wag mong ibababa sa 20% yung charge ng iyong sasakyan kasi it will also help longer the lifespan of your car. So for me, if you are now at 20%, you charge your car. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, so next one is from Anonymous attendee. Is it possible to trade your existing conventional vehicle to EV? Does government consider that po? Since, as you mentioned, EV are expensive and others have existing vehicles na po. Can that be considered?
Good question. May mga gumagawa niyan in some of the countries like Europe, in America, but in Philippines, we are still not seeing yung conversion or trading, kumbaga. If you want to trade your ICE car and then you want to have an EV, does that give you a reward or incentive? For now, we have not yet. No, I can answer the question based doon sa status ng Philippine market, but in some other countries they're doing that. So I think Philippines can do that as well, pero baka the government is still on a careful process on how they give incentives to those who want to convert to EVs.
The next one's from Sir Ricardo Quilio. This is a very good technology. However, how long this electrical can travel before it requires recharging?
Sorry, ano ulit yung question, sir? Hindi ko masyadong na-get yung question.
How long this electric vehicle yata yung ibig niya sabihin can travel before it requires recharging? Ano daw yung ang tawag dito? The time, no? Hanggang ma-drain out yung battery siguro.
Yes. It depends on your driving habit. But I want to just take a look at a normal ICE car or your normal gas car or your normal diesel engine car. It still depends on your driving habit. Kasi meron ngayong nilalabas mga kotse that would want to still parang function as a normal ICE car. Like 400 kilowatts. Meron nang lumalabas ngayon na 400 kilometers, 600 kilometers, and even 800 kilometers for fully charged. So it requires a bigger battery with that, no? But as I said, it depends on your driving habit. So yung 400 kilometer range mo, kung hindi ganun kaganda ang driving habit mo, probably hindi aabot yan sa 400. It still depends on your driving habit. So kung city driving lang, at least 2 weeks. Meron akong napagtanungan ng mga users, they can use their car for city driving at least for a normal 400 kilometer car. For long driving, yeah, just make sure, think that a full tank is also like a full charge is like a full tank. That's the concept.
Okay, so siguro we will be retaining last 2 questions. Yeah. Okay, so we are given the increasing number of EVs on the road. How will the charging stations cater to multiple vehicles? On the plan to increase the public charging facilities, is there a projected timeline?
For now, we have no timeline for these developers. Actually, we are eyeing for developers. These are the architects, the engineers, the property developments, we are eyeing for them to at least have their condominiums be put up more charging stations kasi in Metro Manila, some of them are in condominiums. So we are eyeing for the property developers to open up their doors in terms of putting up a charging stations. Also, we are also coordinating with um, more facilities publicly, like in government units like the LGUs, if they can put up their parks with more charging stations. For now, I can see yet the target timeline for that, but I'll just talk based on our um, uh, progress no, in Charge Cube. Yes, there are clients who are really interested, like developers and property development companies. They are really eyeing to put up their charging station. So you will see a lot more in 2024. Um, what else? Also in Visayas and Mindanao, we have clients who have visited already to talk about this. So we hope after this event in IIEE, I saw a while ago mga opportunities for jobs like electrical practitioners. Yes. Lalo na yung mga solar companies, they are now I saw already some they're now converting or adding up charging infrastructure as one of their business units already. So yes, maraming charging stations to come up. All you have to do is to log in to Department of Energy, search there the list of complete charging stations as of 2023. They will be putting the complete list because DOE has been established a circular memo that will accredit the operators and the charging station so that they can put it into one list, put it into one platform or a portal where you can see the complete list of the charging stations.
Okay, so siguro magla-last question tayo. Then we would like to request Ma'am um, um, to stay for a while to answer the remaining questions kung meron pang time. Since I think this is very interesting topic. So obviously, no. So makita natin sa number of questions nandito sa Q&A. So we'd like to request you, ma'am, to stay for a while kung pwede.
Okay po.
Okay. So last question po, no, from Francis Andu Katabay. Ano po yung disposal ng EV batteries? Or the EV batteries are recyclable?
Meron na tayong isang information that we heard, and there will be plans from the automakers on where they're be going to dispose their batteries kasi these automakers are open their doors to an 8-year battery warranty. So if you want to buy one EV car, you will have an 8-year battery warranty. So that's 8 years, no? Medyo matagal-tagal din yung 8 years. So yes, the government will have plans to putting up the disposal, but I am not sure if it's recyclable, but definitely no. But there are um developments, R&Ds already, like the blade technologies that BYD is now using. The Build Your Dreams car, those are blade batteries already. Maninipis na battery lang siya. Medyo malapad. Ganito kanipis. Ano ba? Ganito kanipis. Yes, the blade technology. I think with that redevelopment from these automakers, I think may possibility na magkakaroon ng recycles for doon sa mga bagong ilalabas na batteries. You can search the BYD and try to check on the blade technology, blade battery technology. Okay, you can check that in the YouTube.
Okay, so let us award the certificate of appreciation to our speaker. Okay, so let me read the citation. Okay, so certificate of appreciation is presented to Cube System Builders Corporation in grateful acknowledgement, uh, acknowledge and sincere appreciation of its valuable contribution as sponsor during the virtual mega webinar. Second. Okay, so Mega Technology Caravan in conjunction with the 48th Annual National Convention and 3 Expo 2023 with the theme IIE at 48, moving forward collectively as we pave way to the world of opportunities. Given this 29th day of November 2023, signed Alberto Arrela Jr., National Secretary, signed Esperanza A. Collado, National Vice President for External Affairs, signed Rodrigo C. Barona, National Vice President for Internal Affairs and Convention Bureau Director, signed Lyndon R. Bagay, IIE National President. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time. And thank you so much, Cube System Builders Corporation.
Thank you so much, Engineer Aja and Engineer Male. And now, for our last but definitely not the least, to introduce our speaker, let us welcome one of the member of TCPDC, Engineer Ronaldo D. Ebrada.
Okay, so thank you very much. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Hello! Buhay pa ba kayo? Okay, sana at least, meron pa tayong 721 participants. At least, marami pa. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, our last topic for this afternoon is transformer failure detected with online DJA monitoring part 2. Okay, here to us is senior industry expert at Vaisala, an active member of CIGRE working groups. Her professional focus is on conditioning monitoring and of power transformer. With 20 years of experience, she is responsible for identifying the strategic trends and new monitoring needs within this industry, as well as bringing customers' voice close to the Vaisala's product development. Also, she holds a Master's of Science degree in Master Materials Engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Senha Levo. Good afternoon, ma'am. The floor now is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your kind introduction. And regards from Croatia. I'm here at the secret event, so I hope we don't have too much background noise. So I will share my screen. And put it on the show mode. Okay, here we go. So I'm talking about the transformer failure that we detected with online DGA monitoring. This is the part 2. I touched this topic already last year, but now I can show the full story because the transformer has been investigated. It was a generation step-up transformer at the hydro power plant at the Uruguayan River, commissioned 2002, 100 MVA, single phase, and having roughly 23 cubic meters of cooling mineral oil. And it was a closed system so that it had a rubber bag in the conservator, but because issue with the rubber bag, they had in additionally nitrogen supply to the rubber bag to keep air and oxygen out of the transformer. However, from the very beginning of this transformer life, it had overheating issues, and because the oil contained the additive called TPDS, which is known to possibly cause corrosive sulfur issue, they were very concerned about this overheating and wanted to have it under closer monitoring. So that's why in 2017 they added online monitoring there. This is the DTA data, the laboratory data from the transformer from the very beginning. And since 2002, we can see that the ethane had been continuously increasing, so that within 16 years, it climbed up to 600-700 ppm. Also, we can see here some increase in methane, and these two gases indicate the continuous overheating issue. Over the years, they tried to increase the cooling capacity, but it was not really solving the issue. So their monitoring scheme are the utilities, so that here we have the transformer, and then we have the monitor, and obviously the monitor takes the oil from the transformer and does the gas analysis. And the result of the gas analysis, all the gas concentrations goes to the fleet management software. And from the monitor, they also use relays which are hardwired to the SCADA system. And time to time, they compare the laboratory and the monitor data. But in October 15, 2021, the control room got an alert from the monitor relay. They didn't know, obviously, that what was the reason. They just could see from the control system that there was a gas alert in one of the transformers. And then the operator from the control room called the transformer experts, who went to see through the fleet management software what they have on place there, what was the actual reason, and they could see that basically all of the gas, all of those 7-fold gases were above the alarm limits and also above the rate of change limits. So this is what they saw from the monitor user interface through the LAN Ethernet port, that over the years, we could see thermal fault type overheating with the dual triangle 1, but that night on Friday, the fault type had changed to T2, so more or higher temperature fault. And dual triangle 4 and 5 both show that the type had changed to thermal fault T, possible carbonization of paper, which is always challenging and worrying, because when you have carbonization of paper suspected, it may mean that there is an issue with the transformer windings, which is always very concerning. So if we look at the gases, since 2017, and the gases were here on the level of ethane being the highest, and but they were relatively okay and stable. But this Friday night here, we have this sign here. They had the alarm, and you can see here how quickly the gases developed. so very heavy gas formation. And interestingly, the Puchholz relay that was equipped with the transformer did not give any alert. So that's an indication that if Puchholz did not give an alert, the gases were still in dissolved phase. In the monitor, we also measure all the dissolved gases. And since this transformer had the nitrogen supply in the rubber pack, it's saturated to nitrogen. So over the years, the pressure value were here roughly on the 1000 hectopascal, which is basically the atmospheric pressure. But during this event of the fault, we can see that there were so much gases coming that it became even visible in the pressure value. 17,000 ppm of gases increased during just 72 hours. So if we have a closer look at this this Friday, October 15, 2021, we see that there are basically two phases in the gas formation. We see here increasing rate, methane, CH4 is dominating, and ethylene, C2H4 is the secondary gas out of the hydrocarbons and hydrogen. But interestingly, then we have like 36 hours this rate, and then it accelerated. And this was where they made the decision to take off the service, the transformer. They had to do some preparations before they could move the load to other assets. But this point here was when they decided that it's better to take this transformer off service. If we now have a look at the diagnostics part, I have collected here on the table some data from the monitor database. This is just one point from the year 2018. And what we can see here is relatively low level of all of the gases, some ethane, C2H6, but nothing significant. But then on October 15, and here we have even the timeline, we see that this methane and ethylene had started to increase. No changes in ethane. That 200 ppm had come over the years. So here, if we put these two dual pentagon, we see that originally we are here on the overheating, but now the points are moving towards the other fault zone. And here in late October 15, we can see now the dominating gas is actually methane, and ethylene being the secondary gas. And when the dominating gas changes, it's always an indication that whatever going in the transformer is changing. And then we can see that the rest of these points here move to the zone where what we call possible carbonization of paper. If I take this data and calculate the difference between each point, so calculate the difference of these, calculate the difference of these, and so forth through the whole table, and take those numbers as for the diagnostics, because I want to see if there is anything specific while the fault was evolving. So now I have these differences in this table. And first we are here. This is still here on the carbonization of paper zone, but it's rather uncertain. Duval himself said that there are not confirmed cases that this is exactly carbonization of paper. It can be also thermal fault, high temperature fault in oil only. So kind of a burning oil. And then the rest of the results of the different delta values in the gas formation we get here. And this zone, according to Duval himself, is confirmed with the real cases of failed transformers which have been inspected and their DTA data compared, and that is a confirmed region. So it's very suspicious that there is some paper involvement, paper carbonization of paper. And if we look at the delta values in carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide and take their ratio, actually during the whole incident, there was no increase in carbon dioxide, but there was significant increase in carbon monoxide. So basically this ratio is then 0, and that supports this diagnostic idea that the paper could be involved. Also, there were some increase in furfural values in the oil analysis found. So finally, they were able to do the visual inspection. That was a year and a half later. So they opened the transformer. As it's shell type, it's very difficult to get access to different parts. But based on the electrical measurements, they couldn't see anything definite, but there was something that made them suspect a certain winding area. And actually, they did find issue with the lead that comes from medium windings going to the bushing. So these photos are taken from the videoscope. And it's now zoomed bigger and bigger. So here we see the lead going to the medium winding, and here it goes to the bushing side. And if we zoom, we see here a dark spot getting closer, getting closer, getting closer. So there was a clear marking of carbonized black paper. So the OEM's engineers confirmed that actually in this spot of the lead is a joint, welded joint. So it's likely that the joint is not uniform, and that has caused the overheating signals in the gassing pattern over the years, and now it was getting worse and worse, and the worse it gets, the higher the resistance and the higher the temperature. And as it started to form acetylene already, it's an indication that the temperatures are close to the point where copper is melting. So very, very severe issue. And according to the OEM's engineers, if this utility didn't have the monitor to follow the gases, it's very likely that this transformer had failed catastrophically. And if in a place like this, if the transformer tank ruptures, there are very, very severe consequences because the transformers are on the dam by the huge river, so spilling mineral oil into the river is very severe issue. But since they had the monitor, no problem was found. So basically, this finding confirms what was proposed by the DTA diagnostics. We have to remember that DTA diagnostics is never definite. It's DTA is always an indication on what could possibly be an issue in the transformer, but it has to always be confirmed with other methods like electrical measurements. So the overheating and the carbonization of this insulation paper here on the lead confirmed that what was found with DTA, and also that the decision to de-energize and take off service this transformer was correct. So as a summary of this case, we can say that the monitor sent an early gas alarm to the SCADA system, whereas the pulse relay, which is supposed to protect the transformer, did not give an alert. And this is simply due to the differences of the methods. Pulse relay is reacting only to the gases that are in gas form, but not when they are dissolved. By having this monitor with all 7-fold gases, they could continuously follow up the severity. They could do the diagnostics, the initial diagnostics based on DTA real time, and follow the gassing pattern real time, and avoid the catastrophic failure. And they could move the load to other GSUs, so then they could replace this failed one on site, because they had a spare unit on site available. So just in a few days they could replace this failed transformer, because there were no damages on the site, as the transformer did not fail catastrophically. And the visual inspection confirmed the fault and its location that was suggested by the DTA. And as a conclusion of this presentation, I would say that this case clearly demonstrates the benefit of having an online DTA monitor with multicast monitor, especially with transformers which are critical and that have earlier identified issues as a form of gassing. When you have a monitor, it provides you an early detection on gas formation, and the evolving fault or possible fault can be followed in real time. And this case demonstrates also that thermal faults can evolve rather quickly. If we consider that this utility had only relied on frequent sampling, like even very frequent sampling, like every month, they wouldn't have seen this fault to develop, because it only took 72 hours to form really massive amount of gases. And when you have a monitor, it gives the utility time to make necessary preparations and mitigation actions, while simultaneously having the transformer under very close monitoring, which of course means directly cost savings in operations and maintenance. and not to forget environment, occupational health and safety is secured better with online DTA when there is a transformer that has a gassing pattern, because we are talking about enormous energies that are in power transformers, and if they fail instantly, it's a question of milliseconds. So it's better not to wait until that. And I like to conclude here that monitoring alone does not obviously fix or save anything. It's the people, it's the processes that must be predefined and action plans on place, what to do and by whom when we get a gas alert from the monitor. Okay, thank you very much. This was my last slide. Any questions?
Okay, so thank you very much, ma'am. Ma'am, did I pronounce your name correctly?
Exactly, Senya.
Yeah, I thought it's Zenha. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, ma'am, I have only one question here. Given your monitoring samples in various dates and the criticality of the operation of the transformer, when is the best time to advise the operation team and the management in particular for the immediate shutdown of the transformer to optimize the operation, close open, parentheses, less economical losses, and at the same time minimize the damage to the transformer? Thank you.
Okay, very wide question. There is no definite answer on that. Obviously, it's like listed in the question, there are many factors that are affecting, and it's basically only the utilities maintenance teams who knows exactly the criticality of the assets, who know the condition of the assets. But I would my recommendation would be that each of critical transformers are considered individually, and there should be an individual plan how to handle that transformer in case there is an issue. Most of the times the issues are so kind of a mild that you can continue to operate the transformer. You just need to keep in mind this gassing pattern and take it into account during the next service break. But there is no kind of a exact answer that this gas level you should do that.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much, ma'am, for that very informative answer. So we don't have any more here questions. And by the way, Ma'am Sena, our company, the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, is using Vaisala weather instrument. Yeah.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I'm not included to the team who were sent to Finland for trainings. My other team went there for 15 days.
Okay, maybe next time.
Yeah,
Hope
maybe
you have a
next
chance.
time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, since there is no more questions, let's proceed with the awarding of the certificates.
Thank you.
Certificate. Okay, so the of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Vaisala in grateful acknowledge and sincere appreciation of its valuable contribution as a sponsor during the virtual Mega Technology Caravan in conjunction with the 48th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2023 with the team IIEE at 48, moving forward collectively as we pave the way to the world of opportunities and digital innovations. Given this 29th day of November 2023, signed Alberto R. Herrera Jr., National Secretary, signed Esperanza A. Collado, National Vice President for External Affairs and Exhibit Bureau Director, signed Lorigo C. Barona, National Vice President for Internal Affairs and Convention Bureau Director, signed Lyndon R. Bagay, IAEA National President. Ma'am, thank you very much for sparing your time with us. Thank you
Thank
and
you.
good afternoon.
Again, thank you so much, Engineer Ebrada. At this venture to officially close this event, may we call on the former governor of Western Mindanao region and currently Engineer Alexander Ko. Let's give him a round of applause. Sir.
Okay. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to each and everyone for being part of this event, and it's been an incredible journey to filled with learning, inspiration, and collaboration. I would like to extend appreciation to our esteemed resource speakers for today's technical seminars, and I'm sure that they would have a lot of sharing and valuable insights and experiences and expertise. With that, I also like to acknowledge our TCPD chairman, Joseph S. Solicar, for overseeing this technical seminar. And I would like to thank also to our dedicated TCPD committee and all the staff that had been being part of this program. So with that, thank you so much. And we have a lot of activities ahead of us until December 2. So see you and thank you once again. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank everyone for participating on this webinar. See you at SMX Pasay at November 30 to December 2 for our 48th Annual National Convention. So stay safe, everyone. See you.
be the best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest.
You could beat the world, you could beat the war. You can talk to God, go banging on his door.
You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks.
You could be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself.
Standing in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
Cause you burn with the brightest flame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile. You can walk straight through hell with a smile.
You could be the hero, you could get the gold. Breaking over records they thought never could be broke.
Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try?
Do it for your country, do it for your name.
Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
Cause you burn with the brightest flame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame.
Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion.
Walls of the Hall of Fame. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, be truth seekers. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers, preachers. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions.